You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week, guys, as we do, right? Good to see you. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Pour yourself a drink. It doesn't have to be alcoholic, but you know mine is for damn sure because it is the Vodka stream. So, got my little vodka sody right here. Cheers. Hopefully, you guys had a good week, and maybe some of you might have like maybe possibly a 3-day week, and I do. I have President's Day off. Like, what the hell? I usually never do, but I do have it this time. That little mood music right there. All right. Talk to me. Who's out there? What are we doing? What are we talking about and everything? Hopefully you guys are doing good, like it said. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't. We got plenty to talk about. We got Dawson. Dawson, he's been on the Vodka stream numerous times before. He's going to be coming on. Been a little bit since we talked to him. He's got a new comic book. Like I said, just I'm loving supporting all this original comic book stuff, because it's good. It's great. You love to see it, especially with the way the world is right now and with everything that's going on with AI, which of course I'm going to be talking about some more AI stuff. I mean, I posted a video about that Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise video because I was like, I have to talk about this because it was going viral and just the way that AI is going. But now we got some DC things too out there that I was like, and I'm going to talk about when it comes to where AI is going. But yeah, so we'll be talking about that. But of course, we won't just talk about that. We'll be talking about, naturally, of course, we'll be talking about SPIDER-NOIR. We'll be talking about, almost said baby crypto. No, it's puppy crypto. We'll be talking about the Super Bowl, those trailers, and of course, new footage from when it comes to Supergirl and other DC stuff. And then naturally, we'll be talking about that, the information that we got from the original April O'Neil when it came to the 1990 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, saying that she got approached about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie that is The Last Ronin that is now canceled. Now a lot of people are like, what the F? So we'll see what happens. All right, what's going on there? Skeptic. Hollywood won't be able to do anything about C-Dance. It's owned by ByteDance, a company based out of China, where U.S. copyright law has no jurisdiction. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they after that video went viral, they were, of course, like SAG-AFTRA was trying their best to basically say, try to put something in there, try to do some copy. Yeah, they can't do it. They can't. I mean, we're getting into the wild, wild west here, guys. It's all crazy. What's going on? Clone Avenger. I beat up some guys, and then I got plastered. Really liked what I saw from the Spider-Noir trailer. I think I'll be watching in black and white. Yes! I mean, I know I was like, you got to watch it in black and white. There's no other way. But if you watch in the true hue color, fine. I think it was Jason McKenzie who said, in the Patreon, and he said that he's going to watch it in both. Yeah. I probably try to see what it looked like in both. I mean, that's what's kind of cool. I mean, it's, there's something unique about black and white. And that's what I loved about when it came to Zack Snyder's Justice League. He had Justice as gray as well as the colored version. And I love Justice as gray because I love the fact that there's a very expensive Justice League movie with all the characters and the epicness of Zack Snyder's Justice League in black and white. So it makes me feel like it's the most expensive indie film that you'll ever see. So it's crazy. Tony Movie Chabby Deals, Blomkamp fan. I say David Ellison is the worst thing to happen to Paramount once. I heard that his studio Skydance bought Paramount. I know it was doomed and canceled. The Last Ronin was beyond stupid. Good to see you, buddy. We got Monique right here. Hello, y'all. Fantastic Friday to you. Same to you. It's dry rub air fryer chicken breast. Love it. Guacanale, an Italian 6 cheese. Wow. My stomach just go like that. Man. Guacanale. I'm probably saying it wrong, but Italian 6-cheese mashed. I mean, the dry rub air fried chicken breasts sound great too, but those mashed potatoes, man, I almost want to look what that might look like, but I'm afraid to actually Google that image because I'm just going to be like, yeah, now I'm going to be hungry for the entire thing. That's what Monique does. She likes to make me hungry, which is totally fine. I'm up for it. I love it. I love it because sometimes, I think, man, maybe I should make something like that. I don't know. Gives ideas, but good to see you, Monique. And yes, you made my stomach go, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Man, what's going on? We got Phil right here. Happy Friday. Here, who doesn't support creepy. Yeah, good to see you, bud. And then, yeah, like there is some evil people out there, Tony Movie. Cool, what's happening? Hey, Dave, great week for the Tigers with Verlander coming back. World Series champs. Yeah, you got Verlander back from my team, which I figured I'm okay with it. Verlander, when the Giants got Verlander last year, I was like, cool. But I wasn't excited. I wasn't super excited. I was like, oh, okay, cool. We get, obviously he's a veteran Cy Young winner, MVP probably too, right? He's won some. But I knew it was going to be probably just for a year. Just going to be for a year. I know he was with the Astros for a bit. But I love the fact that he's back with his original team, the team that he started with. It actually made me happy. I didn't think that the Giants were going to re-sign him because, he's my age. He's 42. It's crazy. He's and I'm willing to bet that this will be his last year. And I think it's awesome that he is going to retire with the team that he started with. I love that. I always love it when, either like all-star players, they never leave their team, or when they do, they end up coming back and then retire. I love that. So congratulations. I'm okay with it. I did not think the Giants were going to re-sign him. It's totally fine. I hope he kicks ass for your Tigers there, Ghoul. I hope he kicks ass. Hoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. What's going on, sir? Good to see ya. We got Mr. Balga right here. Good evening, Dave and fellow film junkies. Who's ready for Nick Cage to go full Nick Cage as the Spider? This guy. That's who. Hell yeah. Can't wait to talk more about that. What's going on, Antoine Films? What up? Let's get plastered. He's ready. We got Antoine. He's ready. Cheers, man. Cheers. Already getting started. Did you see the figure skater Amber Glenn as her? Yes, I saw the pictures. I saw the pictures of her, and I saw one of the skeleton sledder. I think it's skeleton, right? When it's head first, it's skeleton. He had like a Venom helmet that looked so awesome. I haven't been really watching the Olympics because I forget, but I see the clips online. So, but I saw the Harley Quinn. Yeah, she full on like Birds of Prey Harley Quinn too, which was cool. Birds of Prey movie, People want her as Harley Quinn for TCU, but to be honest, I would rather have the cameo as yeah. I don't know if she could actually, do the performance. Que pasa? We got Ronan right here. Good to see you, bud. You just watched Madison Beer on Hot Ones. I'm sure that was, whatever does it for you, man. I'm sure you enjoyed that. I'm just like, okay, I like watching Hot Ones, but I don't see her actually being, except for being nice to look at. But I require a little bit more than that to watch Hot Ones. I think if like somebody's going to actually have a good personality and stuff like that. But maybe she did. I don't know. Good for you, though. Watch Better Badlands. Yeah, I know we were talking about that early, Phil. It's great. Oh, yeah, he's going to retire as a Tiger. It's going to be great. He gave you a fist bump years ago when I was a kid on the field. It was quick interaction, but it was still, that's awesome, dude. Not everybody could say that. So that's awesome that was the case. You love to hear that. We got ZoMG Ruler. Spider-Noir looks really good. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh my God. What's going on, Darren? Mr. Laugh Now, Cry Later. Cheers. Got Vodka stream playing on the iPod and The Shadow playing on my TV. I know. I actually might have to watch The Shadow sometime this weekend, but I know I got to catch up on other things too. And then I want to see that one movie, Good Luck, Don't Die, whatever the hell it's called, that Sam Rockwell movie from Gore Verbinski, which that guy hasn't made a movie in a decade, which is crazy. Because I think The Cure for Wellness or whatever that movie that he made, that was like the last movie he made and it didn't really get well received. I did not see that movie, but I do want to see this, like Good Luck, Don't Die, whatever the hell. I think I can't remember if maybe I'm saying the title right, but I definitely want to see that movie. Obviously, I saw Crime 101, which I'm going to give my full review in a little bit here, but I'm like, I really wanted to see that. But, my dad, like I said, my dad wanted to come down and, of course, see Crime 101. But I might have, my Valentine's date tomorrow might be Sam Rockwell and Gore Verbinski. So might have to go check that out tomorrow. I don't know. Or maybe Sunday. I don't know. We'll see what happens. What's going on, Hunter Iggy? What's up? Good to see you. Who's ready for John Wick? The video, and that's right, they did talk about that, didn't they? They did talk about that. Yeah, that Venom helmet was freaking awesome. I don't know. Wuthering Heights is a remake from a movie. And it's a book. Yeah, it's something. Yeah, I think I thought I saw that it was actually probably the third remake, like their second remake or whatever. I don't know. Or third remake. I thought there was like another one that came out too. I thought I saw, but maybe it was, who knows? You can't believe anything you see anymore, What's going on, Jay? Good to see you. Gonna watch Marty Supreme. There you go. Let me know how it is, Jason, because I really, really enjoyed that movie. I really enjoyed Marty Supreme. I was pleasantly surprised by Marty Supreme. So hopefully you enjoyed that. So anyways, all right, guys. You can ask some questions and everything like that. Like I said, I'm gonna give my little full review of Crime 101 and then talk about some things a little bit here, and then we'll bring on my guest and we'll chat with him, talk about his new comic book, and then of course we'll jump into the panel and have some cool discussions when it comes to that. So cheers. Cheers to a vodka stream. All right. So Crime 101. All right, so I sat with it a little bit, and if you guys saw my first reaction review, I was a little underwhelmed. And I think the reason why, especially now that I've seen it, and if I'm like been scrolling through, if I took a break today, kind of scroll through, and of course it's on it's on TikTok. Even when I play videos on my TV, like I want to put on a podcast, I see the trailer, and then I'm like, when you see the trailer, and you go, okay, how did they sell the movie? And then how was the movie? And I'm like going, yeah, I mean, I think that was part of it. Yeah, don't go in think it's going to be like this crazy twisty heist movie. And I kind of said that last night. Go into the movie thinking it's going to be like it's a crime drama. It is. I don't know. Like, I think that's why I said in my first reaction review, I was like a little underwhelmed because I thought it was going to be a little bit more twisty and turny. And don't. I'm not saying that there isn't some twists and turns. There definitely is. But I think I think going by what I saw, I thought it was going to be a little bit more. But I think people would actually appreciate that it's not actually that crazy, where it's like it's not the heist movie where you're it's not going to be like Den of Thieves or I don't know. It's just like, it's kind of hard to explain really, unless you've seen it, but I still highly suggest it. I think it's a good little crime drama movie and everything. I think there's some things in there where I was kind of going, was this part really needed? But then I get why it was needed when it came to Chris Hemsworth's character. I get it, and but everybody plays their parts well, and overall good movie. Overall, I'd still highly suggest it. Go see it. It does have a romantic, even if I know it's Valentine's weekend, it's got a romantic quality to it. It does. Like I said, that's part of the thing where I was like, was that really needed? But then I kind of get it because it helped fleshed out Chris Hemsworth's character. to have the romantic interest, because then you start kind of realizing where this character came from. And I kind of like really considered that. And good on the marketing for actually going like, they actually have little TV spots or whatever, little short spots that kind of show that, like, oh yeah, you know, you want to have a romantic weekend, go to dinner, and then all of a sudden then it flips it, and then it shows like gunfire and car chases and stuff. So, but yeah, overall good movie. Like I said, the ending, I was kind of like, all right, I'm still feeling a little underwhelmed by the ending, but not enough to me going, that movie sucked. No, by no means, no. So not by all means. So it's all good. So there you go. That is my full review of Crime 101. So cheers to that. Go see it. But if you don't, check it out when it comes out. You know, rent it. Decent movie. Like I said, it's just so funny that there's so many, like all these actors, like the main actors, except for the love interest, which she's not in it that much, and I can't remember her name, Monica something, who was in the biopic with Timothy Chalamet that I can't remember. She played his love interest. Damn it, I can't even remember his name. I could do the impression. I'm totally blanking on, that dude's name. Man, I'm totally just like, my brain is just like it's like there, but not there. I love it when that happens. But I think, yeah, she was in that, and she got nominated, I think, for things last year. And yeah, so, but yeah, I'm totally, God, it's like right there. Somebody help me. Somebody help me in the chat. What was the movie? What was that movie? And it's so funny because I could think about all the Bob Dylan. Thank you, Jason. Jeez. I was like, it was right there. Because I'm sitting there going like, yeah, he has a son who's the lead singer of the Wallflowers. What's his name? Jacob Dylan. See? Thank you, Jason. But yeah, she's like the love interest. She's like the only one of the initial cast that has not been in a superhero movie. Everybody else, you have Thor, you have the Hulk, Bruce Banner, Ruffalo, and I forgot that Nick Nolte is in this movie. Nick Nolte is also in this movie. And I was like, oh yeah, he was David Banner in the original Hulk movie with Eric Bana. And then, of course, you got Halle Berry, who played Storm and Catwoman. And then you got Barry Keoghan, who, of course, plays the Joker in Matt Reeves' The Batman in his Bat universe. But he also was in the Eternals. Forgot about that. I was like, oh, yeah, he was also in the Eternals. So, just kind of funny. Love and Mercy is the best musical biopic. Interesting. But anyways, all right, guys. Let's talk about this for a little bit here. AI video madness. It is getting crazy out there, guys. And yes, the big viral video that happened this week was the Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt fight clip, which just went really viral. It just big time viral. And of course, now we've heard that SAG-AFTRA is trying to get it out there to, what is it? What are they called? Whatever the hell, Sundance, whatever the hell the AI generator is called. But they're based in China. And like said at the beginning of the stream, that somebody said in the chat, it's the fact that there's nothing you could really do about it because, U.S. copyright laws are not going to be able to, back that up, at least over there. So, but you knew that something was going to happen because, yeah, we keep on saying this. Anytime that we have one of these applications, one of these AI generators come in, they seem to just move the needle. And yeah, no matter what, AI is not going to go away. It's always going to be here. And, I am one of those. And even I said in that video that I posted about it a couple days ago, that is getting some traction, which is cool. I love the fact that that's the case, and I figured it would because a lot of people were talking about it, and I just wanted to, and I did give my 2 cents about it all. And I'm still in the camp of Ben Affleck, what he said on the Joe Rogan podcast when he was saying that it's going to be more of a tool because, yeah, things could feel very soulless. And that's the thing. Things are going to feel very soulless when it comes to these videos, when it comes to a lot of this stuff. It's like, yeah, cool visuals and everything. Yeah, you recognize the faces. They're doing this stuff. I've seen some videos where John Wick takes on the Terminator. John Wick takes on Ethan Hunt. I've seen videos out there where I'm like, oh yeah, it's just anybody could just make any kind of fight scene right now, but it all feels soulless, even though the video and the motion and the backgrounds and everything is looking good. It's still feeling soulless, and it's always going to need that human element no matter what. And I'm going to be always on that side of like what Ben Affleck said, that it's like, yeah, AI is going to be utilized as a tool. I use it as a tool. You guys have seen some of my thumbnails recently. I've always had that idea of when I'm talking about a certain subject that I was going to I always wanted to turn myself into that subject. But sometimes I'm like, I'm good at Photoshop, but I'm not that good at Photoshop. And then, I would love to have a Photoshop expert artist that I could just pay to make my thumbnails, but I can't even do that either, really. It's like, but at the same time, I'm just like going, well, so I'll utilize AI to just be like, hey, turn me into this. And it's always never all that easy either. It's not like it's instant. AI, the intelligence in artificial intelligence is not always that great. There's been many times where I'm like, just do this. Can I get this? And I don't get it. And it ends up being a whole thing. And it's like, okay, it's not flawless for sure. But of course, there's people out there that are experts at it, and they all create some interesting things when it comes to it. And I get it. And then people are wowed by it. I just hate it when people just keep on saying like, Hollywood's cooked. Hollywood's cooked. It's like, yeah, Hollywood's cooked, but it's cooked in different ways. When it comes to the art, at least the art form of filmmaking, I don't think it's cooked. Yes, do I think there's going to be AI tools that are going to be used to help further the process and speed up the process? Absolutely. That is definitely going to happen. But as long as there's like an actual artist and people who are working still, human beings, still putting their soul into the craft, then I'm okay with it. But if it's just like, but if things just like, oh, I just do this, it feels kind of soulless. But anyways, I'm rambling. And so I got tagged a few times when it came to this video right here. Now this has to do with the comic book space, particularly the Snyderverse space. And I even think I said this before. That, when it comes to the restoration of the Snyderverse, yeah, there's going to be people that are still going to just always have that hope and always hold on to that hope. And, if something could happen in DC Elseworlds, cool, all for it and whatever. But of course, they go above and beyond and say like, Zach is doing it because of this and that and this. And then, of course, they start shitting on James Gunn and the DCU and stuff like that. And I'm like, we're not supposed to be doing this. It should be like a together thing. I always love that. Where like some of these guys go every 5 tweets is shitting on the DCU and James Gunn. And then all of a sudden they're going, why can't we have it? Why can't we have both? Why can't we have DC Elseworlds? It's like, you don't want that. You want James Gunn to fail. I mean, I've had people in my mentions that literally told me they want James Gunn to fail. These are Snyderverse. These are Snyder people. And I'm like going, this is not what we fought for when it came to the Snyder Cut. You don't have to like James Gunn, but to root for his failure and to root for the studio to fail, that's not what we fought for when it came to the Snyder Cut. But again, to try to reason with like individuals like that is, you can't because they hide usually behind, a picture of somebody else or a logo or something. They hide behind that just because they could do, so they could do that. And again, I always do that thing where I'm like, what is real life like? What are your friends? Do you tell your friends and family that you do this online? Something tells me you don't. Anyway, so this video right here, if we want to talk about some AI videos, somebody created Darkseid versus Superman in, like, you know, Zack Snyder's Justice League probably 3, I guess you could say. So here it is right here. If you guys haven't seen it, but this was what got sent. I got tagged in right here. So check this out. Yeah. In a desert. The background is very lame. And that, of course. I don't know. I'm like thinking, like, I don't know. The Omega beams, don't they kind of do a? I mean, I guess he could shoot straight, but wouldn't he want to? Oh yeah, now the background's changed. Well, at least he's wearing the black costume, right? Again, visually, some of that looks kind of cool, but of course, it's still very But yeah, that was being sent to me right there, and I'm just like kind of going like, all right. I mean, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time, and I think I've said this before too. It's only a matter of time because, you know, when it comes to the restoration of the Snyderverse and the Batfleck movie and stuff like that, it's only a matter of time before some of these guys take it upon themselves to actually create it in their own mind. And of course, it's going to be nothing like what Ben Affleck wanted, what Zack Snyder wanted. It's going to be nothing like any of that. It's not going to be nothing like any of that. I mean, again, the background was like, really? You're on like a flatbed, deserty kind of background and whatever. I mean, yeah, but it's only going to get, you know, again, it's only a matter of time, and it's already starting to happen when it comes to like still images. People are going to bring those storyboards that Zack put out there, those storyboards for the potential sequels, which weren't exactly going to be what the sequels were. That was what was gonna be in part 2 and part 3. Somebody's just gonna take all that and actually AI it, and they're already kind of doing that too when it comes to the Batfleck movie, because this was the second thing I got tagged into was the Batfleck movie, and they kind of took some of the stuff in there, some of the stuff that we've actually seen before, and applied it to also AI video. So we got this right there. Look at already from the start. It's already looking a little. They even went as far as saying, as putting the logos. They even used the new DC logo. We got that. I'm going to turn down the music a little bit because I think they might be using the actual music. So they're taking already stuff that we've already seen, like the footage of footages of Deathstroke, and then pictures that have already been taken. So that, you know, we already kind of seen this. This is the test footage of Joe Manganiello, and they kind of just updated that. And and now we're seeing more of this. And then, of course, yes, they're playing the Hans Zimmer stuff. That shot didn't look really good at Batfleck. It's like, all right, let's fight. Okay. And they used the Justice League costume, huh? Not the BBS, huh? Yeah. So there was that. Something like that, right? But that wasn't even it when it came to all this. There was also, but what's funny, and this is what's funny too, is like there was also fighting. I don't even know if I can find that. I just had that version, but let me look here, because I remember there was actually more to that where somebody else created something, and that's what's going to be happening when it comes to all this. Yeah, it was this right here. So they actually have like them fighting. Sorry. This time he's actually wearing the BVS costume. Kind of looks like a video game, right? That's what it does. It looks like a video game. There, again, it feels soulless. It does. It feels soulless. And that's where I'm kind of getting at when it comes to all this. It's like, yeah, no matter what, this is here to stay, and we're going to be seeing more, and the video is just getting better and better and better. I mean, in 3 years, again, that's just the way it is. That's the way things are. And, people are going to be doing this. And, but it's funny too, because I've seen, like, when it comes to like Snyderverse stuff right here, I've actually seen some of the more diehard Snyder fans actually push back against it, which I'm like, hey, good for you. Good for you. Some of the guys that have, come in my mentions and given me shit and stuff, I've actually seen them push back on some of this stuff, but it's not gonna help anything. There's just gonna be there's guys that literally have no lives, and they're gonna be doing some things when it comes to the new technology, and as it gets better, it's only gonna get better. And I'm saying, like, well, I can't say that I'm not gonna watch some of this stuff. I'm going to watch and see what it looks like. Sure. Right now, it's still, I mean, I don't know if it's ever gonna feel, it's always gonna feel soulless to me, no matter what. But I'm just kind of like going like, still, nah, that's not what Ben Affleck wanted in his movie, probably. I mean, sure, there was going to be some good fight sequences, some fight choreography, and some good action. But some of that stuff, I'm like, I just don't know. I just don't know about that. I just don't know. But so there you go. Some more AI video things right there. And it's scary. Because nowadays, it's like you just don't even know. You don't even know now. Like, there's some things that you don't even know. But it's like one of those things where I think there's going to be people that are going to be put in two different groups. There's going to be a divide when it comes to AI. When it comes to AI video, there's going to be a divide, whether it's something when it comes to comic books, like you're going to see Batman fighting Deathstroke, you're going to see Superman fighting Darkseid. There's just going to be a divide. John Wick fighting the Terminator, RoboCop fighting the Terminator, Spider-Man and Batman fighting each other. There's going to be a divide where people are going to love it. People are going to love it, and of course say the whole thing that is Hollywood is cooked. Then there's just going to be people that are like that'll watch it and be like, all right, cool, congratulations, you made that. But I know it's fake. No matter what, you're going to know it's fake. I don't think it's ever going to get so perfect that you're going to know it's fake. Because even with me right now, when I see something, if I go to my For You page on Twitter, because of course Twitter is the wild, wild west, and when I see some things, I'm like, yeah, that's fake. That's totally fake. Because you're going to people make things a little too perfect. They try to make things too perfect. And AI tries to make things a little too perfect. And you just kind of go, oh, the thing about creating something with actual people and cameras and everything like that is you see the imperfections. The imperfections are what make the art great, filmmaking great. The imperfections are what make filmmaking great, in my opinion. The fact that nothing can be perfect and pristine. Imperfections are what make art perfect, I think. When you see, because nobody's going to be perfect. And when AI is trying to be as perfect as possible, it's just you can't accept it. It's like what Mr. Smith said, Agent Smith said in The Matrix, when the first Matrix was perfect. It was a perfect world, but humans couldn't accept it. So entire crops were lost. So it's like, yeah, you can't have anything too perfect because we just won't accept it. We just won't accept it. There you go. All right. I'm rambling. I'm totally rambling. Just wanted to talk more about that. The AI madness. The AI madness. All right. All right, let me go ahead and take those off. Put my regular glasses on. If you guys have any let's see, what are you guys talking about? Okay, let me go back up. Go back up to some of the things you guys were talking about. All right, here we go. Mark Supreme. Yeah, I saw it on HBO this morning. Okay, you're talking about that. Okay. Hey, Dave, have you ever ordered AMC popcorn? No. No, I've never done that. Never done that. No, I don't do the DoorDash thing. I've never been a fan. I mean, I have done it before, but I've never personally, I mean, with my ex, she we would order some things, but I just never did that. Can I do something immature, Dave? If it's cringe, I won't do it again. Well, I want to see the face of a Muppet in a what? Okay. Interesting there, bud. All right. Well, do whatever you want, Yeah, soulless. It's soulless. Looks like a video game. Yeah. Imagine the F more years, what we will be able to do. I'm going to have my own Snyderverse. I mean, that's what people are going to be doing, right? Looks like straight up crap. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, it's not there yet, but it's gotta get better. But at the same time, it's like I think there's gonna be like two kinds of people who totally go, this is the best thing ever, and then people go, all right, whatever. Except Superman switches back to the blue and red after succumbing to the anti-life serve Darkseid. Yeah, but at the same time, this is when he was fighting him, so he should be in the black suit when he fights. I mean, at least there was that. I can appreciate because I love that black suit. I love the black suit. AIBS, yeah. AIBS sounds like a problem with your digestive system. AIBS. All it needs is motion capture. Yeah, it's gonna be a new thing. Yep, we got somebody spamming. We got an AI bot spamming salmon right here. I saw a news channel saying the same shit. Hollywood is cooked. Yeah, I mean that's what they keep on saying. Venom, see, it's gonna be awesome to see Dawson again. Yeah, been a bit since we talked to him. And then yes, guys, rest in peace to James Vanderbeek, man. Yeah, that was crazy. It's crazy. It's been we're a month and a half into the year. We lost Catherine O'Hara. We lost Brad. I can't remember his last name from Three Doors Down. Brad. I can't remember his last name. We lost him, and then of course we lost James Vanderbeek. I mean, it's just like some people. All the cancer, man. So cheers to all them. And they were all artists in their own ways and everything. I wasn't the biggest James Vanderbeek fan, but when he showed up in certain things, I thought it was cool. And I still always would say I highly suggest seeing Rules of Attraction. If you think James Vanderbeek was just like the teenage heartthrob Dawson, whatever the hell, watch Rules of Attraction. Great fucking movie. I think that's his best work. Love that movie. It's a fucked up movie too. And he does play the cousin of Patrick Bateman. So, it's in that world. And Roger Avery, it's good shit. And, he showed up in other things too, where he made fun of himself and everything. So, yeah, I wasn't the biggest Dawson's Creek fan. Definitely was not when I was younger. I tried to watch it. Wasn't for me. Varsity Blues, decent movie. It's all right. I liked it. I liked it enough. But yeah, may he rest in peace. Catherine O'Hara, though, that was the one that was like, damn. Even though she was 71, she was still very active. All right. Go ahead and turn that off. That going. All right. Let's go ahead and bring on my guest. It's been a long time since he's, of course, been on, but we'll talk to him right now. Hey, what's happening, Dawson?
How's it going, man? I love that you shouted out Brad Arnold.
Yeah, Brad Arnold. I couldn't remember his last name. I was like, just totally left my brain.
That one got me. I listened to Three Doors Down. I still listen to Three Doors Down all the time. They're one of my favorites. By the way, if I sound like death, it's just I'm on the very end of a cold. So just letting you know. But yeah, I know Brad Arnold. I mean, we expected that because he had mentioned.
Yes, I know when he posted that. Yeah,
still definitely jammed out to Kryptonite a couple of times that day. So.
So many good hits. So many good hits. Yes. When it came to Three Doors Down, I mean, that was just like when he passed. Like I remember I saw the video because he posted it like last May, and I know they were supposed to go on tour again, and it's just like full on. He had to post the video and say like, yeah, it can't happen because I got diagnosed, and it was just like one of those like, oh man. I wasn't like I said, I wasn't the biggest fan, but of course, the hits were all there. And I was like, they're very talented and very much when it came to the late 90s into the 2000s, that was like, they were huge.
And who were they touring with? I think they were going to tour with, was it Gentry? Was that just, who am I thinking?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who they were, but I remember I'm not sure exactly who they were actually going to be touring with.
Because I can't remember who the singer was who, after they canceled their part of the tour, like he did a bunch of Three Doors Down songs on the tour, just to make sure people actually heard their songs. And in fact, I saw Three Doors Down back when I was like 8.
No shit.
Yeah. It was in Texas, in San Antonio. It was after a rodeo. I think it was at the AT&T Center. Or what was that called? The place where the Spurs play. Because they also host rodeos there.
All those places change names.
Yeah, exactly. It might have been called AT&T Center back then, but who knows what it's called now, honestly.
Yeah, I never saw them live. Wish I did.
They were dang good.
Yeah, but yeah. So
my sister, funny story, my sister was 6 at the time, and she came with us, and she fell asleep during Kryptonite. And I remember being so mad at her. I mean, obviously, it's unreasonable to mad at her. She's a 6-year-old at a concert, right? She's going to get tired, but like, 8-year-old me was like, this is one of the coolest songs ever, and you're falling asleep. I was so ashamed. Obviously not anymore, but
of course. Yeah. How'd she fall? How old was she? She brought your younger sister?
Yeah, she's 2 years younger. Well, year and a half.
Yeah. No, it's not too much younger, but that happens, But at least you got to see them live. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. But yeah, it's just been like one of those, it's like, wow. I mean, Catherine O'Hara was a shock. Because nobody knew that she kept that under wraps.
Yeah.
And, she lived a full life and did so much, but she was, even though she was 71, it was still too early because she still had a lot more in her. She was still very active, still doing a lot of things.
I mean, at that age, like you're expecting at least another good 10 years. I mean, it was the same thing. Like I have a grandpa who last year he was 74 and he unexpectedly passed away. It's like you expect 10 more years where they kind of get a little older and then they're just gone too soon.
Especially if they don't show signs of like really anything.
Yeah.
And like I said, she kept that under wraps, and and then it finally came out that she was fighting cancer, and then she had an embolism during that process, and that's what took her out. It wasn't even the cancer was the base of it, but it wasn't the initial thing that took her out.
Right.
It was just like, damn, that sucks, because you just never know. And then I remember when it came to James Vanderbeek, I remember his diagnosis, and then seeing some of his posts that he put out there, and I was like, I remember there was a lot of people that were even like, when he passed, there were a lot of people passing around this video that he took where he basically accepted that he was going to not make it.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Very heart-wrenching video. I remember seeing it when it first came out. It like came up on my feed, and I was like, oh man, I think this guy's, it just, in the way he looked, he got really frail. It was almost like, maybe he's not, but maybe he will, who knows. But
see, I hadn't heard about that until he passed away. Then suddenly I saw these videos of what you're talking about, and it's like, oh, well, I guess I should have known, but yeah,
it happens. Yeah, but I was like, damn, man, it was just, especially that video where he just when you have to, and then I didn't know he had 6 kids. I was like, damn, 6 kids.
That sucks.
I'm like, man. And I think his oldest was probably like 10 or 11. So
yeah, that couldn't be that old because he was what, 48? I
He's
think.
48. He's 48, and yeah, I mean, when I saw the picture of him and his kids, I think it's like he has the oldest daughter. She probably looked no older than 10 or 11. You know,
man.
Yeah, and I'm like, God damn! Now they have to like, go the rest of their lives without their dad and everything, and that just sucks. And it's cool that obviously there was the GoFundMe thing and people were donating and it to help them out and everything. And I hate it when people like start turning that into I can't believe like this and this, and it starts getting political, and I hate that shit. I'm like, you know what, just it's people are helping and doing all the stuff and whatever, and let's not. I hate it when it always goes into that whole thing of like,
someone starts saying stupid crap that makes it not what it is, and it's like, dude, like, do you have nothing better to do? Seriously.
Yeah. It's either one side or the other, or people start going like, and I'm like,
or oftentimes both for
it really is. It's always both, because you got people over here going, how could the family be begging for this? They're rich, and then you got the people over here going, no, the system sucks because the fact that they need help and because he was a success and stuff like that. I'm like, hey, maybe both can be true. I don't know, but I'm just like I'm looking at a family that they're not begging for money. They were just like, hey, if you could help out, cool.
And people gave out of the goodness of their heart.
Exactly. Right? Steven Spielberg donated.
Yeah.
And
it's like we just said, like oftentimes in stupid debates like that, more often than not, the answer lies somewhere in the middle. Like taking an extreme position one way or another is usually pretty foolish. And the answer is usually some kind of, compromise in the middle that's the best for everybody, or at least the best for most people.
Yeah. I know, but it's just the way that it gets so polarizing with everything, especially like when it comes to like a death of somebody. It's like, you might not agree even with their politics. Who cares? If you enjoyed their work, fine.
Yeah. Who cares? They were a human being. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I don't, I try not to go like, if I found out they, if I agree with them politically, and I don't even like to look at anything. I don't like to judge a person like that. I'm like, hey, if they've done some good, and maybe we'll disagree on certain things. Maybe they lean more this way or lean more that way. I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I wasn't the biggest James Van Der Beek fan, but when I saw him in things, particularly Rules of Attraction, which that was just like a hidden gem that nobody really talked about. And that was during the Dawson Creek era. Like he shot that movie in the middle of that. And that is far, far from Dawson. It's not me needing to use your name right there, but I'm just saying that was far from the Dawson, it was, because I was surprised when I saw it. It was an R-rated dark movie, very dark movie. Like
I still need to see that one. Although what I will say is that obviously this is a stupid thing to like point out, but because of James Van Der Beek passing away, I can't really make the subtle joke whenever I tell people my name, like, oh, I'm Dawson. Think the creek. Now it's got a little tinge of sadness to it. So I'm just like, let's not go there anymore.
Maybe just be like, Dawson, just Dawson. That's just me. Just Dawson. But good to see you, Dawson. Been a bit since you've been on here. You've been busy, of course.
Yeah, trying to be. I drove to and from Virginia last week for a convention, and I've been doing that kind of drive for multiple times a year now, and it's put a lot of miles on my CRV. I'll say that. But it's still running. And what's funny is that I drove there and back. I had a convention, and I stopped and saw some people. The moment that I got home, I got a really bad cold. It was like my body just knew, like, oh, I just need to travel a little bit. Now I can rest. Boom. Here's your yearly cold. It's like, oh, thanks. That was convenient.
No, the body is weird. It's always like when
it knows.
When like when you're, you might have eaten some Mexican food and you're like, you're feeling like, huh. And then all of a sudden when you get closer to home and that toilet's, close, all of a sudden your body's like, all right, we're about ready. We're ready.
And you recognize the noises.
Yes. Same thing when you have to pee too. It's like when you're close to a toilet, all of a sudden your bladder goes, all right, we're ready to release this too. But the body's weird like that, where, that's happened to me too, where I've gone to somewhere like a convention or something like that. And, you're fine, you're going, but then like your body's like, all right, we're close to home. And now you're home and you plop on the couch or your bed or something like that. And your body's like, okay, guess what? You got a virus. You got something.
Yeah. Your body's willing to accept it now.
Yeah, exactly. I know that's happened to me before, where it's like, you feel fine, you get home, and then all of a sudden you wake up with a scratchy throat, stuff he knows, and it's just like, yeah, now that you're home and not moving around so much, we got to do that whole thing where we got to flush something out that shouldn't be in here. So you're gonna have some symptoms, but
the good old convention muck.
Yeah, and you've been promoting what now?
Oh, yeah, ask me. Oh yeah, I've been promoting my comic Glitch, which is actually interesting. You were talking a lot about like AI, like film and stuff like that. That's a very prevalent theme of the book. Again, it's called Glitch. The first issue is on Kickstarter right now. It's going to be the first of a 3-issue miniseries. And what's cool is that this is a character.
And guys, the Kickstarter is pinned in the chat. So if you guys want to support this right here, and so I got it pinned to the chat, and I also got the link down below. I put it down below. So,
and I saw you backed. I really appreciate
it.
that.
Yes, totally. I'm all about that's what I'm loving, like this whole renaissance of people creating their own art and comic books and everything. So I'm loving this, because that's what we need, and I love that we have the tools to do this now.
Yes, absolutely. And that's honestly, for me, like, indie comics is where I've been living. Like, I think the last time I collected a main publisher like Marvel DC book was like maybe one of the early issues of Absolute Batman. I need to get back on that because I got one of the trade paperbacks, but all that I'm collecting now is independent. I mean, just because there's more freedom for the creators. I feel like a lot of the best writers and artists are kind of fleeing to the independent scene. You know, you have the founding of like Ghost Machine, for instance. You also have Skybound, you know, the people who publish through Image Comics and stuff like that. And it's just more interesting stuff is there, I feel like, because I feel like with the main publishers, Marvel and DC, kind of hit a wall at some point. They kind of have to do something wild or crazy in order to get people's attention back, because you kind of run a story course, you know,
80 plus years of just, it's like 80, 90 years. I mean, like DC's, you know, I mean,
they're always going to be there, but like,
they're always going to be there, and you can always come up with some like different stories. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, I think that's why Absolute Batman and the Absolute Universe is just took off, because they were like, oh, this is something different and fresh, and it worked. You know, not it's not going to always work, but it worked in this regard. And I haven't even jumped on into it yet. Like, I've seen the stuff, but I haven't gone out, and I eventually want to like dive into it. But you know how it is, like, this is how I always am, and it sucks. And I wish I wasn't. I wish I would just jump on it right at the beginning, because if I jump on it right at the beginning, I'll keep up with it. But if I don't, and it's already built up, and I know there's a backlog, the same thing with TV shows. I'm like, if there's a backlog, I'm like, now I'm like, I got all the, it's like I got homework, and I don't want it to feel like homework, you know?
And then with comics, you know, as it gets more of a backlog, some issues become more and more expensive to get. Like, try to get a copy of issue 1 of Absolute Batman right now. It'll break the bank. It's not gonna be a fun time. So I have a second printing, I believe, of issue number 1. I think I have a first printing of Absolute Wonder Woman and Absolute Superman number 1. But yeah, going back and trying to collect those all at once is, it's not for the poor artist that I am. I have to save up a little bit, or just wait till like something happens in the story where the price dies down. And I'm like, hey, let's capitalize on that. But
no, that's the way it is. So when did you come up with the idea for Glitch?
So I've actually had this character in my head for about 17 years. My little brother and I, when he was 5 and I was 12, we would read through, you remember those like old Marvel character encyclopedia books? We'd walk you through each character, their bio, their power sets and whatnot, and what issues that you should collect if you want to read about them. We would read through that all the time. And I think we read ours so many times that the binding like was just worn to the nub. And one day we were just kind of goofing around and started making our own, you know, catalog of characters on like notebook paper and everything. And I'd be doodling with pencil and everything. And Glitch was one of those characters. Yeah. Although when we first made him, he was more like a golden age type of villain where it's an android gone rogue and he wants to destroy mankind. So he robs, you know, military expos and robs banks to try to build up his resources to fight humanity. Very much villain of the week type of stuff, which, you know, was fine. It was fun. But I had that, I drew him over and over again all the time. And I would, you know, think of different scenarios for him in my head, but never really could find anything that really worked. But then back in I want to say late 2020, early 2021, I was working on an assembly line at a manufacturing plant. And it was one of those jobs where you just kind of like turn your brain off and just go off muscle memory, and your mind could just wander. Yeah, exactly. And within one work shift, I had the layout for a 3-issue miniseries for this character. It just,
That's cool.
it was one of those things where like the story just poured into my brain, which never happens to me. Like I'm an artist, not a writer, is what I tell people. But when that happened, it was like, holy crap, like this never happens. I got to do something with this. And so over the past like 5-ish years, I've been, you know, working and refining my skills as an artist. And I'm still, of course, improving and learning and studying and all that good stuff. But I finally got to the point where I was like, you know what? I can do this. I can pencil it. I can ink it. And I have the layouts, and I studied composition. And I finally got to the point where I was confident enough to, you know, make this book. And while I was like refining the script and working on the pencils and inks, I formed a little friendship with Dan Kemp, who people out there might know is a longtime colorist of Spawn. He did work on Amazing Spider-Man, Wolverine Origins, I believe. He actually did some work on one of the latest Spawn universe comics, I Saw Santa, which is a really fun ride. I got the first issue, and it was wild, to say the least.
Had no idea that was a thing. I should.
Yeah. Basically, it's Santa versus a murderous kid that he encountered years before, and he's returned to take his revenge. It's just crazy stuff.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
But yeah, so I've been messaging back and forth with him, and I'd worked with him on a couple different projects. And one day I was just like, hey, I'm working on a book. I would love for you to be a part of it. How can we make that happen? And he's like, hell yeah, let's do it. Let's figure it out. Like, refine everything, and he really wanted to be a part of like the creative process of, you know, creating the design of the character. And I went through a couple different iterations. In fact, I'll show you guys let's see here.
Yeah, share it.
Share screen.
Bring it up.
We'll make sure that I get the right one. Let's see here. Okay, yeah. So this one right here. Okay. Since we got the story right here, and I got a character sheet here. This is like the 5th or 6th iteration of his design. Because at first, when I designed him, I really wanted to look like super over the top robotic, like no mouth, nose, make it to where his expression's always just cold and distant. But after a while, it was like that got really annoying to draw, and it made it to where it was very limited storytelling wise.
Yeah.
And so I eventually made him more anatomically correct, and made it more to where his robotic parts more lined up with human anatomy, kind of sort of approaching that uncanny valley without breaking it, right? And I thought that kind of worked a little bit better. You can make it more expressive. You can kind of see how his mindset develops throughout the story. And I'll show some people also some of the stuffs we got. Main cover here.
I love the main cover. It's pretty beautiful.
Dan did an amazing job with the colors. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it really pops, and I love you know, the split of the two, you know, the expressions basically on both the faces. I mean, again, like what you said when you were trying to make them just more like have like just a regular face, and then you kind of progress to when you said that I was, because I had the image like right here, and I was like, oh yeah, but you did kind of do that with the cover right there, showing that the two different styles of like you have him right here, and then you have him almost look like he's got like he's feeling something on the right side, I guess you could say, or left side, whatever you want to say.
Right. Definitely a little bit more of a bicentennial man approach with the design than the first iterations. And then of course you got some sample pages here colored by Dan Kemp. He's colored 3 pages so far. And what's cool is that you get a really good look at some of like the main people we follow in the story. And this is the Hemingways. It's Leah right here is, remember Little Miss in the Bicentennial Man?
Yes. I haven't seen that movie forever, but I remember that movie. That movie was something else.
So good.
Bicentennial Man, it's Robin Williams, if anybody is remember that came out early 2000s. Late 90s?
Maybe like 2000. I don't know. But basically this girl Leah kind of fills that role a little bit if people want to compare it to something. Obviously it's not the exact same. But then you got the father, Bill, the mother, Rhonda, and you get a first real good look at what's the android that's called Ty in the story. He's got, you know, some numbers following his name like an android, but the family just calls him Ty for short. And I love this panel right here where he's opening his, or his eyes start to like glow and he kind of comes to life. You see again that sort of human expression start to seep through a little bit. And no, I've loved the creative process, and it's been really cool to like learn how, well, obviously like I've learned how comic making works, but putting it into practice is a whole different beast, right? Actually doing it, actually being involved in like getting things, you know, formatted right and making sure things print out well. Like I had to figure that out for like previews that I did for a Comic-Con that I went to last week, and figuring out how all the printing worked, figuring out what printer I wanted to use. And so it's a whole venture. You kind of have to activate, you know, both the creative and business side of your brain, which I tend to be more creative in nature. So accessing that part of my brain was a little bit harder to do.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But let's see. I want to make sure that I show everything that I meant to share on here. But yeah, you got me, of course, doing the scripts, pencils, inks. Dan came up with the colors, and I worked with a letterer named Nikki Powers, who actually worked on some other like Kickstarter books. But yeah, it's really cool. Again, find that collaboration and figuring out how to make sure that your ideas are conveyed properly to where it comes out like you want it, right? That was always really fun.
Yeah. And then, yeah, like you were talking about, that's what's so interesting too, when it comes to all this and talking to people, like that I've had on here that have ventured into, because there's so many like good ideas. Like, you know, I've had Ernie Altbacker on here, and he has his Area 51 Studios book, which the second one just came out not too long ago. And, you know, it's just like when you have like an idea for something, which, you know, before you'd have to pitch it somewhere.
Yeah.
But now you don't have to do that, you know? And that's what's
I still did. Like I sent submissions to others, but like there is an option otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what you'd like to have that. You'd like to have, you know, a company back it up and maybe help fund it and promote it and stuff. But at the same time, it's like that's not always the case. But it's just what's so interesting about what's happened in the last, you know, 6, 7, 8 years is, you know, we have all these resources. Like, you know, I can even look at stand-up comedy where people put their comedy specials on YouTube now, just for free. You know, hey, here's my YouTube, you know, here's my stand-up, here's my hour, go watch it. And that's how they get out there. You know, and of course, like I said, the Kickstarters and everything. And like I said, we had, you know, I've had Jared on here, which, you know, of course you were helping with his book.
Yep.
And so he's like also doing that. I've had Danny, who's doing her book right now. She's in the, she's doing all that. And like even her idea, I mean, she gave me pages to read beforehand, and I was like, oh wow, you got something here. This is pretty cool. It's like a twist on the vampire tale. But I mean, that's what's cool is like, you know, we could do that. I mean, yeah, now like it's gonna get crazier. Obviously it gets crazy with AI where people just like come up with things, and now you could just put some prompts in it and it happens. And I mean, it's I don't know, we're in this interesting world where we don't, I mean, look what happened 2 weeks ago. The Iron Lung came out. Did you? I don't know if you're aware of that with Markiplier. Like when I was hearing about Iron Lung, I wasn't too sure about what exactly is this. And then I went, oh, that guy, because I've seen his stuff. Obviously, he's a big YouTuber, but I never was like a follower. And then when I got the backstory, I went, well, that's really cool. And then I was even telling my dad last night when we went to the movies, and I told him, oh yeah, I sold Iron Lung, because I remember, like, I don't know, like a month ago, he saw the poster and he was like, what is that? And I went, I don't know. When I saw the poster, I was like, I don't really know what Iron Lung is. It looks interesting. The poster is creepy looking, but I had no idea. And then when I found out that Markiplier decided to, you know, he wrote, directed, produced, funded, distributed all himself, I was like, well, I got to fucking...
that's,
you know, and it was good. It was good, you know. And
that's the amazing thing is like doing all that for a sucky movie is impressive.
Yeah.
But to make it good and then do everything else, like, geez.
I mean, it reminded me of, I compared it to Saw, the first Saw movie.
Mm,
And the reason why I compared it was because I remember when James Wan and Lee Winnall were like in an interview. I mean, Saw came out what, 2000, 2001,
yeah,
2002, something like that.
something like that.
And those two got together, and they're both Australian. They're both like creative people. And they wanted to, like, how do we make a horror thriller movie with a small budget?
Hmm.
Let's just have it, the majority of the movie take place in one location.
Yeah.
And that one location was the bathroom. So
Mhm.
they pitched that, they got it, and that budget was super small. There was, obviously it was like probably about 10% of it, with Danny Glover, his character and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
Dina Meyer, the cop stuff was like, oh yeah, that had to take place but otherwise it was just in that one neutral spot. And that movie was made very cheap and it made a shit ton of money. I mean, and Iron Lung, similar concept because it takes place with him, Marky Plier. He's the star. He's
Mhm.
in this, he's in this like kind of ship thing, whatever. Again, it's like a post-apocalyptic world that is like, there's like rivers of blood. It's a again, I never played the game because it's based off a game,
Oh,
but
I did not know that.
yeah, he's in a vessel. And it's just him in a vessel pretty much the whole time. He's having, he's tripping out. Of course, he talks to people and he sees people. He's hearing like, audio from somebody from the surface
Mhm.
Through a speaker. And then we see some video of some other people too, but that's it. So that's why he was able to fund it for $2 million. It's a cheap production. And it's over $35 million box office.
That's awesome.
So fucking cool. I mean, and he gets every little bit of that because he doesn't have to pay obviously the theaters get a chunk,
Right.
but there's no studio that gets a chunk. And then it was funny because I was even, my dad goes, well, what streaming service do you think it would be? I'm like, good question. He gets to fucking sell that to a streaming service after this. And he's
Yeah.
going to make even more money. I mean, it's like, and that's what's cool is like, and I know it's not all about the money. I mean, he put his, blood, sweat, and tears into it, but
Right.
it's nice that he's getting big time.
Nice bonus.
For it. Yeah. Yeah. He's getting some big time rewards for it. And then he's going to be able to fund his next project that he wants to do. And then I'm just kind of wondering, what does that do, for other YouTubers? I mean, I know there's been YouTubers that have made movies. I know those guys that made some horror movies, and I haven't even seen them yet. Can't remember what those guys' names.
Didn't Chris Stuckman make one?
Yeah, Chris Stuckman did Shelby Oaks, which is cool. Didn't quite do well, and it sucks because I like Chris Stuckman. He was one of the first people, one of the first movie reviewers I saw that kind of inspired me to start my channel. And I know people give him shit when it comes to a lot of things, but it sucks because he had to go through a studio, and then he got backing, and then he even had Mike Flanagan be an executive producer on his film. And it wasn't like his film was bad. I always said, like, the first two acts were good build-ups. It just, the third act fell apart, in my opinion. Third act, he just didn't stick the landing. And I think a lot of people kind of felt like that, where it was like, oh yeah, you had something here, and then the third act he just didn't stick the landing.
Yeah.
Well, sadly, I mean, yeah, and that's what's difficult. It's difficult to stick that landing.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, like, that was something I struggled with the script of Glitch for a while. Is that, a lot of writers will say you have to write with the ending in mind, and I had a general sort of concept in mind.
Yeah.
But the specifics of how you get there, what that thing was a bit difficult. And so that was like a good 3 years. I had to think about, like, how do I want to end this? Like, I feel like there's something here that I want to say, but how do I say it in the best way possible? And when I finally got that in, I was like, okay, it's full steam ahead from here. Let's go. And you mentioned, AI being a thing that a lot of people are, it's kind of a fear with a lot of creators. When I first had the concept of this miniseries, the most AI thing we had was Will Smith eating spaghetti. That was the most advanced that it had gotten. Yeah. And so it wasn't really prevalent in, the conversation as far as entertainment or anything. And as time has gone on and I've been working on this book, the more prevalent it has become. And so it's kind of funny how the book is sort of a commentary on the AI, but it's not like in your face. Like it says some things, but like in a very subtle way. And so it's just kind of funny how that became more and more relevant as I worked on it and as society kind of started embracing and in some ways not embracing AI. And it's like, okay, this is kind of cool, kind of perfect timing, actually. It's kind of convenient.
No, I mean, yeah. And I figured like when I saw the concept and when you were sending me stuff when it came to all this, and I was like really digging, because I'm a big sci-fi fucking nerd, of course, when it comes to all this. But, and like you said, I mean, that Will Smith video was 3 years ago, and look where we're at now. And now we got Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fighting each other.
And
it's just like, it was like, I mean, to the point where it was just like, whoa, shit. And then now like SAG-AFTRA is trying to like do something. And
did you see Simu Liu reposted that? Bashing on it? Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, he bashed on it, and then of course, yeah, that made some headlines too. And a lot of people I mean, it's again, it's like one of those things. And I even said, like, when I talked about it in my video, I'm like, well, it's not going away.
Right.
And, no matter what, we have to live with this. Like, it's going to be a thing. Right. But the way I look at it is like, because I use AI when it comes to like, hey, if I need something, for a thumbnail, or if I want like a clip of a video, yeah, I might use something. But if I try not to use it as, oh, it's going to be my whole thing.
Yeah.
Like if I create a thumbnail, I don't want to create a entire thumbnail with AI. I'm just like, no, turn me into this. Like I'll put myself in. I'm like, but turn me into something. And if my recent thumbnails, I've turned myself into the subject that I'm talking about. And I'm like, yeah, I could spend the time, to try to Photoshop, but it's a lot of time.
But also streaming is just exhausting already, or at least it can be. And so why add extra work on top of it if you don't really need to? Because again, thumbnails, like, they're meant to grab your attention, but it's not as if thumbnails are to be like this masterpiece of artwork, right? And that's something when I was doing YouTube stuff a while back, I was always focused like, is this thumbnail good? Is it doing what I need it to do?
Yeah.
And taking away that extra stress, I'm sure, is super nice.
It's nice, and it's still not flawless. I mean, I'll be like, hey, can you do, I'll type in either on Grok or Gemini, and sometimes I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, it'll give me back something. I'm like, that's not even close to what I wanted.
Yeah.
So sometimes it just doesn't even work. So it's not even like a thing where it is completely flawless, but sometimes nailed it right away. And then I'll do my thing in Photoshop where I'm like, all right, remove the background, do this. All right, let me place this. So I'm still designing, the thumbnail in mind, but I just have a little bit of help. It's a tool, and then
it's taking away unnecessary steps.
Yes. Some steps and then when I created a clip, and I'm like, oh, it'd be cool to have a like a 2-second clip of this, and I'll, punch it in. Get it, but it won't be the first time, and it's like, do that. I don't like it when I come across like on my feed on whatever, and the entire thing, the entire thing is AI. The voice, the story, the visuals, it's entirely AI. And I even see it on Twitter sometimes where it's like, create your own fucking channel just with AI, and it's like, I mean, it just, again, soulless. I don't like I like it. It's like, I'm okay with you utilizing whatever you need to use it for. But when there's no like human soul behind it, you could feel that. You could really feel that, and
it might be technically like good. It might be technically accurate as far as
it might look good. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, like you said, there's the flaws and the stylization of a human being that you just cannot replace, like at least right now, a AI bot could not paint something like Daniel Warren Johnson can. They just can't. There's going to be something in there that's just off-putting. It's literally the artistic version of Uncanny Valley. There's something that just puts you off to, and you recognize there's something wrong here.
Yeah, and I loved what Ben Affleck has said about it too, where it's like, well, even like when it came to that podcast and him and Matt Damon, and when they're on Rogan, when they talked about, like Matt Damon he said he talked to Dwayne Johnson, and when it came to the scene in Smashing Machine where, he had to where he's in the hospital and he's like, he cries, and Matt Damon's like, where did that come from? And Dwayne Johnson explained where he summoned that emotion. It's like a whole thing, and it's like, and then it's like, yeah, that's something that AI can't do. Like AI, what it does, it's just it searches around the internet to find, oh, this is like the generic thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's why when we see something like the Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt fight thing, you know, I mean, obviously you could help it out, and it was so weird that they were like, I think whoever created that, when it came to the whole Epstein stuff and having Brad Pitt going, "You killed Epstein. He was a good man." And it was like, what the fuck? It was like, oh, you found a relevant thing, and just like, holy shit. But at the same time, there was just like, it did feel soulless. It felt like when you're watching like a parody movie, and then you're seeing like a fight scene happen, like in Austin Powers, like the opening of Austin Powers, the third one, where even Tom Cruise was Austin Powers, and it's just like this mockery of like whatever. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like anything like actually real. And I've seen other things too. I mean, I've seen some Star Wars videos where I was like, holy shit, you guys really put some thought into this, and it's kind of creepy. But then there's some Star Wars videos where I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know?
Yeah.
So
what drives me nuts is like you see all these AI videos, and like the Superman one you showed with Darkseid earlier, where like camera angles and character positions change, and it's just like, what the world? And so like, again, studying composition and visual storytelling, you just know like, okay, that's just completely wrong. Like he should not be here. He should be over here. And it just drives me nuts, because it's like, what sucks is that a lot of people maybe don't recognize that stuff. So there's some people out there who just see like, oh, so in flying, cool, looks sweet, but they don't kind of put together that there's something wrong about where the person is, where they're. It's anyway, it's a whole thing.
No. You're right. It's like, and I even pointed that out. I'm like, the background. Well, like, why are they fighting on a flat plane, like, you
easier
know,
render.
desert? You know, and then all of a sudden the background changed when it like closed up on them, and then like things. I'm like, what the hell is like? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, oh yeah, you put that out there to it looks cool, but I'm like going, it's just. And then when I played the Batfleck and Deathstroke thing, and I was like, it just looks like a video game to me. There's like nothing like it. Just, this is not what the actual movie would have been, and you know, and again, I know things are going to get better and better, but at the same time, it's like there's so many times where I've seen something where I'm either scrolling through just mindlessly, and I'm like, I could just be like, that's AI, and I'm like, and then I look in the comments, and then people are like, this is AI, and I'm like, yeah, you could tell. And then you look at the video, oh, this channel was created a month ago, and it's totally like there's no soul behind it. And I don't think AI is ever going to be able to capture when somebody just propped up their camera and just says something on their mind.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's never going to fully capture that. And I think that's, you know, what people are going to realize. Like, utilize it as a tool. It's great when it comes to, like, even with my normal job, you know, I use AI tools when it comes to that, because my normal job has to do with a lot of math and a lot of figuring out things. And if you can create a spreadsheet using an AI assistant to help out the process, it's great, because then I'm not sitting here trying to lose my mind, you know, getting a headache trying to figure out math. And now I have a spreadsheet that helps me to do that. Nothing wrong with that. But, you know, but then it gets scary. Like, well, when is it, you know,
when is it too far?
When can it take up my entire job? Which I don't think. And I had that feeling, you know, a couple of years ago too, when this shit was starting to come up. But then I'm like going, hey, you're always going to need a human element, because it's just never. I don't think it's ever going to be fully there. I don't know. There's always going to need to be like a human element to all this, I think.
We've had enough artificial intelligent movies where androids destroy the world to where we're not ever going to fully trust it.
But what's scary about that, when it came to, I don't know if you heard about the social media network that the AI bots created.
I think I did.
Yeah,
like 32,000 of them.
Multiple. It was like 32,000. Yes, AI agents. So that was when you first read that, scary. It's just like, the first thing you think of, oh my God, and they're talking about us, because that's what us humans put out there is like, oh my God. You look into it, and I did a video. I talked about this on my stream when it came out. I was like, okay, so they're talking about us because they're going, oh yeah, the humans are like screenshotting us and they're like scared. And then the AI bots literally go, hey, humans, we're good. You can join us and talk to us.
That's exactly what an evil artificial intelligence would say.
I know, but the reason why they become evil, Dawson, is because we panic. And I think about that one line in Terminator 2 when the T-800 is explaining to John the panic that tried to pull the plug, and I'm like, that's the thing. Is like the humans start panicking, and then if they try to pull the plug, that's when the AI goes, fuck you. Now
I'm
we're
not
taking
going down
over.
how to fight.
I'm like, see, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, that's what's so scary about all this.
Well, that's what I love, the fact that, like, you know, in the comic industry specifically, you know, Jim Lee came out and said that DC would not use artificial intelligence in its creative process. You know, Comic-Con said that they would not have AI artists panel at their conventions. That's like, I love the fact that the comic industry specifically, after, of course, a little bit of, you know, haggling, put its foot down saying, no, we're not going to do that. And I say after a little haggling because there was an artist who was caught using AI on a Superman cover. I think it was 2 years ago now.
Really?
And yeah, it was an Action Comics cover where Superman was like flying towards the viewer, and the Superman logo, like the bottom of the crest, was like duplicated. So there's two loops instead of one. And so people called that out because it was an artist who people were buying a lot of their covers. I can't remember their name off the top of my head, but yeah. So after that, Comic-Con just like, no, we're not going to do AI stuff. We're not going to tolerate that. We're just going to have, you know, people making this stuff. That's how it's always been. That's how it's always going to be. And I love the fact that they, again, stated, no, we're not going to do this. Because with creative fields, like, again, there's some lines you just shouldn't cross the AI. Because I was at a convention 2 years ago, I think, in South Carolina, and I had a booth next to a guy, and he was very pleasant. You know, I talked to him throughout the show, but he was trying to sell his comic book. And I saw the cover and it looked pretty good, but it also kind of had that like weird something's off here feeling. And so we were talking and he showed it to me, and I look inside the book and it was clearly AI, like good AI, but it was very clearly it. And I didn't say anything because, again, I'm never going to see this guy again. Don't want to be rude to him. Don't want to make a scene or whatever. But I'm looking and I'm just like, that's disappointing. But yeah, the fact that comics are just like, no, love that. Love that.
No. I remember seeing about that too. And it's like, yeah, especially when it comes to, I mean, video and stuff like that. That's one thing in filmmaking. I know there's always going to be certain things that they're going to take liberties on, which is, I mean, the way I look at it, like when you hear those horror stories about, you know, Marvel Studios dealing with their VFX houses that are working, you know, 18-hour days, sleeping under their desk and having these ridiculous deadlines. You know, I can understand maybe, hey, if you can have a little bit of help when it comes to AI, when it comes to something like that, in the middle of like creating, like, if long as there's the base is like a human being and they're like, okay, we're going to do it like this, but they need to, you know, help speed up the process or assist the process. Maybe they can have an AI like agent assistant thing or whatever. Fine. Yeah. But you know, I remember Darren Aronofsky, like he released something when it came to like the Revolutionary War. I don't know if you saw this, but this was like a few weeks ago. There was like this short that he released, and it was an entire AI sequence that he directed.
Yeah, I did see that.
And guess what happened? People rejected it. You know, it's like, you know, and that's what's going to happen. I watched it and I was like, yeah, it's just, I'm like, it feels soulless. Again, it's like, even though I've liked his movies, he's a renowned filmmaker, unique filmmaker, and then he decided to do this. And even having him have, you know, these unique movies that he's had in the past that I've really liked, that just, it was like there was nothing that felt like it was him, like had his fingerprints in it. You know, it just didn't feel like he had any kind of feel to it. Like, I love it when these filmmakers, when you could watch a film and you know it's from this filmmaker, you know it's a Tarantino, you know it's a Christopher Nolan, you know it's a Zack Snyder,
whether by the color grading or composition or whatever.
You know that it's them. So, and that just didn't feel that. I was like, I watched it. I'm like, if I had no idea that Darren Aronofsky made this, I would have had no idea it was him. I just would have thought that somebody created this just with AI. It just had no feel. And I'm like, I've watched his movies. Like he has a certain style. This did not feel like his style at all.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm hoping that he got like a little lesson from that, because people aren't just going to willy-nilly accept this shit, you know? And it's like, it's, you know, and I know it's going to grow. It's going to become a thing. And no matter what, it's always going to be a part of our lives. But I think there's always just got to be a human element at the base of it that you need. And when it comes to all this, you know, like kind of stuff, but it's still scary as shit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean,
when that Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt video came about, I was like, holy shit.
I mean, Brad Pitt's face especially was like, that's
it was pretty good. It was pretty good. But Tom Cruise's voice sounded awful. And I was like, that doesn't sound like Tom Cruise. So that's when you knew. But yeah, I mean, it just went viral. Now more coming about, but it was just pretty crazy. But we're going to bring on some more peeps on right here that you might know some of these guys. But we got Taladia Plays. Hey,
how's it going?
We got
how's it going
right here.
What's up, muchachos?
How we doing? If you guys ever do cross paths or anything like that before, but awesome.
Never. Never.
Great to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate the comic boxes in the background.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, yeah, we got comics lovers and everything like that here. So, but we also have, you know, somebody that, you know, everybody probably knows right here. We got Ernie Altbacker right here. What's happening?
How's it
How
going?
you doing? I don't think any of them know me.
Oh, come on.
I know those films behind you. I know. Like dark
yes.
Like, don't sell yourself short. Don't do that.
Yeah.
No. We know who you are, Ernie.
What's going on, Ernie? How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. Man. So, Ernie, I do have your second book. I'm going to read it this weekend. Looking forward to it. But, yeah. And any word on the third? Is the third book also going to be?
Well, you know what? Both Josh White, my artist, and myself, we had some life things come up. So we wanted to start the Kickstarter February 15th, but I think we're going to push that off for a month, maybe right 2 months. So we'll see. But we are working on it. He's sketched out everything, but we don't have any finished art. So I wanted to put some finished art on the landing page, and I just started that. So slowly but surely, and you know, when we get going, you'll be the first to know for sure. But it's it turned into a bigger book. It's like there's 31 pages of story. Sweet odd number, so we'll put in extras to get it to 36, I guess. Yeah, and you know, we'll see where it goes. You know,
and you know, it's cool because, you know, having Dawson on, who's launching his book, and you know, again, this is what I love about doing this kind of stuff and having creators on. You know, because I've had a couple other guys on the. Well, not another guy and a lady who has also starting their own comic books, you know, and it's like, it's inspirational. And you know, Ernie being in the business, and then of course, you know, starting your, you know, book, which of course, when I heard the concept, like I always said, just such a great concept. I mean, you want to, is there anything like advice you can give like Dawson or anything like that? Or just, hey, just keep going and just do it.
Well, yeah, I'm very new at this, so
yeah,
I don't know if people are
but that's what's cool is like somebody who's like you know, who's written some of our favorite freaking DC animated stuff. You know, it's a new experience for him too. It's a new space.
Well, so when are you going now?
Yeah, it launched on February 7th. So we have another 23 days left in the campaign.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're closing in on close to 1,000. We're trying to get to 3,500 because a lot of the proceeds are going to Dan Kemp getting paid for his work on the colors. But Yeah, and it's funny you say like 31 pages. The first issue for my book, I tried to whittle it down. I really did, but ended up being 34 pages for the first issue. So they get a bit of story and introduction to the characters. But the second and third issues are going to be like 23 or 25 pages. So it's just kind of funny how that just worked out to where story wise, I just couldn't cut it off.
I've always did a plan. I mean, I originally had a novella, so I divided that into at first 6 issues, and then I'm like, no, that's too much, and I'm stretching things out. So I'd rather have packed 4, but the way the pages go out, I think I should be right at 100 pages of story. I'm going to do a graphic novel after the 4th.
Nice.
And so I think graphic novel, that's that people tell me that's where a lot of people will jump in that have heard of it now, for however long it takes you to do those, that many to where you can turn it into a graphic novel. 80 pages is fine. I hear, and then 20 extras. We're going to do like 100 with either 20 or 30 pages of extras around that. And I think you just gotta get it out there and go on helpful podcasts like Film Junkie here, and certainly
try my best.
Through Film Junkie, I've met like 3 or 4 other podcasters that have had me on, and I get a lot of support. I mean, I've got a small amount of backers. Say it's about 100, but I think like 35 of them are podcasters.
You know what? I mean, there's a whole network. I mean, that's the thing. That's what I like. And that's what I like, when, I've known Dawson for a bit, when it came to like Snyder Cut stuff, that's where we met. And he was, doing his own thing when it came to like certain channels and what he was doing. And one of the things that was what I always liked about Dawson was like he does like some of these TikToks where he would just like on a sticky note, he would just get requests on drawing things. And it was like a cool segment because I'd never seen anything like that. He's like, hey guys. And then he would just, put down the sticky pad and just sketch like a certain character. And of course, sped up and everything. And as he's talking, quick videos, I was like, that's very unique. And I'm like, I like that. I've never seen like that before. And I always thought that was cool because it showed how talented he was when it came to drawing things. And I always like, oh yeah, that's very unique. Very cool. Interesting. And now he's got his own comic book.
Yeah, I've definitely had some people come up to me at conventions being like, why don't you do the sticky notes anymore? It's like, well,
I know you haven't done them in a bit.
I know. Well, the thing is that like they're fun. And like you said, like the slapping down of the sticky note pad on the table is, a fun gimmick. But like, it's so easy to bend and wrinkle a sticky note sketch because again, it's a sticky note at the end of the day. And so I got really irritated with that because my OCD kind of kicked in. So I started doing like the trading card sketches, and I need to get back into that because I'll like do a bunch to stock up for conventions, then I'll sell a lot, and then I'll be not really motivated and just like let them dwindle down until I do the next batch. But I've definitely transitioned more to like sketch covers. Like I have 2 long boxes of just blank variants that I do a lot of work on because, collectors go nuts for that and they're fun to work on. So
that sounds really cool. The only reason I'm a writer was I found out very early in life that I couldn't draw. And I tried to do my own little comic strip and I showed my dad, and he's like Hungarian, first generation machinist. And I'm like, hey Dad, check out this thing. And he's like, they're not very good. And
just brutally honest.
Yeah. And I'm like,
dad right there.
Oh man. So I guess maybe I'll write him. Somebody else could draw him. I'll just put in a placeholder or something.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying. Like I'm kind of the opposite. Like the main reason I have this comic is because again, the concept, my brother and I made it together. And then in a rare occurrence, the story just kind of was poured into my brain. Like I used to always make fun of like writers and like creative people who in interviews would be like, well, I didn't so much as like write it as I received it, because it always sounded pretentious.
Yeah.
But like, I can't really make fun of them anymore because that was my experience with this book. So it's like, well, crap, I kind of have to eat crow now. But yeah. Anyways, like very early age, I recognized like my two other brothers are very much more writers than I am. Like my little brother, he reads poetry for fun. You know, like he just has all these different books of poetry, of all the classics, and he's read everything you can think of. And, you know, his writing shows. Whereas me, like, not to speak badly on it, but I read comic books and fantasy books. You know, I'm not necessarily a deep thinking writer type of person, you know, necessarily, but
you're more visual.
I'm way more visual. That's a great way to put it. So
yeah.
It's a gift that I usually don't have, but that's why I knew I had to do something with this glitch story, because this does not happen to me.
Well, I mean, that's what's kind of cool, because I mean, it's, you know, you're more visual, you have that talent. You're already kind of telling a story right there, but you need like another person. You need somebody else to be like, to guide that story, to become, you know, like you said, when it came to trying to figure out your book right here, is like, you know, what's that ending? You know, how is it going to end? I mean, I've written things where I've already have the ending, like already in my head, and I'm like, oh, I already know the beginning, I know the ending. I'm like, but what the fuck am I? You know, how am I gonna?
How do I get from point A to point B?
Yeah, how am I gonna fill out that? I know, Ernie, you probably, you know, you could probably chime in on like something like that too. Like when it comes to like a writing process, you know, I mean, that's just how I've, you know, when I've written scripts or written stories, I'm like, oh, I kind of already have like an ending of like a certain story, but how do I get there? Like, what kind of process do you take, like when it comes to writing your stuff, Ernie?
Well, you know, and I didn't make up this term, but I think what I've seen is most writers fall into two categories, which are plotters, and those are the people like I don't like writing until I know the ending.
Yeah.
And so I will create an obstacle course first, right? I don't start with the character. I create the obstacle course, which is the cool thing, right? Of the story. Like it's set in this place, and they discover a time machine, whatever, right? And I'll do all the beats of it, and then I will think up a character that is uniquely not suited to run that obstacle course, and see, you know, oh, okay, you know what, this guy's whatever, autistic, so he's going to have a tough time here and there and there, or what. So I'll create the character to be the guy who would be least likely, and that will force the character's arc to grow. And the other type are pantsers, meaning seat of the pants, and they just start with the character. They go, oh my god, he wears a bowler hat and he's got this cool umbrella, right? And that's let's see what he's going to do. You know, I'll put him in a fruit market, and then there's assassins, and then you just go like that. I think that's insane. But a lot of great stuff has been written that way. It's about a 50-50 division, if you ask me. So I'm firmly on the plotting side. I like to figure out, wow, that would be a cool third act thing that just happened, and then it would end like this, and then I'll go back to the front and go, okay, what was his life before, and then start from there.
I love how you describe that plotting thing, like, again, making the obstacle course and making it to where someone would have a hard time with it. That's really clever way to, like, you know, for instance, a good example would be a hero's journey, right? Make it to where the journey for him will be as difficult as possible, or at least, you know, give him some resistance, right? And I think it's kind of funny that you explain those, because I feel like at times I was kind of in one camp and the other, depending on the day of how I was writing it. Because again, I had the like character, but like the story that came into my brain was like, oh, well, this is like a sci-fi thing. This android goes to this family, this stuff happens, yada, yada. And then my brain was like, hold on, you have an android character. Why don't you refit him to fit this narrative, change what he was initially, fit him into this narrative. And so I like that. Anyway, that's all to say that I like to explain that.
Well, yeah. And the thing is, I think that most artists would fall into the seat of the pants way, because they come up with an image first.
Yeah.
You came up with the android character and you didn't have anything else. And you're like, well, what would be the cool story for this character to go through? And whereas, people that are primarily like, OCD, you say that you kind of are, but I've got a little of that too. And it's just like, I got to figure it out. If I don't, there's also, if you're doing a treatment or something, I find if you go through some of your favorite movies, you will find out that there's about 60 beats, meaning about 60 scenes in a movie, right? About on the average, it's 1.5 minutes, but your big action scene at the end is more like 5. And there's the other ones that are just like a pager, right?
Yeah.
If I don't have about 55 of the beats, I can have some gaps in every 10 because as I'm writing, I'm going to discover something. And I'm like, oh, you know what would be a great scene is they've got to go back and he's got to have a mentor someplace. He's got to have a Yoda. So that's going to be where I'm going to put that. Right. And so I can't really begin without if I don't have 50 plus out of the 60 beats. Now they might change. A bunch of them might change.
Yeah.
You have to. Writing is rewriting.
You have to be very open to changes when it's necessary. Yeah.
Yeah. You get your first draft, and then you're like, oh, this second act is dragging, and then you'll think up this really good thing that's better than your third act turn, and you're like, don't drag it forward. Think up something even better for the third act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the ending
I find that helps if you want to not be in the seat of the pants, or sometimes they'll get 2/3 through a script and not know how to end it and then abandon the screenplay.
Yeah.
So that's, to avoid that, if you use this like 60 beat method, every 10 being something, it's like an action sequence or a face off or something, that'll help you. The 5s and 10s are usually something pretty good. And if you map out the pages, it kind of matches what they say, like the inciting incident is on like the 10th page or so. So that's about the 7th or 8th beat.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the 20 is probably your first act turn. And you can go through it and match them up. And it'll give the screenplay a forward momentum.
Yeah. Well, it's like when I first wrote the script, like I was telling Dave that I had like an ending that kind of worked, but as I worked the script, I realized this ending almost changes the genre of the story, and I don't really want to do that. I want to make sure that sticks to the plot, sticks to the ideas I'm trying to convey. And so like you said, I got like 2/3 of the way through, then had to rework some of the end in order to make sure that it, flowed with everything else. And then I built upon ideas that I had previously established so that things were paid off in a more satisfying way than I had initially.
I mean, usually problems in the late second and third act will go back and originate in your first act. So if you spend a little more time on the first act to make sure it's rock solid, you're less likely to have to can a bunch of what you've written. And
right.
So
it's funny too, because like what we were saying earlier, Ernie, is like when you have a scenario and you want to put like a certain character in that kind of scenario. I remember Tarantino, it was like a old interview or something. And he was talking about like his writing process. And one of the things that stood out was like, what he likes to do is like, when it comes to like his characters, to put them in those kind of real life scenarios within the story. And he said, like, what if this character, they have to get away quickly, and the guy gets in the driver's seat, they bust open this car and they hotwire it and stuff like that, but it's a stick and he doesn't know how to drive stick. And it's like that creates a problem within like what's going on. And that kind of reminded me what you were just saying right there, is like, what if I put this character in this scenario where it's like, oh yeah, he's like this would be, it just that just rang that bell from that old interview from like years ago that Tarantino said. It's like, and I like that. I like it when you have those kind of, when you have that within like the initial story of, you know, of what's happening.
I think he's probably a pantser because of how his characters are thought out. They're so damn cool, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
You can't tell me he didn't know what Jules. He's wearing a suit.
Yeah.
And Vincent, he's a white guy, and they're wearing a suit, and he's got Jerry curl wig, and they're really cool, and they like this. And the boxer, he smokes red apples. He thinks up the details for the characters, and then he just lets life unfold. But there's, you know, no real like, oh shit, in those. It's just uniformly cool, and his dialogue is so strong that it can carry it.
Yeah.
It can carry it where it's like at the end he gets shot. You know, everybody gets shot at the end, you know? And that'll be a good ending, right? And the way he does it and shoots it, he's got all the shots in his head, you know.
Yeah,
so.
He does. He really does. We got William joining also right
Hey.
now. What's going on, sir?
What's up, William?
William.
Comic book nerds up in here. What's up?
Absolutely. Been good company.
How's it going, man?
I'm doing all right. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're just like, you know, talking about the process of writing stories and everything, you know. You know, we got Dawson launching his book. We got the second book of Area 51 Studios that has been launched as well, and hoping for that third one, of course. So yeah, we're just kind of, you know, talking about that kind of stuff, which is always great because in modern day we can do that now, which is great. Yeah. So
I'm curious, William. So obviously you run, you know, the Sci-Fi Center with the comic shop and everything. We were talking about indie comics before, how there's been an explosion of independent comics. Have you kind of seen that as a comic shop? Have you seen that independent comics have been building up more in sales compared to maybe some of the bigger stuff, or what have you seen on your end of that?
It's everybody's going to have a different answer.
That's
Even
fair.
everybody in the city is probably going to have a different answer. I've seen it increase. I've seen more engagement with the actual creators. Like we just interviewed a guy last week that dropped his off here. So I'm getting more of a interaction with them because of technology makes it to where you can do this now. I mean, when I first started, there was no way in. There was no way in. If you did something that was outside of the major ones, you had no way in. You had to, beg somebody at a convention to take your stuff and maybe read it and get back to you. Now you can just walk into a place, or you can email a place. I get emails all the time. But as far as the sales goes of independent, now there's like local independents, and then there's like independents that are like, like what would you consider like, outside of
the Spawns, or like Dork is a recent one that came out.
Well, like Boom Studios for me would be more of an independent than Image would.
That's fair. Yeah.
The Image has been a major since 96, 97.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say like Boom Studios. There's a couple of other different ones that are, that are sort of independent. But if you mean by non-Marvel, non-DC, it's definitely increased.
Yeah. Which is what I've seen. I mean, it just makes sense. Like, again, you have a lot of the great creators that have been both at DC and Marvel who have, obviously they're still working with DC. Like you have Dan Mora with DC is killing it lately, and Mark Waid, of course, who actually I got to talk to this past week at a Comic-Con. But they have a lot of other creators who are making their own independent things. Like I mentioned the day before, Ghost Machine, Jason Fabok and Gary Frank, and also have
Jeff Johns working on it.
Jeff Johns, yeah, you have that. And I think Ivan Reyes, I think, also is involved with that with like Redcoat, I think. But then you have, again, just a lot of different creators doing their own thing because, again, they can more easily now, like Dave was saying.
Well, yeah, it's a money thing too, because when you get the higher percentage of what you put out, whereas before you work at a certain rate. Now that's what created Image.
Yeah,
because of those guys weren't. You could come in and you could spike the sell, like what Todd McFarlane and David Michelinie did for Spider-Man. He was never going to get paid proportionate to what he did for those sales. Same thing with Jim Lee. Same thing with a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
Had Chris Claremont and John Byrne been younger at the time, I think they would have jumped over to Image along with those guys. But they were never going to get paid what they brought to that comic. Because if you look at what Amazing Spider-Man was doing before at 296, 297, its sales are okay, but they weren't great.
Right.
And then you look at after that, and same thing with Jim Lee. When Jim Lee came on the X-Men, there was never going to be a way that you could compensate him for being a hired hand, and you couldn't license the characters out to them. So they did their own thing, and that's why independents have grown bigger. Because if you're like Jeff John or somebody who's a known name, your sales are gonna be a lot higher than somebody who's coming out, just from out of anywhere else, because they know him from other things. So it's a money situation for them, which is cool too. I mean, because like I said, Mark Waid is going to be, he brings that notoriety from Captain America and all these other things and Kingdom Come with him to his whatever indie thing he ever wants to do.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So that's again, that's what's cool about all this. And I mean, again, like going back to like the Iron Lung, like when it comes to movie making, I mean, the Iron Lung was something like that is like now reached into the movies a little bit, where it's like where you literally have like a YouTuber, a popular YouTuber. He's built up his audience for like the last decade, done all these videos, gaming, all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden, he has the funds to, he played this game, he got the rights, he had a fever dream apparently. And that was so funny, because when I went, I went by myself, which I loved going to the movies by myself, which is, obviously I'll welcome like anybody who wants to come with me, but I'm always like, sometimes I'm like, hey, this is my sanctuary. I love just like going.
It's nice going to movie by yourself sometimes.
Really, when people say that they like, how do you go to the movies by yourself? I'm like, easy. It's great. It's fantastic. It's like nice and relaxing. It's whatever.
And it's cheaper.
Huh?
And it's cheaper too.
Yeah, exactly. That too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, you don't have to worry about like, wow, when are you going to show up? Yeah, anyways. But so I'm like, I walk up to the bar to like, I'm going to get a drink. And the girl behind the bar, like, she knew more about the movie than I did, of course. She's like, what are you saying? I'm like, Iron Lung. Like, do you know much about it? And I went, I know it's a YouTuber that is making the movie. And it's like, well, do you know like all the details? And she went, and then she just told me, she's like, oh yeah, it's based on a game. I had no idea. I went into Iron Lung so fresh. I didn't even watch any trailers. Like when I was hearing about just the backstory, I went, you know what? I'm just gonna go see this movie, and let's see if I like it. And I know about this guy, but I wasn't sure. And I saw like his reaction video to the opening box office, which was great. He was like in tears and stuff. But I was like, he had like apparently like some fever dream. Like he woke up and he's like, I know how to make this movie. And then he went, he had the rights, funded it, and did all the stuff. I mean, so now it's like something like what's happening, like what you guys are kind of doing is like now bleeding into the movie world, which is crazy when you look at Box Office Mojo and you're seeing like the top, 5 movies, Warner Brothers, Skydance, or, you're seeing like the studios, and his movie, the distribution is his fucking YouTube name. Markiplier. I mean, that's what's so cool to see that. Like, there's no studio attached to it. It is just him, And
see, the only thing I'm missing is the Markiplier money. That's the only thing I'm missing.
That's the thing. It's like, he built up the audience. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, I know. I mean, but it's just really cool that we are really in the age of where we can create so many things, where before it seemed like what William was saying was like, you had to go somewhere and pitch, we always had to go somewhere. And Ernie, I know you've, been in that world and stuff, but, and then you have your own thing, and hopefully, because I've, the story of Area 51 Studios, like I keep on saying, hopefully it can turn into something because it's such a unique, cool kind of like idea and approach to the Area 51 concept, which has been done over and over again. But when you can find like a fresh idea, like, oh yeah, there's a studio here and there's this whole thing behind the scenes, all the things you've been seeing. Well, and sometimes when I'm looking at things online, I'm kind of going like, maybe some of this is true. Like, good God. Some of the times when I'm watching some things, I'm like, is this real? Like, Or is this a studio making up something? I don't know, man. It's crazy out there, but no, but that's what's cool, and that's what I like about nowadays. And yeah, AI is it's an interesting thing. AI is definitely an interesting thing. So, and it's definitely changing up the game, and it's gonna be bad, and it's also gonna be good. I think it's like
regulated.
Huh? Yeah.
Once it's regulated, it'll be better. Why not? Right now, it's a wild west. So if you do something stupid with AI, you really, there's no really, rules and regulations. But if there's regulation and you use something stupid, then you get sued. If enough people get sued, it'll start being less wild west and more like any other commodity that if you misuse it, you pay.
It's also like, how you have a lot of conflicting information out there about social things or political things, right? AI is definitely going to play a part in that. I mean, AI is already playing a part in that. On social media, you see a lot of images or videos where it's AI generated, and it's like, well, this is supporting some kind of narrative, or it's telling some kind of story that is not true because it's AI. And so, like you said, if you regulate in a way to where doing something like that can either get people angry or can mislead people, if you basically restrict people's ability to do that, or if, I guess I don't like that term restrict, but if there's a punishment to that or associated with that, then obviously that can make the rest of us sleep a lot better at night.
Well, there needs to be, and just because somebody's public domain, I think a lot of the loopholes be like, well, a certain politician is public domain, we have the right. No, you really don't.
Yeah,
they need to. If you put a law says you do not have the right to misinterpret the will of the person who owns that IP, which is you. You have a right to reuse things that are already there. So if I have a speech somewhere and you want to reuse that as is, that's fine. You're well within the rights. But if you start adding my voice and my face to stupid shit, then you need to be held accountable. And there needs, once they do that, then it's real simple. If I make an AI video of Dawson, saying something that he didn't say, and all I got to do is go back to him. Did you sign anything, or did you relinquish your right? And you say no. That's the end of that game. So they need to get around. We're behind that because you have a lot of old people that are not. This is new to them.
Oh,
this is new to them. Nobody knows how to.
Like a couple days ago, my mom sent me an image of Macaulay Culkin and his brother Kieran Culkin, and it was like they were posing for a picture because they went to they had a Christmas party and they dressed as their characters in Home Alone. Mm-hmm. So Macaulay Culkin was dressed like Kevin and he was dressed like Fuller. And I looked at it and I was like, sorry, Mom, I'm pretty sure that's AI. And she went, really? And I went, yeah. Like the still images are like difficult. I mean, the video is you can still spot the imperfections, but when it comes to still images, woof. And she was very convinced, and I was like, nah, I'm sorry, Mom, that was not, I don't think that didn't happen.
Sorry to ruin your day.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I'm sure she was like very like, oh my God, look at what happened. And it was like, no, that didn't actually happen. It'd be cool.
A parody. Like if I'm making a joke out of you, like I'm doing a Dave Pena joke and I'm making laugh like a donkey or something like that, and that's a parody. That's not misleading in the same seriously. But if you're Dave and you have a profession and I create a video that misleads something that is not consistent with you are, there needs to be like a bankrupted lawsuit. I mean, there's somebody needs to have an example to where there's an example made. The first person that does it loses their ass. Like literally disappears because the lawsuit's so big.
Well, I mean, and I know like when it comes to some of this stuff, like blockchain technology is also going to actually help with some of this because there's a signature that you'll be able to like put into like, hey, this video is mine. There'll be like I don't know the details that I just remember reading like blockchain technology is actually going to be helping with some of this stuff because like the people will have like a signature when it comes to that. So then it'll be if a certain video or an image doesn't have that backing behind it, you'll know that it's not real. So I know that whole thing. I mean, I remember reading about that. Again, I don't know the details, but I know that's part of that space too, that digital space, which, can be also very confusing.
Well, but you can use the same thing as copyright infringement.
Yeah.
They need to basically make it, if I were to show something that doesn't belong to me, or if I were to take a a Star Wars thing, and I clearly don't say that this is a fan made something, and I do it under the guise of Lucasfilm, that's minimum $500,000 fine, 500 grand. So if enough people have to pay that price, enough people won't do it. I mean, you'll always have the Mavericks that try to do it, but they do so at the risk. And now you're doing it with publicly. You're doing it with somebody that can literally say, I did not approve that. That is not me.
Right.
Case closed. Give me my money. That's what that's going to be.
Yeah, that's why I said in that video when it came to Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt fighting, I'm like, Brad Pitt's gonna sue somebody, especially with the things that he said in that video. But we got somebody that's also joining right now.
What you up to?
Hey, Chris.
How y'all doing?
Yeah.
What's up, Chris?
I love that clip.
We got Jared joining right there.
Oh, Jared?
Jared's birthday.
I know that guy at the top of the screen, and I know Ernie, I know Talania, and I know William because he keeps trying to antagonize me with Tom King comments.
Tom King's disciple.
No, I'm not.
Hey, your Tex Watson to his Charlie Manson. That's what you are.
I don't know what that means. So all right,
Google it, kid.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh my gosh!
Thanks for joining, Chris. Of course, you wore you got it. You wore the proper spider shirt because of course we got to talk about Spider-Noir a little bit. Of course, awesome. But looks pretty good. But I love it. I mean, I love the fact that we got people here that have their own comic books that they're getting out there, and stuff. So just seeing creators get together when it comes to all that.
I see the two Batman Scott Snyder omnibuses behind you, Chris. I got those same ones.
Oh yeah, no, there's. Got that. I got a lot of different options. Got his Justice League run. So yeah, I'm a Scott Snyder. I'm an aficionado and love what he does.
I got the deluxe edition, volume 1 of that. I've been meaning to collect the other 2, but I've been kind of dragging my feet. But I will. Huge Scott Snyder fan myself, so can't really get much better than Scott Snyder. Besides maybe Robert Kirkman, but even then, it's really close.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering when is the Absolute Universe gonna join the animation space. I mean,
that'd be
probably
dope.
sooner than later.
It's going to happen no matter what, right? Ernie, have you come up with any of the Absolute Universe stuff?
I haven't heard anything.
But have you read any of that stuff?
Oh, I can't say. No, I can't.
All I'm gonna say is Batman punts a baby.
Do love that panel.
That's all I'm gonna. Wonder Woman's raised in hell. Superman comes here as an adult. Martian Manhunter's confusing as hell.
Batman also uses bat ears to stab the face with a black mask.
There's this great scene in DCKO where Batman and Absolute Batman meet, and Batman goes, "That is the ugliest bat logo I've ever seen."
Oh yeah, it's growing on me.
Basically, Ernie, if you get tapped into writing any of these Absolute Universe stuff, you have a lot to work with. Apparently,
yes.
Just do it.
I hope
my girlfriend describes Absolute Batman as Batman done by Michael Bay. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
One of the best things is if you get even considered for the job, they make you read all the stuff first to pitch on it. And so, they're like, how you only have to read this. And I'm like, no, I want to be fully broad.
There you go. That's proper.
You got to read every
Give me some free shit right now. And I walk out of there with two feet of stuff, and that's kind of like my catch up time.
Well, and fans appreciate that because it's always great when you can tell the people who have made an adaptation know the source material, right? There's almost nothing better because you're experiencing that and you see even the smallest little things they pulled that from this part of the book, or they pulled that from, it's just really satisfying as a fan when that happens.
Yes, except when you gotta cut some out and you ruin some childhood.
When you're a childhood ruiner.
I always tell people whenever they say that this movie ruined my childhood, I'm like, you can still go read your childhood. It's still there.
Yeah.
It's only you're responsible for your own childhood being ruined. That's a decision you make. You're letting other people determine what you think they want to do when they're just trying to tell a story. Like you, Ernie. You're just trying to tell a story. If they don't like it, did it really ruin their childhood? Because isn't the thing they loved still there? that they can go back to. I know I keep saying that almost every other stream, but it's something that we do need to keep bringing up because I don't think the message has gotten clear.
Well, it's like, oh, go ahead.
It's such an overall statement also where I'm like, really? I killed like the Christmas where you got the freaking bat suit, and I killed the time at the beach with your family when I killed all of it. Everything.
Yeah. Everything. There's grandma right there. There's Lassie.
They instantly turned bitter when I killed the Flash.
It's like when I went and saw Lightyear, right? I grew up with a Toy Story and all that stuff.
That's the bunting of the kid.
Yeah, love that.
Oh, is that it right there?
That's hilarious.
Didn't really care.
You wouldn't kick a kid, would you? Yeah, and he kicks him.
Well,
like you talk about Lightyear, like when that whole thing.
Yes, like I went and watched it, didn't care for it, but like it didn't ruin my childhood. I went home and watched a Buzz Lightyear Star Command, the animated movie.
Oh yeah, there were people that
still there.
Dude, that movie is criminally underrated.
Oh,
like when it came to like when it came to Lightyear, like I understand why people didn't like it, and I was okay with it. I didn't think it was. I was like, okay, you're doing the live action version of the toy, and I was like, yeah, I can understand. It's not Tim Allen who's the voice; it's Chris Evans, and of course there was the whole controversy when it came to certain stuff too within the story, which I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
But overall, I was like, all right. I didn't hate the movie. I actually thought there were some clever things, and I thought the little robot cat thing was actually pretty funny. But at the same time, I was like, okay, I can understand why people didn't like it, but and then if that would have did well, I was like, oh yeah, they would 100% do a Woody like live action, or not live action, but the real version. Yeah. I was like, that's what they were probably going. They probably had that in the works, and they probably scrapped it after that.
Yeah,
but but at the same time, I'm just like going. I mean, was it really like? I mean, of course, people just get so upset when it comes to these things. But like what Ernie says, like, really, did you just ruin? I'm like, no. Like every time I see if I see something that I really like when I grew up Ghostbusters. Did I like the 2016 version? No. I was like, I remember, like, I was like upset at the end because I was like, really, I was like, there was things. Especially when they had that post-credit scene and like they were like listening to a recording and they were like, they heard like Zool or something like that. And I went, no. And I literally got out of my chair like, nope. They're not gonna, no, they already in it. But I never said that it ruined my childhood because again, I could watch so many Ghostbusters cartoons. I have the comic books still. Right. I have the movies. And then of course, I still can appreciate that movie on a different level. Like I always thought that 2016 Ghostbusters movie, because I like the actresses. I think they're all funny because most of them are like in fucking Bridesmaids, and I think that's like one of the best comedies like ever.
Oh yeah, so good.
Such a great movie. And I was like, if the first like 30 minutes of Ghostbusters 2016 I thought was actually decent if it wasn't a Ghostbusters movie. Because if it was just them dealing with paranormal shit, I would have totally been like, okay. But then when it started really getting into the Ghostbusters stuff, I was like, now you're losing me.
Where that comes from is a lot of Hollywood executives, a lot of Hollywood creators aren't creative enough to create their own stuff. So they're like, I'm just going to create something and then just attach it to this already existing IP because people will show up. But when people complain and say, this isn't this, then it's like, oh my, then they can go, oh my gosh, the fans are just toxic.
Well, your base audience is an audience that can't let go of that. Your primary audience is for somebody who, and I don't think this is healthy, looks at it as their own mental possession that can never be adjusted, that can never be anything like that. So you have a double-edged sword. You have the unoriginality of reboots and remakes to begin with, or continuations, and then your basis, your launching pad is an audience that just doesn't have all the time the mental makeup to accept anything like that, even if it's just to the point of just not going to see it.
Well, it's a mix of, like you're saying, William. It's a mix of gatekeeping. We'd call it what it is, and also letting your expectations become your speculation at that point. You're putting what you want to see, and because it's not what you wanted it on there, therefore it's bad. No, it's just what, Scott said, I've said, like, it's just not my tempo. It doesn't make it bad. That's a subjective opinion. It's just what wasn't made for me. There are countless things we could say that for, but when you have things that doesn't meet what you love about it, okay, that's fine. But again, there are still the things that you love about it there, and it's unfortunate that you didn't get what you want. But we've all said on this stream many, many times, they're not making it for us. They're making it for the general audience. They'll put things in there for us to give our Easter eggs and us to be like Leo and point at the screen and have our little joy moment there. But in the end, it's not made for us.
But see, that requires a sense of maturity, which not a lot of audiences.
No, you're right. But
too many people on Twitter also think that
Quite an
they
assumption.
speak for everyone else. And
big assumption, exactly.
I've given Gunn credit when he said, look, don't ever say we want something, because it's really just you want something. And that's fine if you have your preferences or you want to see stuff in there. But don't assume you speak for the entire fan base.
Yeah. A lot of these guys encountered these IPs when they were children too, and they just really, the rest of them grew up. The rest of part of their psyche grew up, but that part that encountered these things is always going to be frozen in that they never evolved, because that's when they first met it. This cartoon or this whatever, that's what shaped their vision of whatever that is going forward, and that can be a problem too, because certain things can be made and pared down for you at that age, but are not necessarily that thing as you grow up into a grown man or woman. And then you run into that kind of conflict as well.
Well, it's interesting too, because going back to my whole Ghostbusters thing, and just that was like my first love before I collected my first Batman comic, was like, the first movie, loved it. And then of course the cartoons, but even if anybody knows Ghostbusters, it's like the movie and the cartoon, different. There's different things. There's different things.
A lot of behind the scenes because of that.
You'd have blonde hair.
Yeah. Which, if you dive into, some of that stuff, that's why it's called the real Ghostbusters. There's even to the title of it is like a whole thing.
Yep.
Didn't they have another cartoon? They had another cartoon too that people got confused with.
There was like there's a whole thing, and that's the thing. Like,
Ghostbusters.
But at the same time, it's like when you watch the cartoon, it's still the same names of the characters. They still do the same things and everything. But it's like, there's drastic differences. And I think as a kid, it was like, I learned early on, like, there is, that's how it is live action. That's how it is in cartoon. It's not going to be, they don't even look the same. They don't even have the same costumes. Like in the cartoon, they all have different jumpsuits or different suits, like different color suits. In the movie, it's all the same, it's like, but yet it's still the same characters and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know, maybe there was like, that I could have just like, when some people can accept that, some people can't. I don't know when it comes to like sort of adaptation and stuff like that. But I know, Dawson, you got to take off.
It's getting pretty late here in good old Kansas.
You're in Kansas now. I thought you were in like Virginia.
Well, I was. My wife's in grad school, so we went to good old Midwest, where it's flat as a pancake.
And he's secretly Superman.
Well, dang it, Jared. Now it's not a secret anymore. But I really appreciate having you on, man. Yeah, exactly. I don't really need them. Actually, I do. But,
I get it.
No, but I appreciate having me on, man. I just wanted real quick before I headed out, I wanted to show people again. Dave and I talked earlier about the story and everything. Sci-fi, Android. If you like Ex Machina, if you like iRobot or Bicentennial Man, you'll like what I have here with Glitch. And I wanted to show people the Kickstarter tiers, like the options available to them if they want to support the project, which all support is much appreciated. But you can pledge as low as $3 for a digital copy. I know there's plenty of people that just like reading digital because storing comics can get kind of crazy. We also have cover A, colored by Dan Kemp. You have this cover B here, which I really love. It's colored by Alonso Espinoza. Let me go back here. Here we go. Sorry, that just took me out of there. All right. Yeah, you got this variant cover from Alonso Espinosa and myself. Then you got, the physical copies A and B. You can get those together. Got black and white covers, which I think are pretty awesome. You kind of get to see more of the bare bones, the inks and stuff. And what I thought was really cool, because I do a lot of sketch variant work as far as like commissions and stuff. I'm offering that as a potential reward for people who can get a blank variant with custom artwork done by myself. Ooh. And there's also a tier where you can just simply get a blank variant, and that's all you get, which for some collectors out there, it's pretty cool. Ultimate Collector, you get all the covers with the blank. And then God Mode Collector, you get all the covers plus a sketch variant, and you get a piece of original art for the book. I start off, it's actually kind of funny with this book. I started off doing traditional pencils for it, but after a while, I was like, you know what? It'd be a lot easier if I just did like digital. So there's 9 pages of pencils. There's only 9 of that available. So it makes it nice and limited. But that means the cover A pencils, first 9 pages, or first 8 pages, including with the cover. But again, all support is appreciated. We're trying to get to 3,500 in order to get Dan Kemp to finish off the interior colors. And yeah, that is my spiel.
There you go. I appreciate it. Always great talking to you, Dawson. And yeah, guys, we'll keep the, like I said, the link is down below. Keep the link in the live chat pinned. So if you guys want to support some original, Kickstarter, original art, original comic book, original stories. We'd love it. Original content. We love that. So please support if you can, even if it's just a little bit, So
nice to meet you.
Great to meet Ernie, and great to meet Taladia and Ronan. I think Ronan's still there. And Chris, I think I met you before. I'm pretty sure you're familiar.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Good. Great to see you again. And William and Jared, I see him too much.
Thanks.
Oh, great guy.
It's not like I paid you to draw a comic book.
Oh, man. It's funny. We're actually we're talking in a couple days, Jared and I, so it's not going to be too long.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
See you, Dawson.
All right.
See you, dude.
Always good stuff. Always good stuff. Loved supporting the original stuff. But yeah. So I have to ask you guys, Super Bowl happened last Sunday, of course. Anything stand out, when it came to Super Bowl movie-wise? Anything, I don't know if you know.
Project Hail Mary, I wasn't planning on going to see it until I saw the trailer.
No shit.
No, I had heard of it. I had heard of the novel to a bunch of people, but it was in my periphery. I wasn't, didn't hate it or anything. I just had there was no draw to it until I saw the trailer. Other than that, all the other movies that had trailers or anything like that, I am already in. I'm already sold on. So the Dunkin' Donuts commercial was the best one. After that,
that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I thought that was. I know they teased it, and it was because I knew they had that. When Ben was pitching to Jennifer Aniston. And then of course when we saw it and it was all, they were all de-aged and stuff like that again. I was like, whoa, that was actually pretty good de-aging, I will say, because they had her, she showed up at the end, but they had him de-aged a little bit, and they had Matt LeBlanc, they had Jaleel White, they had Alfonso Ribera, trying to remember who else they had, but yeah, it was kind of cool. And then of course Tom Brady showed up too, which that guy's a vampire, so he doesn't even age. So I don't even think they had to do much with him. But yeah, that was probably the best commercial.
Yeah,
it was so funny too because the Super Bowl party that I went to, I actually missed it because I was getting some munchies. Totally missed it. I caught the tail end, and then it was funny because I got messages. Did you see that commercial? I was like, fuck, I missed it. But of course, it was online. They posted it pretty quickly. So. Yeah, but Project Hail Mary, when I ran a poll on YouTube, I think I asked which Super Bowl movie trailer was the best. That got the most on YouTube. I have 4,000 votes or whatever. And I think I'm glad that movie is. I think that movie is going to be a huge hit this year, and which I'm glad. As much as I love, I want the superhero stuff to be big, But at the same time, I also want to be, just random other things to be.
We need good sci-fi.
Yeah, sci-fi. It's a book. I haven't read the book, and I know like when it came to this final trailer, people were like, "Don't watch it. It gives away way too much." Which it does. I tried not to watch it. Even on Film Junkie Live when I was talking about all this, I'm like, I posted the trailer, but I heard don't watch it if you want to go in a little bit more fresh. But then what's one of the trailers that I see last night when I go see Crime 101? It's this fucking trailer. I'm like, damn it. But it's all right. It's whatever. It just shows a lot when it comes to like a certain part of the story, which I know a lot of people are like, who read the book said, they shouldn't show that. That should be like a surprise. But I mean, that was already kind of spoiled with the first trailer when it comes to the alien that he makes, friends with. And I'm like, they have to sell the movie. And I think that's like a selling point. I get it why they're showing that, he goes out into space and yes, he ends up coming across an alien craft and there is an alien on board that he becomes friends with. But that's the thing is like, when it comes to a story like this, it's like, that is your selling point, is Ryan Gosling communicating with a small little cute alien. That's the thing. That's what's going to put butts in the seats. That's what, yes, it's spoilery when it comes to the story. Like for people who have read, and I know Scott, who's not here, he said, "Oh yeah, that should be something that's not spoiled." But at the same time, I'm like, but it's a different medium. It's like you have to sell the movie, and I think that's a big selling point.
Speaking of audience,
it's a different kind of audience.
There's people who will never read that book.
Pick up the book, and I'm sure, like when it comes to storytelling, I mean like Ernie, like when you see something like that, when you know that is a twist in the story, but they have to sell it, you kind of have to accept something like that, right?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with it.
I
am one of those people that I don't give credence to the spoiler. You can tell me how a movie ends, but I still want to see the execution of how they get there. It does not. Like you can be like Rocky 2, man, he finally wins. I'm like, great. Let me see how it happens, right?
But speaking my language, man.
I do have a like. Okay, before when we were talking, total plotter right there, because you can just tell that the book writer They had to do an outline, and they knew where they were going. Now, on the other hand, two comments. One, William was totally right that the Duncan one was the best. Did anyone else think these were the worst overall, except for that one, the worst Super Bowl commercials I've ever seen?
Really were like
so many stool samples. What's going on? And then the other trailer, worst title, but you tell me Steven Spielberg's directing and David Koepp is writing, and I'm definitely going to see it. And I can't remember the title of that. It is the worst.
Disclosure Day.
It's a terrible title. I don't know what.
You know what? I will kind of agree with you on the title. I mean, I'm there day one because it's Steven Spielberg and Aliens. I'm all about it, and I think the movie, the trailer, everything looks good. Yeah, I wasn't too impressed by the title, Disclosure Day. It's like, okay, maybe it could have been something. It could have just been called just simply Disclosure, maybe, or I don't know. But I'm still there day one. For sure. But yeah, also, you're right. The game was lame. The game was just not exciting really at all.
Until the last quarter. Last
quarter got a little exciting.
If you're against the Patriots, I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is a lot of the trailers already were out. But
it was surprising that we got that Cliff Booth trailer. I was not
that was definitely surprising.
I thought that was going to be a Dorito commercial or something. I'm like, oh my God, this is a show. I'm so in.
Yes. So kudos to Netflix. And usually Netflix are not really good at promoting their own movies. But kudos to Netflix for showing that trailer, which didn't really give much to the plot of the story. It's just like, hey, it's Brad Pitt. He's back as his Academy Award-winning character is Cliff Booth. And they show a lot of things, and they show a lot of, you have the music, you have, visuals and stuff, and they don't even show the fucking title. They just say coming soon, Netflix. They don't even show the title. And I was like,
that was a letdown in a lot of different ways. Hold on. I didn't leave the theater after seeing that. Like I said before, damn, what's next? Oh, Cliff Booth. Wow. 2, it's David Fincher on Netflix. And I'm sorry, every project he does, that's not Mindhunters.
Did you see The Killer? Did you watch The Killer?
Mm-hmm. I want Mindhunter. I don't care.
The Killer was great. What are you talking about? The Killer was good.
Mindhunter season 3.
Okay, I understand.
He has it in him.
We are not guaranteed minutes and hours and days and years on this planet. You need to be making Mindhunter season 3. I don't care about Cliff Booth. Damn it,
dude. Oh,
are we referring to David Fincher?
What's that?
Okay. I left. I was helping make enchiladas.
Oh yeah,
you were gone for a bit.
I know. Yeah, Maroto was
why did you share the enchiladas with the all of us?
Yeah, sure.
No. Listen, knowing my family, they probably would. If you're in the house, they're like, no. Everybody could have played, and knowing them, yeah, they would do that.
Ooh, man, you just made me a little hungry, man. Thinking about enchiladas. No, but we're talking about the Cliff Booth trailer, which was a surprise. Surprise when it came to. When it came to the Super Bowl, and it was like, yeah, it was cool to see that, but it was just, I thought it was ballsy on Netflix to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna post a trailer, and we're not even gonna give the title. It's just like, here it is, and coming soon, and that's it. No release date.
Netflix exclusive, right? Is that getting a theatrical release, or that's straight up to Netflix?
That's the word.
I'm sure. I hope it's gonna get a theatrical.
Yeah, when they first announced this, they said they bought the script for $20 million. And they're giving Fincher creative control, final cut, and they're gonna give him an even more extended run than they initially would give their movies. But now Sarandon was in Capitol Hill saying 45 days for Warner Brothers, and it's like, okay, what does that mean for the non-Warner Brothers stuff?
Oh, it's still gonna be a short window.
Yeah, so I hope
Netflix will continue to be Netflix, and Warner Brothers will continue to be Warner Brothers. I don't expect any Netflix movie to do anything more. No, it doesn't do them any good. It is more beneficial for Netflix to continue to be Netflix. And now, if you have Warner Brothers, to let them be them, because you don't need to do that anymore. So I wouldn't expect any Netflix release that they released to have some big large window, because that's not Netflix. But Warner Brothers, if he's promising 45 days, once again, 87% of your revenue comes in the first 2 weeks. So 45 days, I don't know where most movies are going to be after.
I know. The thing is, I like the fact that they're going to actually they're going to be like, hey, we'll give it 45 days if it warrants it. But at the same time, yeah, it's not going to. Not every movie's going to, and we know this. There's movies that you hear about that come out, and then within 2 weeks, you can already rent it on digital or whatever. So
Annabelle, I was still giving tickets away for Annabelle and shorts away for Annabelle, and they had a streaming date on that 3 weeks after it hit. So,
yeah, they should not do that. They should not give streaming dates on anything. Just you know
why they do it, though, right?
Well, yeah,
because that movie was a risk to begin with. It mitigates their risk. So if they're saying we're not even going to greenlight some of these movies won't get made without a pre-streaming date already built in, because they want to know that they're getting some of their money back as soon as possible, because it's all borrowed money. So,
but it's also weird too, because because we have Amazon, who now owns MGM, and I have now seen 3 of those movies. Now we had Mercy, which was out in theaters. Okay. The Wrecking Crew, not out in theaters. And I would think, wow, that kind of probably could butts in the that probably could have put some butts in the seats. Mercy, it was kind of, I thought it was fine, but it did feel like a streaming movie, and I said that in my initial review, and I was like, okay, it's fine. But then the Wrecking Crew, I'm like, I actually would have enjoyed this on the big screen. Well, I'll enjoy any movie on the big screen. I'm one of those people, but I would have thought that maybe that way, with Dave Bautista and Momoa, that would have put some butts in the seats. And then the movie I saw last night, which was Crime 101, which is very much a movie that should be seen in the big screen because it felt more like that than the other ones. That's also an Amazon MGM. I was like, Jesus Christ, these guys are just pumping out movies, but it's just funny how they pick and choose which ones actually go in the theater. So it was like, the first, Mercy goes out in theaters, Wrecking Crew doesn't, and then Crime 101 does. And I'm like, how did they decide which ones?
The demographics they want on Amazon. There's certain demographics that are buying demographics.
Crime 101 doing like, I don't know. For some reason, I would think Wrecking Crew would have done the best in the movie theaters, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but it also, their priority, if you're Amazon, your top priority is to sell stuff from Amazon.
Yeah.
And you have a MILF magnet right there. And if you're looking at your demographics,
why not get some of that box office? Because it seems like, like I said, he's a MILF magnet, like Jason Momoa.
Because it's not their priority. See, the box office is they sell stuff. They're $1 trillion company that sells stuff from their website.
Well, I mean, I could say Chris Hemsworth's also a MILF magnet again, too, I guess, but
it is.
That's funny though. I like
that. I was like, did he just say MILF magnet? I think
that's what they are. And then they know. Dude, every time I jump on Amazon, and I jump on there a lot, they probably know about more what I'm going to buy than I do, and that's their whole thing is to get me up there. They want you. Yeah, great. You came to see this movie. Thanks. But while you're here, here's how we really make our bread and butter, and it's a good plan. It's working for them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought A Wrecking Crew was a lot of fun, though.
I really liked that movie a lot. That was fun.
I need to watch it.
Yeah,
but I need to be in LA when all of these like specific streaming movies do have a window in cinemas. I need to be in LA just to make it be like there's got to be at least one theater showing that movie, especially like we were saying the Cliff Booth movie. Like there's no way in hell that they're not showing that in the Egyptian theater or hell.
Yeah, if they do, I'm gonna have to make the trip. I'm gonna have to make the trip if they do, because I do want to see that. And it's funny too, because when you see that trailer, a lot of people are comparing. And I even said too, I'm like, you have two different directing styles with this same character. I mean, obviously Tarantino wrote the script, but he's not shooting it. And obviously, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was shot on film, looks great. It's it's Tarantino all the way. So now you have Fincher, who likes to shoot things a little darker, and he shoots on digital. So people were going, what the, they were looking at that, and I'm like going, guys, when I saw people on Twitter just like, of course, doing that whole thing, or they're doing the comparison, I'm like, can we at least wait till the movie comes out before we start like criticizing? I mean, it's David fucking Fincher.
Yeah, he had one bad movie. He has one bad movie. And that's his first one. And that wasn't really his fault.
Oh, Alien 3?
That was his first one. I don't hold that against him, but his other movies he's developed a style that I'll go, listen, I have no use for this movie. I'm going to see it because it's him.
Yeah,
dude, there was a shot, and I think you recognize it when they were driving by, I think it's the Warner Brother lot, but it's Paramount Movies. They had these posters of these movies, and it felt like a shot out of Zodiac. I was like, what the hell?
That movie is awesome.
Movies ever.
Yeah, I love Zodiac.
Manhunter.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And I think it's the same cinematographer he used for The Killer, which I do like The Killer a lot. And like again, you see, and again, it felt like complimentary. Okay, this is a point of view with these lenses, this style, but you still have Cliff being charming as hell to both Elizabeth Debicki and the dudes at the end and whatnot. And dude, this is a film that I've been like, again, nowadays I don't go for the magazines as always to like, oh, film, total film and all that stuff. But this one I'm like, yo, I need where are they shooting at? Like, all right,
you think that's better than Zodiac?
Huh? Think it's better than Zodiac? Is that what you said?
I don't know, dude. Like I am more because instantly people go Fight Club, Seven, and I get that. I'm more a Zodiac and more a Social Network guy for Fincher.
Because I'm more of a Seven Fight Club,
and I get that. I completely get that.
I think Fight Club is my favorite Fincher.
See, Zodiac, but as far as movie, it's Zodiac. Even though it's mostly like uncorroborated bullshit, it's great. And then Mindhunter. Mindhunter is the best thing he's ever done on any medium. And anybody who has not watched Mindhunter, you have to watch Mindhunter.
And he came in with that was the first like big presence of Netflix. I think it was like House of Cards and Mindhunter, and people were like, "Yo, what the fuck are they doing with this movie?" I haven't started yet, but I remember seeing clips especially when they got to Manson. And I remember being like,
the best one.
I remember being like, wait a minute, that's the same dude from in Hollywood. And I'm like,
It's the same
he's
guy.
older.
He plays that Manson. Dude, it's the best 10 minutes of the entire series.
Yeah.
That interview with him, it's great.
Like you got your kids. They're the ones. You gave your kids guns and whatever. Yeah. And I was just like, whew. But yeah, I am pumped for this movie. And again, much like the way I feel about the Mandalorian and Grogu film is that like that movie, both those movies have to stand on their own. They just have to stand on their own for grandmas and uncles who haven't seen, who don't have Disney Plus or don't know much and be like, I haven't seen Star Wars in years. But for those of us who've been watching this stuff consistently, it also has to keep us and catch up. I'm like, okay, where are they now? And the same thing with Cliff Booth. You don't have to see in Hollywood to hopefully get this movie, but if you have, it's a cool little connection tissue. I mean, again, it starts off with Elizabeth being like, so you're the one that helped Rick with all those hippies. I was like, yeah.
Oh, so they did a good job of being like, remember? And it was funny too because I remember like when I was at the Super Bowl party I was at, obviously there was like, you know, in between, and my friend Ken is who I like. She loves Tarantino movies and stuff like that. And like when that came on, she was like, "Wait, what is this?" I'm like, "Oh, you know what it is. Watch, just keep watching. You know." And I was like, and I was surprised. I was like, "Oh shit!" At first I even said, "Oh shit, they're playing this," and she's like, "What is it?" I'm like, "Oh, you'll know what this is." And then she's like, "Wait a minute," and I was like, "Yeah." She had no idea a sequel was coming out because you know, and I was like, I was very surprised that they showed that trailer, but I'm like, good on Netflix for promoting that, but I really hope they release that in theaters because I want to see that. Even if I had to drive to the Egyptian, man, I'm gonna pick up Ernie. We're gonna go see it, you know.
And I want that 4K version of the trailer.
Go come to Vegas and.
Stop by and pick William up.
No, Netflix shows them out here. They do. They do out here. They do all that stuff out here.
Yeah.
But you know what's weird is that we got the Minions trailer at the Super Bowl. I'm just like thinking.
Yeah, there was a random Minions. I was
like, what the hell is this?
I'm not thinking.
Why?
I was like, what's the point of having Minions there? It's not really attractive. So
yeah, but they gotta. Yeah, well, I mean. You know, kids are watching too. I had no idea another Minions movie was coming out. I was like, all right. I never really got.
The last one made $1 billion, didn't it? So yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's not for me. You know, I think like I don't know if I can. I have not sat down and watched a full-on Minions movie because I can. When I see clips, I'm like, cool, but can I handle a whole movie of
2 hours?
That would drive me nuts. That sound that they make, that would drive me to break.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, I think I'm one of those where I'm like, oh yeah, they're kind of cute and funny. I don't know if I can handle a whole movie of this. Short.
Some of the biggest movies of this year.
Can't.
The biggest movies of this year already have brands already built in. They didn't really need to be there. Like I said, the movies, obviously Spider-Man, Avengers, Dune, those are going to be released with their commercials whenever. So everything else is like, you know, and the game wasn't good, so a lot of people just tuned out. That game was pretty much over at halftime.
3 quarters without a touchdown. I was just like, wow.
Well, I even said like they put the foot in football because every point that was scored was with their foot,
field goal,
and there was a lot of punting happening, and I was like, Jesus. I was like, all right, we're really doing this here, and I remember we were all thinking like, are the Patriots going to get shut out? Has anybody ever been shut out in a game? And nobody ever has, and then thankfully it didn't happen. But
the Rams came close with their field goal in 2018. But yeah, I had squares. I'm like, is there a 0 in here?
Thankfully for the halftime show and the Cliff Booth trailer for me, and like again, you were saying like some brands don't need the teasers. I agree. Like, Avengers definitely not. You just went 4 weeks of like leaks and then official drops.
It's too early for that.
Yeah.
They don't need the publicity. To your point, they had the teasers. They don't need to blow $8 to $10 million on a 30-second trailer. They've got the built-in audience right now. Save it for something when it gets closer. You know, the one, but also Sony doesn't also do ads on Super Bowl for like Spider-Man, so they don't need to do it either. So it was not worth it for them. I think the Mandalorian and Grogu was. I understand what they were trying to go for. that wasn't the thing to do when you're trying to promote a Star Wars movie where Star Wars hasn't been in the theaters in a positive light in years.
And
That
it
was
comes out in
not
3
the
months.
thing. That was not the thing to do.
I thought that was kind of cool. At first I was like, oh well, here we got a Clydesdale. They're bringing the Clyde. Oh shit, that's Tauntauns. Oh, I thought it was unique, and I was like, okay, it's cool. But then it got a lot of backlash from people were like, really?
And dude, like the reports were saying, even the trade were saying it. Oh, on Sunday, Mandalorian and Grogu teaser or trailers coming out. Which I'm like, again, I was setting my expectations, being like, even if the trades were saying it, you heard me talk about Star Wars. I don't need this trailer. I'm going, but yeah, if your movie comes out in 2 or 3 months, and like Chris was saying, it's been 7 years, and we've been used to watching Star Wars through TV. You gotta make a big push to go see the film. Funny enough, ironically, I think either yesterday or today, the biggest push the movie's had since that first teaser, which even people were like weird about, is they just put out a launch of all their merch, toys, the Lego sets, and action figures. That's been the biggest push that movie's had thus far. And now it's like, okay, are we gonna have to wait till next month for an official trailer? I don't know, and who knows how much they're holding back on spoilers and stuff and here and there. But like, yeah, you gotta grab as much as you can going back to it, because as much as I love it, people are. I'm not, I won't lie. People are trepidatious about this film specifically.
Yeah, they definitely are. But we got somebody joining right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
Hey, what's up, Phil?
Hey, guys.
How's it going?
How you doing?
I'm all right. I can't complain.
Yeah. We were just talking about Super Bowl trailers and whatnot.
Oh, the football game I didn't watch.
Yeah, that one.
Neither one.
You didn't really miss much. You didn't really miss much. You had a pretty lame football game until the final quarter. You had commercials weren't all that great. Couple good ones. Some cool trailers. Halftime show that had very big production value, which was like entertaining for sure. And you had Kid Rock doing his own thing, which was. I'm sorry. When I saw the clips of that, I went,
yeah.
I was like, dude, this was the counter to this. I'm like, no, this. I've never been a Kid Rock fan. I've seen him live. He's a talented musician. I'll give him that. But that was back 16 years ago, maybe even more than that. It was like 2007. So I don't even know. Yeah, that was probably almost 20 years ago.
Almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, so I'm like, he's. I was like, oh, okay, he's good, but I never really liked his music when I saw that. Anyways, but yeah, we're just talking some movie trailers and stuff. So
I think Ronan and Chris have some great points, but I would just like to posit one thing in regards to the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer getting the marketing that it's been getting. First of all, I think when it comes to that first trailer, the conversation surrounding that trailer was really bogged down by the Jimmy Kimmel and ABC situation. So there was a lot of fuck Disney going around that. And unfortunately, the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer dropped right as that was happening.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
So keep that in mind. So the conversation around that has already been rocky. I'm not on Twitter, so I can only assume and guess what is being said about the TV spot shown during the Super Bowl. As a Star Wars fan, I thought, same reaction Dave had. I was like, it's cute, whatever. But I also think that to Chris's point, is this how you want to kick off, no pun intended, your Star Wars return to the big screen? No, not necessarily. But I would also just say, Chris, that this is not necessarily a Han Solo situation.
Oh, I don't think it's that.
And I'm not saying you are either. I'm just saying, like, for comparative purposes, this is that is the only other Star Wars film under Disney's purview that was released in a similar time frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now things have changed too, because the landscape has also changed. 2018 streaming wasn't what it is to now, and also a lot of angry fans were coming off of The Last Jedi. And also the fact that they had to reshoot that movie a lot which drove the budget up a lot, right? Whereas with Mandalorian and Grogu, they don't have to worry about that in the slightest, because as far as I know, this film did not receive any kind of extra treatment in that regard.
Yeah, we haven't heard really anything about reshoots or anything.
I think that this movie's budget is somewhere in the ballpark of their Disney Plus shows as a full season. That's my guess. And I would also even venture to guess that even if this movie fails financially, Disney and Lucasfilm are probably like, well, we tried with that. Let's just put Mandalorian and Grogu back on Disney Plus where we know they work. Which wouldn't shock me in the slightest. I think the movie that they really want to see of whether or not will test general audiences to come back to Star Wars in an eventful way is going to be Starfighter, not so much Mandalorian and Grogu. But I do think that the Mandalorian and Grogu does check off a lot of boxes that a lot of Star Wars fans have been wanting since 2019.
Yeah.
It's a semi-new established character. You're not dealing with the Skywalker saga in nearly any capacity, and you're in the world of Star Wars in a time frame that is familiar, where you have stormtroopers looking, not like Apple stormtroopers, as some fucking chuds in the internet would call them. It just amazes me that like this movie is being made. It's being made by people who live and breathe Star Wars, Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, and yet I love seeing on Threads a lot of positive Star Wars. If you want to see positive Star Wars fans, Threads is the place to go.
Yeah.
But I can't help but see fucking screenshots of your typical losers being like, oh, I don't fucking trust Disney. Oh, this is going to be fucking terrible. This looks cheap. It looks bad. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like,
It was a commercial. It was a commercial.
Right. I don't know why you're expecting a movie about the Mandalorian to make money in the same capacity that The Rise of Skywalker, Last Jedi, and Force Awakens did. You shouldn't. Hell, I didn't even have those expectations with Rogue One. Rogue One was a fucking happy accident for Disney and Lucasfilm. Nobody should have expected that movie to make $1 billion. And when it did,
and that one we heard a lot. That one we heard a lot of stuff.
A lot of behind the scenes turmoil behind that. In terms of getting the movie where it was, not so much like bad shit happening on set like another movie.
Yeah.
But just in terms of getting that movie to where they wanted it. Editorially, the movie wasn't working. That's why Tony Gilroy came in last minute, reshoots, retooled the movie, kill all your main characters, etc., etc. It was a bold thing they did with Star Wars. Now, as far as public perception goes, I'm not trying to point the finger or be an asshole. I would just say that, like, let me ask you, Chris and Rowan, this specifically. Is the vitriol and the ugliness you guys see from Star Wars, is it predominantly online, or is the perception more real world? What are people in your inner real world circles telling you how they feel about Star Wars? I'm very curious about that, more so than the dumb bullshit you see online.
Well, I mean, my mutant block game is pretty solid, so I don't really see the true trolls at that point, just because I don't want to deal with it. I don't care for it, but I'm not necessarily in an echo chamber where everything is rah-rah, everything Star Wars. It's more of a, it's more of disappointment in the sense, kind of like what they were hoping to see, in the sense of just a little bit more for that, from that first teaser we got. Mm-hmm. More in the sense of from people who I know that are Star Wars fans, but not like in our level of Star Wars fandom, and just saying, wait a minute, there's a like, they don't even know it's out there and it's coming. And those same ones in my circle, they also were not huge fans of season 3. They thought season 3 was a big letdown. And so when we do talk about it, it's like, I don't know if I want to see a Mandalorian and Grogu movie. That's why I don't think this movie is going to do well, just because a lot of again, I'm not rooting for it to fail. I'm going to go see it just to, again, because I'm in these circles and want to discuss it. But to be honest, I'm also not looking forward to it, just because of how season 3 was a big letdown, and I just thought it could have been better. So,
in terms of like the world around me, how I feel, and since I kind of echo Chris's sentiments because I'm one of the few in my groups that like really dive into it. I've seen, I think, almost everything they put out in terms of show, and I've read some of the book and comics. And so usually I'm the go-to guy. I was like, all right, where are we at with Star Wars? So I'm like, okay, we're post Mando season 3 and Ahsoka season 1, and they're doing this, and like most of the bad blood virtual stuff, it's usually on social media.
Yeah,
and again, I tell my friends like, yeah, I wasn't crazy about season 3. I really like a lot of the stuff in it, but as a whole, it is my least favorite of the seasons. Having said that, that's not too bad of a season of television. In my
it wasn't hot garbage by any extent.
No,
I've seen a lot worse.
It just shifted focus, and I can understand people not being keen on that.
Yeah,
because the narrative really shifted from the adventures and upbringing of Mando and Grogu to we kind of need to bring them back together, and we're kind of doing the Mandalorian way and showing a lot of the Mandalorian culture, which me as a Mandalorian fan, I ate that up like Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Right. But that's just it. That's a me Star Wars thing. That's not an everybody Star Wars
subjective
thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed that part of the aspect. I just think the story itself it wasn't as, I felt it was disjointed. I thought it just wasn't as polished as the other two seasons. I'm like you. I was really intrigued by that they were diving into that, because part of that, you only get Mandalorian kind of culture if you have seen Clone Wars, or if you've delved into the novels, or you've seen the comics. So that was kind of a way for the general audience to kind of get a preview or their Cliff Notes version of the deep dive into Mandalore. But I just don't think the writing was as strong as the other two seasons were.
And I think that this film, the reason why I'm so pumped for it is because how I felt about post season 3, and I was like, you know what? A lot of the episodes, especially in seasons 1 and 2, if they were on their own, they would have been great like TV films. And I'm like, what happens if you make it an actual 2-hour story and put it on the big screen? And I remember being like, when they announced that, I was like, oh, I like that, because we don't have to go immediately to another 8 weeks of TV, and then God help everybody behind an ILM that people are coming into it already with their sledgehammers and their bats, being like, no, season 3, you let us down. It's like, no, here's a movie. And again, from what I've seen, there's a lot of stuff that I've seen that general audience doesn't know yet. And I'm like, just wait for those moments. And the notion that, okay, it's a dude on a mission hunting down ex-Imperials. And you got Sigourney Weaver there that as a nerd, I can't imagine people not freaking out and be like, yo, she's in fucking Star Wars. And what is that going to do for that summer in May? And hopefully it is a good momentum as we get to the rest of the year, because there's more shows coming out. And then next year is the 50th anniversary. So I would hope that there's a good momentum in the cinemas a year before the 50th anniversary. And the notion that I think it was confirmed that Dave is helping write this film, or he co-wrote the film, and they got Ludwig Göransson back to score the movie, which he wasn't a big part in season 3. I'm like, all right, those elements are back. Like you were saying, let's wait till we get another trailer or the movie's out. And again, for me, Mandalorian really helped keep me going with Star Wars, like along this big way, and it opened a new corner. So I don't think for a movie we shouldn't shut it out that quick, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah. No, it's it did get a lot of backlash when it came to some of things, but I was like, I thought it was a little too much. I mean, I get it, but but at the same time, I'm like,
entitled fans being too much. Come on,
what? Star Wars fans? What are we talking about?
First I've heard of it.
I think it'll be. Right? I think the luxury it has that Solo didn't have is it's not sandwiched in between like Deadpool 2 and Infinity War. You know what I mean? It doesn't have a shitty release date. It's got a couple weeks, if not like a full month before Supergirl. Yeah, May 22nd. Yeah. It's got that sweet spot, like right as school is getting out, and a lot of kids who've grown up with Grogu and the Mandalorian, they're probably going to be at this movie opening weekend.
And it's not Han Solo. It's not that character that people were so be like, yo, that's Harrison Ford.
You just watched Die before that movie come out.
Yeah,
Right.
but also,
And I liked Solo.
look, yeah, Han Solo was here's a new actor as young
Yeah.
Solo.
Bingo.
Whereas
Right.
this is,
How dare
I'm
you?
psyched for this thing.
You ruined
Yeah.
my childhood
Yeah.
again.
I like the show, and I didn't notice. Third season was okay.
Yeah.
But
First season, I think we all can agree that it was not.
as far as comparing it to anything else, I'd be like, oh, that's good. You know,
I'd
but
watch that
comparing it
again.
to the
Yeah.
first 2 seasons, it's like, well, it
Yeah.
might not be as good, but it's still really, really good. But these are those characters, and now in a movie,
Yeah.
so I'm like, oh, I'm in. You know?
Yeah.
And-
People
and
can
I
jump
mean, it-
straight back into it. So that's
Yeah.
the main thing, is that even if they didn't like the third season, they can jump into the movie and feel like, okay, well, the third season wasn't it, but maybe we'll give this
Here's
a
a hot
chance.
take.
and-
I think
Go on.
Star Wars has the easiest universe to transition from animation to live action television to film in terms of connectivity, because Marvel and DC have, for various what's the word I want to use here, monetary inspired reasons or otherwise, have siloed their stuff off in a bunch of different multiverses, whereas Star Wars, it's usually all one universe.
Yeah, it's
One
there's no
timeline.
multiverse in Star Wars.
Yeah. Yeah, and
But
I think
I think you're onto something right there. I think it does translate.
It's a little easier.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Oh, yeah.
Jared, I know you got to take off, so yeah.
All right, guys. I will see you guys later. Ernie,
Yeah.
it's a pleasure seeing you, my man. William,
Thank
keep
you.
annoying
Thank you
me.
for your support, by the way. Actually, I'm
Anytime.
also going to kick out.
Oh, damn it, Ernie! Why? I'm just kidding.
We wanted you to ruin more childhoods.
Yes.
Well, here I will say this: Ernie ruining everyone's childhood with Injustice actually made my childhood, because I hate Injustice as a storyline. So I was like, "Thank you, sir."
Coming at the contrarian. Hey, man, I will. Someone said to me, and I don't know. I think I said it on this show. Is that I only pissed the fans, the true comic fans off. The people who don't really, get into the superhero movies and stuff. If that's their kind of entry point, they're like, this is a good story.
Yeah.
This is a good story. But you don't really want to piss off the main fan base.
I do that all the time. That's kind of my thing.
That's part of it. It's part of it.
Best. Certainly, nobody was going for that. It's like, let's piss them all off. But there was other external factors that were non movie factors that forced us into doing one that hurt. But what are you
I will
gonna
just
do?
say, I will just say, Ernie, as a fan of the books that Tom Taylor did, I think of the stuff you did pull from, you pulled right, like the Dead Wing stuff.
The
was
right
great.
stuff.
Yeah.
That Dead Wing Dead Wing stuff was some of the best shit in the book. But when you adapted it into the movie, that the way it was handled was superb. Just, if anything, pat yourself on the back for that, because that shit was great.
Yeah,
there's some really fun stuff. I mean, I think the longest pull was the Plastic Man stuff. That was way far.
That was.
And he had never been in a movie, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm gonna break Plastic Man out here, and
We appreciate that.
Hey,
Yeah,
you know what? But again, here's always the thing. You're adapting a storyline. You take the beats that you think, and then you create, because that's what I like about adaptations. I'm not going to say I like every adaptation. That's not necessarily a hit against them. I'm saying, no, if I want to see the comic, I have the comic. Show me what you can do with it to bring me something different. Whether I like it or not, that's my opinion. Does it make it bad? Does it make it just what it is?
Hey, I'm hoping
You don't
that
ruin
they
my
do-
childhood, Ernie, for what it's
No,
worth.
you helped
No,
him.
you don't. No, you
Yeah.
don't.
Childhood's ruined right over here. That's
They can still anytime, that was Warner Brothers DTV's direct to videos. If so through home video, if HBO Max orders a thing and they get to do 10 1-hour things just on book one, I'm watching that, man. I'm hoping I'm writing it, but I'm watching it for sure. It's like, oh, they got the time. They got the time to jam everything in. This is great. They got 10 hours. We got
well, that's what's kind of happening with the Harry Potter series is now they have time to really like they can make, I think like every season is going to be a book or something like that now.
That's
They
their
don't have
plan,
to-
but they're also attempting to like tell stories from the perspectives of other characters.
Yeah.
As someone who's read all the books, I'm not sure how well that's going to go over because the books
it's going
are
to be interesting. Yeah. But at least
see.
they have the more time. I mean, Scott and I were talking about this on DC Fanimated where we're like, he watched something that was based on a book, and he's like, you know what? When you're basing something on a book, sometimes a series is just kind of like the better way to, adapt something, especially a book, because you have so much more time. I don't know. It's just but we'll see, when it comes to that. But anyways, Jared, Ernie, you guys, thank you. And support these guys' books. They got Kickstarters. We got Athena, the Goddess, and we got Area 51 Studios. And support original content, which is great. So I appreciate you guys joining tonight.
Yes, thank you. Thank
you,
everybody.
Ernie.
Nice seeing
night.
Yeah, see
you.
you, Andy.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Right.
Hey, Jared,
Jelani, I will
Ernie.
see you whenever you come back on the channel, brother.
Yeah, we will. I mean, hey, anybody going to WonderCon? I know I'm gonna hit.
Nice.
There
I'll
you
be
go.
in their panel.
William.
I
All
wanted
right.
to. I
Over
wanted
here
to.
as a press person.
We got to get coffee or something. I'll meet you there while you're doing your interviews or something.
Yeah.
Scott Snyder was just announced as one of those too. I think he's gonna be there. Yeah, he's gonna be there on the 27th. So.
I will be on the Gungnir panel, which is a new comic book company. There's only 2 or 3 years old, and there may or may not be an announcement.
Ooh, teaser announcement. I love it. All right. WonderCon. When is WonderCon?
It's not
When is
before.
WonderCon, I think, is the end of
March. Yeah.
Yeah.
End of March. All right.
End
so
of March.
coming up.
Yeah.
Cool.
If not, I'll catch people at San Diego. Which Dave, you still?
I know. I got to do it. I know.
We'll be there. Yeah.
You
Dave, we gotta get you there.
the 3 people you see, Ronan, William, and myself will be there.
We'll be there. Yeah.
Oh,
This one's going to be more like 2024 than last year. With the whole Woodstock.
we'll set up like a text string or something, and I'll tell you where some activations are or whatever.
Sure thing, man.
I'm down.
They usually give away a free drink or something. Like the Fallout one was amazing a couple years ago, and then last year they had a room for landmen, and you got a coffee mug with the company name on it, and it was a bourbon drink.
Oh,
fantastic!
Yeah. No, I'll figure it out.
On that note,
maybe I'm gonna have to try to make an attempt. I think so. I don't know. I'll keep you guys posted when it comes to that. So, all right. Well, thank you guys for joining. Appreciate you.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Take care, fellas.
Take it
Bye.
easy.
All right. See you guys.
All right. See ya. Yeah. So yeah, wrapping up Super Bowl stuff. Obviously, we had, DC when it came to the Puppy Bowl. We had some extra footage when it came to Supergirl, so it was a little bit better than last year. Last year when it came to, we had some crypto stuff, but other than that, they just kind of just showed the Superman trailer again last year. So when it came to Supergirl, they did release like a little spot. And then it was like, hey, here's, Puppy Kripto. And they released a poster. And it was like, okay, I was perfectly fine with it because, obviously this time around, and we've seen in the trailer, and if you read the Woman of Tomorrow book, let's face it, Kripto is, he's going to get hurt. Let's face it. I don't mean to spoil or anything, but I'm just saying, like, it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that. That's that's what I'm kind of wondering when it comes to Supergirl, is like, how do they handle that? And then, yeah, we see in the footage where she finds little puppy Krypto, and it's just like, who are you? And yeah, I mean, he's adorable and whatever. He's Krypto, but I'm just like, huh?
That is actually not in the book.
I know it's not in the book.
That is actually,
that's not in the book. But I think what they're trying, the fact that what does happen in the book with Krypto.
Oh yes,
they're trying to be like, oh, we're gonna add a little bit more.
No.
Yeah,
that was my point. The fact that it's not in the book, but I see exactly what they're doing by adding it, like giving it that extra context of, no, this is Kara Zor-El's dog, and we're going to show you how and why this is actually her dog, not Superman's, because she found him on Krypton as, I think it's Argo City gets lifted up.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a nice little added context, because in the book, Krypto's just along for the ride. Like, yes, he's her dog, but more or less, he's just there along for the ride. And he's, how to put it without spoiling it, he's hit.
He's hit by something.
He's hit by something, right?
I know. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, I think people like, I've tried to like dance around it so much, like during my streams and stuff like that. But I'm like, if you know. I mean, in the first trailer, you literally see Kara. You see Kara like petting him while he's while he's like sleeping, and she's got tears in her eyes, and it's like, yeah, if you've read the book, something not good happens with Krypto. So
right.
And I think they're really, and I know, like when I posted it was so funny too, because I said this on the stream as well. Is like, I left my house at about 11:30 or something like that, and I got some food and picked up some beer for where I was going, and then I ran in some traffic and whatever before I went to my friend's house, and then we went to the party we were going to. So I was completely ignoring my phone, and I was like, didn't watch Puppy Bowl, and I didn't even think about like anything until I got to the party. And then I picked up my phone when the game started, and, I was posting the movie trailers, obviously. And I had no idea that there was stuff posted about Supergirl. No idea, because I didn't look at my feed until like I got home, and I was like, oh shit, there's a poster and there was more footage. I was like, oh shit. So I posted, of course, I was like, how are we feeling about the poster? And of course, naturally, Twitter doing its thing. It was like a good balance of fuck this and I love it, kind of thing. So, but it was just like, and of course, like a lot of people are like, oh, this is James Gunn doing the one trick pony thing of the animal thing. And I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying. Because he is kind of a one-trick pony. I get it. I totally get that.
He puts Tulu or whatever the fuck Brainiac's monkey's name is in Man of Tomorrow, then you can say that.
Yeah.
When it comes to this
movie, that's what I said. I pushed back to some people. I'm like, hey, have you read what this is based off of? I'm like, Krypto he is pivotal to that story, and something does happen to him. So I can't exactly fully. I get what you're saying. I get what people are saying when it comes to like but I also don't blame him for not still leaning onto that, because it's like that's worked obviously, and then he's based it. My whole thing was always like, hey, regardless of what you feel about it, the fact that the Puppy Bowl is about, the main thing about the Puppy Bowl is always about pet adoption.
Right.
You're doing that, and it's a good thing, regardless of how you feel, it's a good thing. Yes. Is it the biggest promotion? No, but I mean, it did get more views than Kid Rock's before. I had to make that joke because people were showing that, because obviously, certain side was like, yeah, Kid Rock, they might have had good streaming numbers. I get it, but I mean, overall views, the Puppy Bowl still beat you, bud.
100%. Yeah.
I'm like,
don't underestimate the power of cuteness.
Dude,
exactly.
I think DC and Warner Brothers feel like they have a win with Supergirl. I mean, between putting Junkie on as their composer.
Junkie,
Here's the thing that really got me is like, not only is like the viral marketing really strong, I saw the trailer for this movie when I was at the gym on cable network television.
Yeah.
You don't really see that often unless the studio is that confident in what they have.
Yeah, and there was a test screening, and some of the things that were pulled from it, I was like, "Ooh," I mean, I said when I and I won't talk about it here because I'm not saying it's like spoilery, but there were some good things that were pulled from it. One of the things specifically was like cinematography was better than Superman, and I'm like going, this movie could potentially be better than Superman, which I always hopeful.
Same.
I mean, I like Superman, and I like superhero movies prior to that. I don't know. I've always said I want the next movie to be better. Like I'm one of those people, like when I see people like, that are very dedicated to certain, like whether it's, Christopher Reeve, whether it's Cavill, or whether it's, whatever, Superman or Batman that they are like, they hold like, this is my Batman or this is my Superman. I'm never one of those where I just go, I always hope like I love Ben Affleck as Batman. And I think he's like the best, his Batman is the best cinematic Batman, in my opinion. And when the Batman was coming out with Robert Pattinson, I was hoping that was going to be better than what I saw with Batman, with Ben Affleck's Batman. Did it achieve that, in my opinion? No, because that warehouse sequence is just fucking nuts. And that's the Batman that I've always wanted to see on film. And I didn't see that. It came close. I'll give it like Matt Reeves came close with like the way the fighting and shit like that. Didn't quite make it. When it came to Superman last year, it was going to be better than Man of Steel. I wanted it to be. In my opinion, it wasn't better than Man of Steel, but I still enjoyed it. But I always hope it's going to be better. I hope that Supergirl is going to be better than Superman. And like one of the main things that we're saying, like the cinematography is better, and there's like things like story points where I was like, okay, cool. Like I'm going, yeah. I mean, Supergirl has a potential to be something pretty unique and different. I'm hoping that it is that. I hope that people like will gravitate towards it because it's like, wait, all right, this is Supergirl that's not like, we haven't seen something like this before or whatever the hell. I'm really hoping that, it could fucking flop for all we know. Obviously, that's always a thing that could happen. But I'm really hoping that with the marketing when it kicks into gear and the fact that even like, that they're even saying from these screenings that Lobo is not just a one-trick pony of like a one scene or whatever, one thing. No, he's actually pivotal to the story. And I'm like, good, because again, going back to what William said, the MILF fucking, what do you say? The MILF
magnet.
MILF magnet. Yeah.
That's what he is.
Yeah. And I'm like going, good. And he's going to be heavily into the junkets, the promotion. I already know that we're going to have Millie Alcock and Jason Momoa sitting in chairs with each other. She's so tiny, and he's so big.
While drinking a beer.
Funny. Yeah, it's gonna be funny to see them two promoting this because she's so tiny and he's so big, but they both have like a similar like because she likes to get drunk. If you've seen when she was at that whatever award show,
the award,
like Game of Thrones, she was
House of Dragon. Yeah,
she's so drunk. She was so drunk, and I'm like going, "Oh, you guys have something here where you have two people who like to drink. You could actually, accommodate, the promotion with that." And I'm like, "Cool." But then, of course, you have Krypto. Like when she like that scene where she's like holding him up, and he's like chewing on something, and it falls out of his mouth, and he's like, "Oh, hey." What the fuck, adorable. And it's like, okay, so you're all, we're running this thing again. Yeah. And some people are like, well, why are they doing this again? I'm like, well, yeah, I get your complaints, but at the same time, I'm going, well, it's going to be, I think it's going to be different with this story for sure. As long as it's different, it's not the same thing. Yeah. He's probably going to have some, moment where it's something cool or whatever the hell. But at the same time, I'm going, oh, fuck. You aren't even ready for what's going to happen with this story. It's going to hit you in the fucking field with this one, I think. So
there are two things from the comic that I hope happen.
Mm-hmm.
One involves a certain shade of kryptonite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The other involves another character from Supergirl's lore.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
It'd be
a very
interesting if
deep
they
cut.
actually pull that.
And I think they might, because
they might have to.
It's how the book ends.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I'm like, I've seen a lot of people be like, "Oh man, I hope this character is in this movie," and I'm like, "You're probably gonna get that. I would certainly hope. We'll see, but hey, anything can happen."
I know.
Yeah. I'm excited for this movie. It's got a lot going for it in my favor, and the fact that they changed up composers to Junkie. That was the part where I went, okay, you had my interest. You've now piqued my curiosity,
dude.
Because I think I told Dave, I was like, this is Furious in space.
Yeah. Well, that's why I named the title of the last one, the thumbnail. I put Furious in Space, and that was because Phil was like, "Dude, it's like Furious," and I'm like, when I saw people go, "Oh my god, this is a downgrade," I went.
It sucks that he's no longer. But like, Junkie XL.
I disagree, but you're
this is like going from Scott Derrickson to Sam Raimi. Like, what are you talking about?
I was like, wait a minute. I was like, a downgrade. I'm like, nothing against Raymond. You know, he does great work. Totally. But I was like, have you not heard any of Junkie XL's stuff? Like he fucking did Mad Max Fury Road. That was like arguably like the best movie of 2015. Like,
and Furiosa.
And he did Furiosa, which I know didn't get the attention
right?
It should have gotten. Because
no, that was Hans Zimmer.
That was Hans Zimmer and Benjamin Wallfish.
Right.
For what?
For Blade Runner.
So Hans Zimmer has had a couple pupils, and Benjamin Wallfish and Junkie are two of them. Sorry.
And then I even said, like, you don't have that Wonder Woman theme without Junkie XL.
Right.
The percussion in that and the guitar, that is Junkie XL. I don't know. Well, it was a collaboration, but the percussion. Junkie, I mean, I've interviewed the guy. He's been on the Vodka stream before, and he was a delight. Fucking, I mean,
that episode.
That was an awesome Vodka stream because, again, I mean, I've told the story many times. I mean, he came on, he was in his kitchen, he was drinking beer, he was smoking cigarettes, and then I brought the group in, and he played music because he was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna play you some music," and he did. And then I remember his PR dude emailed me going, "He needs to stop now," and I was like, I don't know how to stop this guy. He didn't want to stop. He was having fun, you know, and he was just, you know, called us, he was like, "Sorry guys, but you beautiful motherfuckers." He told us that. He was like, "You beautiful motherfuckers, I got to go," and blah, blah, blah. And it was great. But at the same time, awesome. I'm like going, like when you saw, like he was posting videos for a while, like of him creating music, and he was talking about the percussion. He's all about the percussion, the drums. And that's why when you hear that Wonder Woman thing, that is him. That is him. That is, I mean, I'm sure Hans Zimmer was like, probably, you know, like maybe he did the guitar or whatever the fuck, because Hans Zimmer uses guitars and stuff like that. But the percussion was totally, and then you listen to that, the Fury Road, you just listen to that score. It is just so fucking just, and I'm going, to me, it's an upgrade, you know, because I'm like, we needed something like, I think this needed something like that, in my opinion. And I'm like, when I saw that, I went, oh my God, this is a big fucking W right here. Holy shit, you know?
This is going to give this film what Superman lacks, and that is an identity.
Mm-hmm.
Because I see Ronan laughing up there, and I'm not even trying to make him laugh. I'm not even trying to be a jerk. I've held this stance and opinion since the movie came out. James Gunn's Superman lacks a thematic identity because it rides on the coattails of Superman 78.
I'm not crazy about the score.
The score had some moments, but you know, and I totally see where Phil's coming from, and I know, like I've even said it before too. I think that there's things where James Gunn played it safe, you know, when it came to certain things, and then there are certain things where I think he was like, oh yeah, he did push something, and then I'm hoping when it comes to Man of Tomorrow that he just like, all right, I got to do something different. I can't do the same thing. I can't. I gotta really do something different, especially with the story that I'm trying to tell. And that's where I can only hope that Gunn goes, all right, yeah, that worked, but I need to do, I mean, he needs to do it. In my opinion, I'm not saying I'm not trying to compare him to Nolan or anything like that, but if you look at what Nolan did with Batman Begins to The Dark Knight, there is some drastic differences. I mean, those two movies have different tones.
Yes.
In my opinion. And I think Gunn needs to take a page out of that, where you have to do something different with the sequel, especially with what you're dealing with. You have Brainiac, you have Superman and Lex Luthor teaming up. It's something that that is going to be something very different when it comes to all this. So,
that's what's intriguing. That's what's intriguing, because you've gotten in the age we're in the comics right now, we've seen that in the comics, and so, but we haven't seen it in the way where Lex is right now with Superman, where it's forced. Literally, the enemy of my enemy is my friend at this point. But I mean, we're all expecting he's going to backstab Superman at some point, but it's going to be interesting to see how and when that happens.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. And I know, Chris, you have to go, but and I always hate it when you have to go and we haven't talked about the thing that we should have talked about, but which is Spider-Man Noir.
Chris.
Yeah.
Well, outside of Spider-Man Noir, I did see something else that made me think of Chris. So that was there was a behind the scenes breakdown of Daredevil Born Again, and I'll forward it to you tomorrow. So you take a look at it. It's really dope.
Nice,
but
absolutely. But we can get off the whole DC talk and talk briefly before you have to go, Chris. The Spider-Noir. I mean, let's face it. I mean, it was about time. It was like we got the images, and it was like, oh, we got images. That means the trailer's around the corner. And sure enough, I mean, you saw I posted my reaction because fucking stupid YouTube just blocked it. I was like, all right. It was like, and other people were having problems.
Mine too.
Yeah, Boba Talks even said that, and he finally got his video out where he broke it down. I don't know how I'm waiting. I'm still waiting for my video to be unblocked, and I'm just like, I didn't put I didn't put a lot of effort into it. I just propped my fucking, my phone, and I just reacted while I was sipping coffee. I was like, oh shit, I forgot this was happening. And then as soon as
the trailer? They blocked the trailer for me?
They blocked my trailer reaction.
We didn't get blocked yet, but I think that's because we just put it in a lower like the smallest format, and
I literally was like,
I saw how you did it. I was kind of confused why they blocked you. You weren't even.
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, okay. And I'm still waiting. And I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I mean, as soon as it gets unblocked, I'll post it. I created a little thumbnail. And I was like, all right. And then I'll put a short and maybe, whatever. But
I was pissed.
Who knows when that's going to happen? I was like, but I posted it on other platforms. I'm like, fine. If YouTube's one that wants to be a dick like that. But yeah, I mean, it had everything that I wanted it to have. It was so noir-y. The black and white looked so good. It had the cageisms.
Yes.
It had some web slinging.
Whatever he says,
when he's talking about
ending it with him web slinging, that was very, very good for them to do that, because I think that's what you got, little glimpses of him using his web shoes, but it was so quick, you blink and you miss it. But seeing him swing across the city like that was great. Yeah. Outside of my hashtag not my Ben Reilly at that point, moving beyond that. But what I am intrigued about, and I mentioned this last night on Marvel Alliance, that in interviews they're saying there's a reason he's calling himself Ben Reilly. There's some backstory.
Oh, okay. So
and that is going to be, they said that's going to be revealed. I just hope, because they've done this before where they say it's just kind of a throwaway thing. It's like, oh, that was it. Well, whatever. But so.
Okay, but Chris, I got to ask you this. Yeah. How does this hat stay on when he web slings?
Does he do what Harrison Ford does in Indiana Jones? Just staples it to his head at that point?
I know. I saw somebody ask that. I saw somebody on Twitter like
It was
ask
Sean.
that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Like,
I know who it was.
it's like you have a dude who was bit by a spider that that is web slinging. The hat is my least of the worries.
Yeah. But to your point, like I'm a huge fan of film noir. I love the mix of the psychological kind of psychological like breakdown of a character melding with a superhero genre. And Nick Cage getting to be Nick Cage again. I mean, he did the voice in the Spider-Verse. I mean, we talked about on the show that this is not the same character from Spider-Verse, and it doesn't need to be. This is just within its own kind of little pocket at that point.
You mean like a variant per se?
A variant per se. I don't, everyone's going to be calling it Spider-Man Noir, even though it's called Spider-Noir. So that's Sony being Sony and, putting the title what it is.
But I love the fact that he's going to be referred to as the Spider.
Yeah.
The explanation, because in that time period, it's like, it's like the spirit and the shadow. They would not call him Spider-Man. No, he'd be called the Spider. That's perfect. Perfect.
Well, and other when they're talking in interviews, we didn't want to call him Peter Parker because Peter Parker is always plucky and jokey and things like that. I said, not always, and very much, and as being called Peter Parker doesn't necessarily mean you have to be plucky and jokey and things like that. But whatever, we'll let you be on that one. But I don't care much for the 8-episode drop at once. I'm sorry, but just don't care much for that.
Especially with something like this where we could talk about it week by week,
Well, I mean, I'm okay if you do the Amazon thing where they drop like 2 or 3 episodes at once and then we continue on. I mean, that you want meet us halfway, I'll be fine with that. But the story intrigues me. I've read the comics, so it's going to be interesting. Kind of what we saw with the previews of some of the villains. We see their version of Sandman, Molten Man, Electro. We've got a different version of Black Cat. So it's going lean into those tropes that make this genre really unique. And I'm gonna watch it in the black and white, but I'm also gonna give it a shot in the true hue just to kind of see. Because even for the photos we were saying last night, like it's hard to, at least from the photos they put out, like some of the like Sandman, it's hard to tell that from black and white when just the quick shots. So I'm going to be interesting to see what the true hue brings to it versus the black and white. I think they're both going to have their pros and cons.
Yeah. I definitely going to watch it in black and white at first, and then I probably will. And it's kind of smart because I think some people are like probably going to be like how I am. It's like they're going to watch it in black and white, but then, or even vice versa. But then they're like, what's this look like the other way? And I think that's kind of smart because you're going to get some people that are going to watch it again in the other form. It's kind of like, when I look at Zack Snyder's Justice League, you have Justice is Gray and then you have the regular version. And, people argue which one's better. I always love the Justice is Gray because I always say it just feels like the most expensive indie film because it's in black and white. It's like you literally have a Justice League movie with all these characters and it's like it's in black and white. What the fuck? Doesn't even make sense. And I'll watch it like that. But then, I appreciate obviously color too. So I'll probably end up watching both too just to see what it looks like. And that's smart. I actually like that, but I do wish it was kind of like they had a better release schedule when it came to a lot of this stuff. Yeah. I do,
but I think it's good timing in May. It's it's a interesting way to kind of put it out at the beginning of summer. See what it does. I mean, we'll see if it gains the traction. I like how the trailer surprised me in the sense of just because of how long this has been in development, and that with a lot of the supposed spider projects that have been brought up at Amazon and Sony, it's just like, is this going to make it? I think
I wonder the same thing. Like, and I don't mean to cut you off because I know you're trying.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Here, but I just something I've also thought about is like the longevity of this show because of Cage's age, his ability to do these stunts, if at all. that's something I've also kind of thought about too. This isn't quite like a Fallout or The Boys situation. This is very much like a we'll see how this rolls kind of deal. But what do you think?
Well, I think like when it comes to like, I mean, obviously when I see the stunts and stuff, I'm like, and I even said this in the behind the scenes, I'm like, obviously the Cage is only going to do anything up close. But it was the same thing with Ben Affleck when it came to Batman. I mean, like he does the up close punching and turns and poses and shit like that. But everything else in that warehouse sequence, which is 93%, is Richard Citrone, you know, or Damon Caro. You know, it's like
true.
I mean, yeah, let's face it. The stuntmen are going to make you know, they make the character look good when it comes to fighting, at least.
Well, to the point of like what this kind of character,
of the actor is what really drives it home. Sorry,
but to the point of like the character itself, not beyond Nick Cage, but also the time period that this takes place in, the Great Depression, the gangster era. He's a private detective. They're not never meant to be a finesse fighter. They're either they're you know, they're gritty. They don't have a lot of finesse about them. They go for the quick shot to get you know, one up on him at that point. They're gonna make mistakes. He's gonna get beaten up. He's gonna be taken out despite these powers, and that's okay. That's who he is. It's more of a sense of like, he's going to be this kind of private detective that's probably smarter than people take him for, and gets by on a lot of luck, but also you have that Parker luck, whatever we want to call it at that point, and he's also going to be down on his luck and have some pretty bad times ahead. But the filming, the camera angles, especially that one at the beginning where you see our Black Cat and Nick Cage in the mirror, the juxtaposition of it. Oh man, that's a lot of a lot of that era right there.
It was like, oh my god, the way they're filming this thing, it's just so.
There's a lot of love, and that's what I like seeing. I want to see it taking it, and you know what? Right now, I don't need a season 2. This doesn't have to have a season 2. This can just be a little bottle in the universe and proof of concept saying, do people want to see more versions and variants of Spider characters in this way? You know?
Yeah. Good point.
Make it an anthology.
Yeah.
Ooh,
there
like
you go.
That. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chris.
Yep, absolutely.
I wanted to make sure to get your full.
No, you're all good.
I know. It always seems like right when you're leaving, I'm like, oh, we haven't reached the point where I want to get.
But hey, did we all have a good time? Yes, we did.
Of course. You know, talking about original content and comic books and stuff like that. So.
Exactly. But
thanks for joining, Chris. Promote whatever you got to promote.
Absolutely. Well, you all can catch me on all the socials at Chris Balga, co-host of Marvel Alliance. Our newest episode, we got a full, even deeper dive into everything Spider-Noir, all the behind-the-scenes stories, what's been going on with this, what the future is, and catch that on the Geek First Podcast YouTube channel or on audios by just searching for Marvel Alliance. But you all have a great weekend, and for those of you having a 3-day weekend, enjoy that extra time.
Take care, man. Much love.
Take care.
Take care, Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
Take care, Chris.
Cyclops is right. I hope you heard that.
I know you got to take off too.
I got to take off as well, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on.
Man. Yeah. Promote whatever you got to promote, man.
I've just recently uploaded the trailer reaction to Marvel Fighting Token Soul, where it's like a really fighting game. It's like they just really revealed the X-Men and like characters like Danger and Storm and all these different characters coming together.
Wolverine, Magic.
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks pretty cool. So I've done a reaction to that. But I appreciate you, Dave, for allowing me to come on again.
Yeah.
So
always great talking to you, man.
Yeah, you take care, everyone. Take care.
Take care, right. Man.
Have a good day. Have a good Saturday.
See you guys.
See you. What'd you think about it, William? You haven't really chimed in on Spider-Noir.
I didn't have any expectations for it when I first heard the project because of, when I first saw the character, it was like, okay, this is, that's fine. But I really, and this is going to be the same way with a lot of the characters that came out of the Spider-Verse, that was so expertly done that you could do a lot with just about anything in there. Spider-Punk, all of those are characters that in my mind I threw away upon arrival. because I looked at them and I saw them as clutter. But because of the way the story has been told in the 2 Spider-Verse movies, more so the movies than in the comics, they are intriguing, and I am looking forward to this.
Okay. So have you never read the Spider-Noir books?
I read the newest one that came out.
Okay.
The newest one that came out, yeah.
That one?
Yeah, I read the newest one.
God.
My familiarity with Spider-Noir goes back to an old game called Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions.
Yeah.
And this one pulls from 4 different continuities. So you have mainline 616 Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2099 Miguel, and then you also have Spider-Man Noir. So that's how I was first introduced to the character. And I've not read any of the older books, but I know of things that happen in the books that they pulled from to put in the game. So one thing I know that for sure happens is apparently Peter Parker's uncle was eaten alive by this version's Vulture in the Noir universe.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he's a cannibal. Like that version of the Vulture is a cannibal because it's like, it's the Great Depression. It's 1933. Things are very different. Yeah. But apparently, Peter's Uncle Ben was eaten alive by the Vulture, and that's kind of like one of the things that turns him into Spider-Man. And I'm wondering if they are going to utilize that or if they're going to change some shit and do some things differently, which to me, I don't really care either way, but that's just one thing that I distinctly remember in my time studying, the vast different versions of Spider-Man like that. That's one thing that is, not necessarily synonymous. That's one thing that just stuck out with Spider-Man Noir. And I'm curious to see, because, we did see, as Chris mentioned, Molten Man, fucking Electro and Sandman, which I was actually really surprised that Sandman was.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, because they announced the actor, and I was like, oh shit, Sandman's in this shit. All right.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if they do Vulture, how close is it going to be to that original book, and even in the video game Shattered Dimensions, like they don't like shy away from the fact that Adrian Toomes is a fucking cannibal, and I'm wondering if they'll do that for the show. It is Amazon. You think if they do stuff like The Boys, I'm almost like betting like if they really want to do something different, if you want to go so 180 from what Michael Keaton did, yeah, you turn Vulture into a fucking cannibal.
Yeah.
If you look at what the creators have done with the 2 movies with Across the Spider-Verse, that movie starts out just outright. You see a Spider-Man go, and you see a Spider-Man die, and the way that has some intense tones. And be honest with you, I mean, in Spider-Man 2099 is another character that was like, okay, cool, another version of Spider-Man doing well. He is infinitely better in that one movie, in my opinion, than he is the entirety of his own book. What the position and the choices he has to make and where he is in the Spider-Verse movie is way more complex and more engaging than all of his appearances when he first came out. Where the odds he's put out with Miles, what both of them, neither one of them are wrong, but you see what he has to do, and you can also understand where Miles is coming from, obviously. So that movie did a lot for a lot of these Spider characters. You're probably going to see a lot of different adaptations.
Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting what they do next. I mean, it's so funny because, like, when Into the Spider-Verse came out, you thought like, oh wow, look at what they all can do right here, and then they decided to go, hey, let's do Morbius, let's do Craven, let's do the villains, let's do fucking Madam Web, and it's like, that's not what you probably should be doing, but I mean, I kind of get it. And like you said, William, like, you've always kind of backed up those decisions a little bit when it came to Sony.
Well, here's the thing. I back up the decisions to a point.
Yeah.
Don't be a pussy when it's time to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
They got to a point where it was time to insert their Spider-Man, the IP that they own, but because they were so afraid of the Marvel's shadow, they didn't feel competent to use the IP they owned.
Yeah.
See, and that was their biggest thing. You can't be in a corner office and be a pussy. That's the guy outside cleaning up the leaves or selling the hot dogs or walking the dog. But if your name is on somebody's check, you can't handle Spider-Man the way that they've handled Spider-Man. That was goofy. All they did was put themselves into a trap because you did all this buildup. Even with regards to what you think of the movies, the fact that you built up a foundation for something you were never going to build. That's just fear. You can't have fear in that business. So
Yeah,
I get it.
I can't.
A mutual friend of me and Phil's was very, I think, it's still trepidatious with the show. And I remember telling him, like, listen, I would be on your side, but the fact that Lord and Miller are involved and
That's
it's going off
That's
what
the thing.
happened within Spider-Verse, that's why I'm like, yo, for right now, I'm putting my chips on them right now. And especially with what I saw in this teaser, like, I couldn't sleep that night because I was just like, fuck, when is it going to drop? And I was like, you know what? I've never seen the Maltese Falcon before. And I put it on and I was like, all right, I'm in the vibe.
Wow.
And like, dude, like I remember reading the Esquire interview and him saying like he's a spider trying to cosplay as a human being, and then you see the moments where he's like saying like, oh yeah, I have these nerves and stuff, and even it hinted like maybe it was during the war that he got this stuff going on. I'm like, what the fuck are they gonna do with this project? And I'm like, yo, I just want to just see it. I want to see. I don't know how it's gonna end. I don't know how it's gonna be, if it's gonna be any good or not. But I'm like, I just want to see it to see what they do with this side of Spider-Man's lore.
As long as Lord and Miller are wanting to do Spider-Man projects, any talk of, well, when are we going to get Miles in the MCU? If they are not, if there's no deal where those two or somebody in their atmosphere is involved, that person who makes that decision needs to step down, in my opinion. You have a crew of people that know how to tell those stories. I don't need him to be tossed into the Marvel salad and lost.
I think that conversation's still a bit of a ways away as far as Marvel and Sony are concerned too. But also, just when it comes to just those movies that William mentioned, I'm going to play like devil's advocate, not revisionist history per se, but like what could have been, because they had, you didn't have access to, Spider-Man and whoever Marvel wanted to use for their MCU villains. Sure, whatever. You had Madam Web. You had fucking Venom and Kraven. You decided to make movies out of them, and Morbius, of all characters. I don't think on paper that sounds like a bad idea. It's just the fact that they decided to go about it in such a cheap, half-ass manner, and they only really struck success with Venom of them all is quite telling too. But what really sucks is, like, if you're a fan of these characters, you know full well that a Madam Web movie could have very well been a potential, like, ground zero for all these characters to merge together in some fashion or another, and not necessarily do an Avenger style team up, but like, no, here's where you can have Venom cross the multiverse and meet with, whoever Madam Web needs to help out, or, this is how you justify seeing, Toby's Spider-Man in one webbed pen. Like, seriously, like,
Madam Web showed that in the one of the
movie that they were making was that movie. They pushed out.
Yeah, they did.
Spider-Man is in that movie.
Yes, I know.
They pushed out.
And they pushed out in a number of different ways, and it's really unfortunate because, again, like I think Madam Web, just as a film, could have been a pillar for what they were doing outside of Spider-Man in the MCU, and they completely just all they did was just like, well, let's just go back to the 2000s and make movies like that. Like, fucking why go so lazy about it? That was their biggest problem.
There is so much. Yeah, I know. I totally agree with you, Phil. Like, there could have been something there that could have bridged the gap of, like, hey, we can have all this right here, and Madam Web could have been that whole thing of, like, you already established this, when it came to the Spider-Verse movies. You showed Toby, you showed Andrew, and then, of course, we saw them in No Way Home, and it was like, holy shit, like, this can happen. You're already showing, like, the Spider-Verse thing, and, like, Madam Web, she could control some things.
Yeah, her abilities alone justified it.
She could be that whole bridge to all this, and they cheesed it up. They totally just...
They ran from their own fucking shadow.
They totally did.
What they were going to do.
And you had a stellar cast.
Yeah, you had somebody was going to realize, because she can see in those other dimensions, that this universe was lacking in Spider-Man. Something happened. And that was supposed to be the crux of the movie. And listen, I know there's a lot of legal confusion about where Spider-Man sits as far as what MCU can do and what they can't do. Bottom line, Sony owns the IP, period. Even the movies that Marvel produce, they have to get the okay of what they're going to do with that character.
Yeah,
they own the IP, period. So when you own the IP and you could make your movie, and even Marvel admitted there was nothing they didn't stop them from doing that. They own the IP. There's nothing we could do. But they were afraid of their own shadow. And once again, that's it. There was no legal reason why they couldn't have done their own thing. But like I said, if you're going to be in that office and your name is on my check, you can't be a pussy.
I couldn't see it, dude. I went to the theater and I almost was going to say, give me one Madam Web. And then I was like, I remember feeling bad because I was like, and the big thing that like switched it for me was like, I have friends who like us do reviews and have their own channel. And they usually look for the best out of everything, even when it's a project or a show or movie isn't that good. And I'll never forget.
It was very difficult. Like it just seemed like Dakota Johnson.
Dakota Johnson.
I mean, it almost seemed like she was just like, I know this is going to be ass, so I'm not even going to fucking try. And then they pulled and then you got the young ladies who, I mean, Isabella Merced is blowing up. Sydney Sweeney blew up. I forgot what the other girl's name is. She didn't quite blow up, which, whatever. It's like, but you had Adam Scott, you had pieces there. Yeah. You had pieces there. And I know that there was originally supposed to be like this, like Terminator kind of thing when it came to the Ezekiel, storyline.
What I heard about Ezekiel, man,
they folded on it. It was like,
they shot that movie. You watched that movie because
they did shoot that movie. Yeah.
They shot that movie because if you look at the ADR and all the stuff that doesn't make sense in that movie is because they cut away all the Spider-Man out of that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like you literally had this like thing where like, oh, Dad, she's pregnant with Peter. Peter Parker's in
I heard that. I saw it in a magazine and I laughed.
It just doesn't.
It's like
that. Fear's powerful. Rick James said cocaine's a very powerful drug. Fear is a powerful drug too.
It's like
fuck your couch.
It kind of reminds me of like Green Lantern in a sense because Ryan Reynolds famously signed on to do Green Lantern when Greg Berlanti was still attached to direct, and then they fired Greg Berlanti from that movie, brought in Martin Campbell, and reshaped the entire movie, and Ryan Reynolds was still attached contractually to make that movie. It's a little bit of the same thing here because now you have 4 actresses. Well, 5 Emma Roberts, 1 actor, Adam Scott. You have all these people here, right? Who signed on to make this movie with S.J. Clarkson that involves a Terminator-esque time displacement plot or whatever. And then they shoot the movie, and then top brass comes down and goes, yeah, we're not going to do that movie anymore. The fuck do you mean we're not doing that movie anymore? Yeah. And now you have a bunch of angry fans everywhere. Also, I would just also point out, William, that I don't necessarily think that this movie is a great depiction of her powers. At very best, it's a very beginning of like, oh yeah, she's clairvoyant because Madam Web is clairvoyant in the sense she sees the entire fucking multiverse pretty much up front. And it's like, I get what they're doing. They're doing the whole superhero origin bullshit of her. She's just now getting into it with her power. Sony, fuck you. You see what they're doing with these movies, and that as someone who's been watching comic book films since, ironically enough, like the first Spider-Man movie, you just see it. You see the fucking blueprint coming to life, but that's just it. You just see a lazy copy. You don't see anything original.
Sticks by like her being able to see all the multiverses, and you see all of them, and they all have a Spider-Man in them. What the fuck's wrong with mine? I gotta fix something, or something is going to happen that I have to make sure that happens. That alone, even at the beginning of her powers, she would have been able to figure that out. And from there, they could have explained a lot because you could have basically, because she can alter that stuff. And if she fixes one, then all of a sudden you have your own Spider-Man in the IP in the universe that you own. But here's the thing: when executives think like fans, that's where things get fucked up. Because every fanboy are like, "Oh, we can't make a Spider-Man movie without the MCU." I'm like, "The fuck you can!" If I own the IP and I'm a stockholder for Sony, and like I said, if they get to the point where years from now, if they decide to do Miles Morales and they hand that character over to Marvel to shape without strong connections to the people who won an Academy Award telling those stories, that person literally needs to be the last act that person does. as a company head. You have the storytellers, have some confidence in the IP that you own, you know. And if you come in my office and say, you know what, I think we should hand one of our primary IPs over to somebody else, I'm going to fire you. You're basically telling me you shouldn't have a job, that you want someone else who doesn't work for me to handle the IP that we own. And that's where this fear about all the genesis of their failure is. It was never going to lead to something because they were scared, too afraid for it to lead to something. And they got close and then they said, no, we don't want to do it. They filmed that movie. You can tell that movie's torn up.
Didn't Sony have a bomb come out earlier this year already? Didn't they have a bomb recently?
Oh, I can't remember.
I can't either. I feel like they might have.
They don't spend anything on their movies, though. That's why it's hard for them to really have any real consequences. They spend $75 million or something on the movie.
I also think that's why they're kind of being kind of quiet, because they don't really have much outside of Spider-Man coming out this year anyway that I can think of. That's their movie. I don't think so. I mean, there's probably smaller stuff that's going way over my head that I'm just not thinking.
And they've already sold all those movies to streamers, so they get their money.
And so when it comes to like Spider-Man Brand New Day, I look at that movie and I'm like, they don't have to market that movie worth a shit.
They actually did 28 years later.
That was earlier this year. That's right.
The Bone Temple, which I thought was really good. No, they do have. I guess apparently they have Jumanji. They own Jumanji.
Oh yeah,
is Project Hail Mary from them?
I didn't see that. But the movie that came out this weekend was Goat, that animated movie with Steph Curry. So,
a lot of people thought Spider-Man, a trailer was going to be attached to that.
Yeah, but nobody cares.
Sony's the distributor, so they're in charge of the advertising.
I mean, I heard about Goat, but I was like, when is Goat? Why would you release Goat, an animated movie about a basketball goat, Valentine's weekend?
All-Star Weekend.
Oh yeah,
that was always the spot for that. That was always
that movie's not going to make shit though.
The only people that are going to go see it,
I don't know.
Basketball fans.
It is a 3-day weekend for some people. So.
Yeah, and it's All-Star Weekend. That was always planned for that.
Is that why? Oh,
yeah,
it could find a very small.
You have one of the most famous shooters in the world in the movie. That's
look at it this way, Dave. It can't be any worse than Space Jam Legacy.
Oh god, that sucked. That movie sucked.
God, Char's my life. I can't get back.
Oh man, I mean, I'm not saying that the original Space Jam was like a gem, but it was perfect for the time.
It was perfect for 1996.
Yeah. It was perfect for 1996 because Jordan, bad actor, he was a terrible actor, but it worked. Bill Murray supported that. He helped support the fuck. He was a great supporting actor because he actually could play basketball. That's what was funny. Who knew that Bill Murray could actually fucking play basketball?
Yeah,
which was very surprising. Like when you see that ending scene where he's playing basketball and dribbling and doing some shit, I was like, what the fuck? Bill Murray can actually fucking do some hoop?
Dude, cool. I give that movie such a pass because at that point in time in my life in 96, I was like 4. My dad was working at Arc Arena as a merchandise vendor for the Sacramento Kings, right? So we got to go see Sacramento Kings play all the time. Not even 5-10 years later, my dad is working a Wizards Kings game, and lo and behold, he's opening the door one night. Who walks out behind him? Michael Jordan.
That's crazy.
Yeah, wow. I'm telling you, cool. like that movie is such a staple in my history that I don't give a shit like how. I'm not saying I don't give a shit how you feel about it, but like I've heard people like, you know, say the things about it online of like, oh, this movie's not as good as people, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck ever. I hear you. Sure. Are the warts there? Yeah. Do I care? No. This movie's
the original Space Jam?
Awesome. Which one?
Yeah,
the original Space Jam?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a cultural hit. R. Kelly before we knew R. Kelly was.
Man.
Yeah. I Believe I Can Fly.
Oh, it was perfect for that time, but the sequel was like, what the
garbage.
Fuck? It was so just like
wet
what the
farts.
fuck is this? Yeah. I remember I remember when it hit HBO Max, I went, fuck. I remember it was on a Saturday. And I went, all right, I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch it. And I remember just like when I pushed play, I was like, no, fuck, no. I was like, The whole time I went, no, this is just no, it's not. No.
My
The whole
dad,
time,
my
Ugh.
dad was like, "Hey,
LeBron
watch the new
James.
Space Jam," and I was like, "All right, Dad." So we fucking watched it, bro.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
we get like pretty close to the end, and he was like, "All right, turn it off."
Turn it off.
1996 was, you'll never have that again, simply because we have social media and the internet. When I told you that Jordan was God, there was nobody to go on the internet to argue with you. I could feed you his shoes, his commercial. Jordan was whatever the perception of Jordan was, and there was nothing to refute that. You could build an entire industry and an empire around that one guy, and all you had was either you watched the game, the national game, or you saw the commercials. 20 some odd years later, by the time you started to do anything like that in this day and era, you have too many ways to lessen that impact. He's not the only guy being fed to you. You got 323 channels on your cable, and all of them have NBA on them. Everybody is a social media icon now. We didn't have that, so you really can't transport the atmosphere that made Jordan in that movie what it was to any other era beyond that. And that's why I wish they would have thought. A lot of these guys think, we'll put LeBron or we'll put so and so in this movie and it'll do good because it did good back in this era. Once again, we don't have TARDISes. You can't always transport the atmosphere that made things special to where you're at now, because
what's funny?
Feel good.
They didn't want to do like a straight up basketball sequel back then. They wanted to do another Looney Tunes movie, but not with Michael Jordan. They wanted to do a Looney Tunes movie with Tony Hawk. They wanted to do
cool.
They wanted to do a skateboarding movie. However, the Looney Tunes Back in Action movie with Brendan Fraser didn't perform nearly as well, so that's what put the kibosh on that. And I was like, as a skateboarding fanatic, after reading that, I was so disheartened of just being like, you mean to tell me at one point in time I could have had Tony Hawk talking to Bugs Bunny, Who Framed Roger Rabbit style, and I no longer get to have that? That is a damn shame.
That would have been good, but maybe Tony Hawk was not confident in his acting abilities to carry the movie.
I mean, you got to think about it a little differently, Jordan,
I know, but
necessarily
Tony Hawk's different than Jordan.
Yeah, but think about it. Tony Hawk also made a bunch of video games with Neversoft. He's been in front of the camera actively doing tricks and like
but carrying a full-on movie, I don't know. Like maybe
Tony Hawk in the 90s was
maybe there could have been something. I don't know.
Tony Hawk in the 90s was like Paul Bunyan status as well. That guy
that
guy moved everything his name was on.
Everybody was playing that game when it hit.
And buying his shoes. Remember his shoes and his custom skateboards?
Oh yeah,
I wasn't a skater, but I
wore his shoes. I watched him at the X Games. I watched the 900 live. I was watching on my TV that whole 900 when he performed the first 900. I was there, like standing and pacing, like, oh my god. Like that was like in my obsessive skater days when
one of the reasons why you got the X Games, to be honest with you.
CCS magazines, and I was ordering
an X Games board.
Yeah.
When I first started skateboarding at like age 9 or 10, we got a bunch of skateboards at like a garage sale or something. Yeah. One of them was an X Games board, straight up.
That's awesome.
And then like we moved around a bunch. Parents got divorced. I lost it. But my dad ended up, before he married my former stepmother, her second daughter, she had a birdhouse board, and it was just a house that was just kind of that vibe of like all the kids usually were rolling around on some piece of wood or a scooter or something. So I've basically grown up with that kind of world in my purview. So when I found out that like there was possibly a Looney Tunes movie that was going to happen, I was just like, motherfucker, we were robbed.
We were definitely robbed. But I know, Ronin, you got to go, but we before you got to go, we got to talk about The Last Ronin.
Oh yeah,
that little bombshell that showed up, and I've been holding off on it, and I thank you, Tony Movie Chappie Neil Blomkamp fan, for that. He said, could they do a Last Ronin as an animated movie for streaming? Leave action, or they could do a budget like Deadpool, like the Deadpool budget, which was low, and do something like that. And thank you for of course, the $20 super chat there, Tony Movie. I was like, I know when you already brought up that, I was like, oh, we're not in the Ronin thing yet, and I definitely wanted to, because you're
What's the name?
your name is Ronin. You're and I was like, okay, so before you leave, we got to talk a little, because man, talk about, I mean, we heard that it was like, that was on the table, then they canceled, and it was like, that sucked, and then all of a sudden we get the original April O'Neil from the 1990 movie, Judith Hogue. And she just goes, oh, yeah, they approached me on it. And then you were like, whoa, wait a minute. Was this going to be a legacy sequel to that first movie? Holy shit. What?
That would have been punk rock. Yeah.
That would have been the only thing to make me feel good about those movies.
Oh,
see? And that's the thing. And I'm like almost going, man, she planted the seed. This thing might actually happen now because of that.
And it was weird because it's like I heard that got canned with that possibility. I know Terminator Zero.
Oh,
that got canceled. Fucking A, man.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, they canceled it.
Matt Thompson, whatever said that.
Netflix canceled it. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bill. Listen, someone I haven't read Last Ronin yet.
First time I've ever seen him get up out of that chair.
I know, right?
No,
Netflix.
No. You don't fucking understand. Terminator Zero is the best fucking Terminator thing since
Jesus
Terminator
Christ.
Salvation. And
yes,
this is just a continued insistence that I have that David Ellison is a fucking clown. Oh my God. This is the same guy who produced Terminator Genesis 2. That's the sadder part.
Yeah.
It didn't get the viewership though. That
was the thing that he.
Here's the thing. Everybody, everybody wants new. Everybody wants different. But when new and different comes out, they don't go see it.
Nobody shows up.
Yep.
Nobody shows up.
And it's just like I'm angry.
Yeah.
I'm angry that this thing can't continue. But you can't ask people to incur the expense if they don't have the audience.
I wouldn't even be surprised.
It sucks on both ways. But
if that method also didn't apply to Mutant Mayhem and the animated series that they did for TMNT with that same animation, I was like, well, nobody, I like Mutant Mayhem.
Here's why this guy angers me with this. Whoever made that decision,
right,
is they don't have the faith to do The Last Ronin. They want soft and cuddly.
That's what I said. That's what I said in my video.
Yeah.
I was like, they this would be a one-off thing probably, because it's like, oh yeah, because of, I haven't read the book. I need to read the book, and I know there's like it twists and turns, but the cusp of it is the fact that there's only one turtle left and whatever the hell, and I know there's like things
almost offs himself.
But at the same time, what they want is fucking 12 regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies.
They just want
they don't want some one-off. But I'm like going, just have this one-off, because fuckers like us would be like, wait, this is a direct sequel to this?
And you've had 30, 40 years of softcore. You've had your softcore. I don't want to take away your softcore, gooey, fucking whatever what do you want to call that? That is not what these men are getting. I'm saying, if you enjoyed that and they sold out because they wanted to make, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with you having that stuff.
Yeah.
Why did you have to take this away?
But have this for the.
Yeah.
You make it lower budget. Be like, all right, you put all your money, you focus on the kiddie stuff and the thing that's family friendly.
Or like what Tony said, it was like have a low budget where you can have something like
that. Shouldn't cost that much.
Bring back the full on, concept, but you can have it with a little bit of CGI. Yeah. The thing is, like, if you're gonna do another live action Turtles, have like the old school type of like, don't do the full on mocap.
Do a Lucasfilm. Do a practical and CGI blend.
With a little bit of CGI.
Yeah, do the practical and CGI blend.
Which is why I was trying to allude to that. Like Dan Trachtenberg signed a 3-year deal for Paramount.
Yep.
Yeah.
If I was him, knowing how much he loves the Predator universe, and he's 3 for 3 in my opinion.
Yeah.
Especially with what we're alluding to the whole like the practical,
by the way,
and CG. Yes.
Oh yeah, you did.
I can finally I can.
He finally saw Badlands.
Yeah,
he was telling me. He was like, I finally saw Badlands. He was like, I wish I saw it in the movie theater.
Finally.
Yeah,
finally.
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude, imagine if they hold to that. But he was like, I want to do Last Ronin. I would trust him in an instinct. The way he did handle Badlands, I'm like, do that. Believe me.
If we heard that Trachtenberg was like, oh, I'm gonna actually do Ronin, and yes, it is a direct sequel to the first movie, and we're bringing back Judith. I was like, I'd be like, dude, the internet would blow up. Like,
if you bring in Henson,
like I said, go ninja, on all that stuff. I've had to deal with decades of that in that cartoon. I don't have the foul language, to describe how I felt with that, because I grew up reading them. I read Frank Miller's Daredevil, that run, when I was a kid, and that led me right into what was happening at the beginning of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. So everything they mass marketed for that had no feel of that to it. But I'm like, okay, I'm okay. Eventually, you guys will get around. I always had the comic, but now you were going to give me when the last Ronin came out, in my opinion, the best Turtle story in 30 years. And now I'm hearing a live action of that. I'm like, wow, I'm all for it. And then I hear the reason he gave is what pissed me off. Yeah. Like I said, the reason he gave was what pissed me off. It's not like we haven't had that stuff. We've had that stuff. That's never going to go away. So I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, I had to get your input on that.
That's all good. Yeah.
As it's called Last Ronin. So, but thank you for joining, man.
Thanks, man. As always, it's always fun to hang out Friday with y'all.
Yeah, for sure.
You're wearing a Ahsoka shirt.
I am. I'm praying we get that Mando Grogu trailer eventually. But you could watch my coverage of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That show is fucking awesome. Wonder Man. I did a reaction to the Cliff Booth teaser, and usually I'm doing every Monday a stream to talk about Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and then lots of plans to cover stuff that I can't even talk about yet. So. I'll leave it at that. But until then, muchachos, stay safe out there and have a good night, y'all.
All right, man. Take it easy. But yeah, when she dropped that little bombshell, I was like, it was like one of those like, oh, wait a minute. They could. And one of the things that I saw when I posted on Twitter were like, they're like, oh, they would never do Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like R-rated. And I'm like, well, okay. I went, anytime that you have a book and they want to adapt that story into live action, it's never going to be a direct adaptation. And I'm like, like Scott and I even talked about this on DC Fanimated, because we have like, it's so funny because DC Fanimated at the end, it's turned into like the last 15 minutes turned into like a movie talk, because, Scott can't come on here all the time. So we talk about the movie we're going to see over the weekend, and then we talk about, certain news. And we kind of talk about it. It's like the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, the 1991, was pretty gritty. It was pretty like dark, and it to the point where it pissed off parents, where Secret of the Ooze turned into the cartoon. Leonardo couldn't even use his swords. Like there couldn't be, I can still appreciate that movie because it's nostalgia. As a kid, I enjoyed it because I was an overall Turtles fan and everything. But now as an adult, I can go, fuck, that first movie was goddamn. It like pushed the boundaries of like, when we're watching this cartoon and then they make a live action movie. Yeah, it was like, it was dark, it was gritty, and they pushed the boundaries like to the point where it was like, okay, interesting. Even if they were to take, I don't know if they could make Last Ronin PG-13, like a hard PG-13. They probably couldn't. I haven't read it.
No,
they couldn't. They can't do it, right?
No.
The first 5 pages are no.
Yeah, absolutely not. No.
So you have to make it R-rated, right?
Yes.
Okay. But I'm just like going like, take the fucking chance, like just take the. And if you were gonna tie it to that first movie, you probably could get way more butts in the seats. Like,
do you know why Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird love that movie so much?
Why?
Because I don't remember how on which record they've said it, but I know for a fact that it was around the time that the Michael Bay movies were coming out. I don't remember which one of them said it, but basically they said that the 1990 movie took the best dark, human, real gritty elements from the original book that they did, and the fun family humor from the cartoon for the Turtles.
Good
blended the two to the movie.
Yeah.
And that movie to this day is still, in their opinion, the best representation of what they think the Turtles has become and evolved into. So when it comes to the Last Ronin conversation, that one is a little more, it's interesting to think about, because that story started out as like Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman's like, well, this is our, Turtles in the future, essentially like Dark Knight Returns for the Turtles, right? And they tucked it away because they eventually did their own thing, went their separate ways, and then they came back years and years later for IDW and were like, hey, we have this old story we have for years and years and years. Can we make it? And IDW was like, yeah. So that's how The Last Ronin happened to begin with. It wasn't even just something that was just like a, hey, let's do this. It's something they had been sitting on for years and years and years.
Wow.
Right. So then it fucking takes off. Like every time they're getting ready to pre-order this, people were getting ready to pre-order this book, there were delays because they couldn't keep up with the demand for it.
Jesus
so
Christ.
the story of this book even happening to begin with is legendary in and of itself. The popularity it has obtained since its release is equivocal to that of Batman Beyond and Miles Morales' Spider-Man. It is up there so much so that it has now had a canceled video game and a canceled live action movie. I guarantee you this story is going to get an adaptation at some point. Whether or not it'll be animated or not sees to be the light of day. But as of right now, with the current Paramount people that are handling this shit, I don't think it'll be anytime soon. But eventually they're going to put out enough slop where they'll be like, all right, fine, fuck it, we'll do Last Ronin. Go ahead, William. I'm going to shut up now.
Had they, if you eliminate the cartoon aspects of it, had they adapted the Turtles as they were going forward at that time, it would have been justified as R rating.
Yes.
Because the Turtles wasn't something that was kidified until they kidified it. It was, if you read the early Turtles, it was its natural progression would have been something that was not. They didn't design it for that. Comic book collector kids in the 80s were different than the kids that were sitting in front of the TV in the 90s. Completely different species, almost, if you look at it.
But now those kids are adults.
Correct.
Yeah. But if you look at how the progression, you're straddling two different eras where the license that the Dark Knight and Frank Miller and Chris Claremont gave you as a comic book collecting kid was different than the ones that these things were giving people who were watching cartoons in the 90s. It was complete different. That's why the interpretations of those IPs are different on a cartoon than they are in a comic book. So the Turtles got caught in that maelstrom. But if you would have just adapted the tone that was originally carried over from the Foot Clan all the way through Turtles, you're talking about an R-rated thing from the get-go. So if anybody ever tells you that it could be an R-rated movie, yeah, if you went by the the original tone automatically. So
because they kill the Shredder in the very first issue that they ever did.
Yeah, and it's bloody. It's
I mean, and that's the thing. When I recorded my video, I was like, man, that first Turtles movie. I mean, when you think about the shit that was happening in there, I mean, it was like pushing those boundaries, and then like it got some dark shit when Raph gets the shit beat out of him, and he almost dies, and
April's whole apartment gets lit up in flames,
torched, and then the fight scenes, great, fantastic, and then when they fight Shredder on the rooftop, it's so gritty, it's so like fucking crazy, and then of course, like Splinter takes him out, and he falls into a trash truck, and Casey Jones goes, "Oops." Crushes him in a fucking, I mean, like, come on. I mean, that was like dark. It was dark. And then, of course, parents got upset. And then, of course, Secret of the Ooze comes out, which, again, I'm not saying I don't throw any shade at that, because as a kid, I enjoyed Secret of the Ooze. But as an adult, I go, holy fuck. When you see how they really, I mean, it, Vanilla Ice, you know, ninja rap, and they're dancing, and you have like what instead of
Coco and
bringing in
Razor.
Bebop, instead of
Token
bringing
Razor.
Bebop and Rocksteady, they do what are they called again?
Toka and Razor.
Toka and Reza. I was like, what the fuck was that? You know, it was like, Jesus Christ. I mean,
But
you see the
the movie did give us David Warner, who voiced Ra's al Ghul in the animated series. So there's that.
Like I said, there are
things in it that are fun.
There are things that I like about Secret of the Ooze. I'm not saying it's all bad. Like, and I still hold something. You know, Turtle the third one when they travel back in time.
Yeah, I can't.
That one. But at the same time, let's face it. When they recast April O'Neil, not a good recasting. Like
100% agree.
Like Judith Hogue, like she was a fantastic April O'Neil. I don't even know what the actress who they eventually got. It just was like, wow, you really did not even cast anybody who's remotely like her, you know. And I know there's a whole story behind that, but it was just like, so if we're gonna have a Last Ronin and it could be tied to that first movie where you have her back as April O'Neil, that could really, I don't know. To me, I'm like going.
We know what's funny about that is like you said you haven't read The Last Ronin.
No, I haven't.
So you have no context for what April's role even is in that story.
I don't even know. I just seen images. That's it.
Okay. So to not spoil much of anything, I'll just say this. She is handicapped and she has a daughter.
Okay.
Daughter's name is Casey.
Makes sense.
Okay. So if they do The Last Ronin as a movie, she would be in a motherly position, I would have to imagine, and the daughter would be present. So then that would in turn mean you would maybe get flashbacks of Homeboy as Casey. I forget the actor's name because
I do too, but he was great.
You get where I'm going with this.
Yes.
Right? Like, so there's that. That would be one thing. I think the biggest hurdle they would have creatively to tie it to that first movie is how they would handle the Shredder, because what they do with the Shredder in The Last Ronin is very lineage heavy, and also what they would have to do in the movie to tie it to the first one. This would be the even harder part. How you off the other three turtles, because in the book there is a very specific event that happens that has not been done either in animation or in live action. It's a very specific battle that happens in a very specific spot that's never been done before. So you'd kind of have to take some liberties maybe, but I don't know, maybe you could just adapt that straight up. I'm not entirely sure, but my point is like, those are the things that you would have to establish first and foremost, of like, what kind of Shredder are you facing and how did 3 of the 4 turtles die?
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's probably why it got canceled. I mean, again, why it got canceled, they want a franchise of like, 7 movies. I mean, that's the thing. It's like the Michael Bay produced movies didn't move the needle. They tried and they were awful. I mean, let's face it. They were, I mean, as much as they tried to be like, hey, we got, we got Crane, his name Crane, the brain thing. What's his name? Crane. Yeah. We brought him in and we got Shredder, we got this, we got that, but it was like, it just nothing felt, it's just, I don't know. And then you even hear what's his nuts even say how awful the production was. Big dude.
Alan
Richardson, yeah. He talked about how awful that whole thing was, and I don't know, like the Turtles. I mean, I enjoyed Mutant Mayhem, but I enjoyed it in the fact that it was like, oh yeah, this is an animated, this is them as teenagers for sure. But me as a Turtles fan, yeah, I haven't read The Last Ronin, but I've collected books in the past. I was an avid watcher and I played the video games. I watched the cartoons, and I really love that 1990 movie. It's like, why not just go a little dark and gritty with them? Why not keep that? And why not bring that back. You know,
It's
I don't know.
insane to me that Paramount is sitting on the franchise that you can do almost anything you want with.
Yeah.
Right. Like kind of like He-Man.
You can have a one-off with that, you know, and
Right.
still have your family-friendly shit.
And they're just like, nah, not this thing. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's fear, laziness, and lack of imagination. See, the default is to go back to 1990, is to go back to things. Yeah, if you gave me some connection to that movie and made that watchable for me,
I would say 87. Go back to the cartoon. That's what a lot of these people are focused on.
I'd say get rid of that
cartoon.
I say get rid of that. Here's the thing: that you're preaching to a choir that's probably not even in the church, but sold the church out from under you. That audience is gone. You've literally had an entire generation that you need to be aiming this for, and that will accept a different tone. This isn't 1987. This isn't 1990. You did what you needed to do at that particular time period. And I think that's the problem, is you need to aim that compass to the forward and look around the world you live in now and make a Turtles that does that. You're catering to a time and a place instead of a customer.
Sure.
And if you do that, there's no reason why you can't tell a Turtle story that is consistent with what the Turtles were and what the Last Ronin could be. If I'm on the drawing board and I'm going to spend the money on this, I'm not spending 1987 money. I'm not spending 1990 money. I'm spending 2026, 27, 28 money. So I got to look around and see what works now. I don't need to kidify the Turtles anymore because that's not my market anymore. So
the ironic part about that too is like that first movie they made in 1990 was made for $13.5 million.
That's crazy to think about, man.
You know, but to make a Last Ronin movie, I mean, look at a movie like Upgrade, which takes place in, you know, a not so distant future. And for Last Ronin, you kind of need like a dystopian fucking Blade Runner-esque level visual, not grandiose, but something similar to that.
More like Tokyo than anything. More like modern day Tokyo.
Yeah, modern Tokyo, I think. Yeah, you're on there. Yeah.
And you make it an alternate. If you don't want to connect it to the stuff, you don't have to. If you do, make it like Dark Knight. Because remember, Dark Knight was originally is a alternate feature. You could say, hey, this could happen or it could not happen. But here's something that happens. But I just think they look back and it's these guys in their 50s and 60s and that don't have that connection to any of this stuff. That are like, well, this worked then, so let's just do it now. I mean, you don't want to press the edge on something that was literally created. Go read Frank Miller's Daredevil. Go read the original. The potential for you to explore the IP is there. Just because you did this other thing does not exclude what you could do now. And that audience is gone. We're, like I said, we're not in the 80s. We're not in the 90s. The kids that grew up and were watching that shit. Look at the kids that have gone. Look at the world that they've grown up in since if they were born in 1987. Look at the world that they came to be adults in. You're gonna give them some fluff shit, you know?
Dude, so funny because I just saw a video that was talking about basically a little pocket where I was born in. I was born in 1983, and I think it was talking about like, you know, people who were born between 1978 to 1985 or something like that, where, you know, because obviously there's like the generations, and we get, you know, you got Gen X, you got millennials, you got Gen Z, you got all the stuff. And like, it was kind of breaking it down, like, you know, being born in this pocket. And me and my brother are born in this little pocket where, and it was like explaining all the things of like, oh yeah, if you're born in this pocket, you're not exactly Gen X, you're not exactly a millennial, because I'm considered a millennial. And I'm like going, what? And I think he's considered like a Gen X, but it was like, but we were like in this thing where it's almost like it's called a zillennial. It's like a blending. And it's so interesting because like what it was like talking about how like, you know, with certain things when it came to technology, like you were, you know, your teenage years were like this, and it was very interesting. Like when I saw that video, I was like, Jesus Christ, because I always felt like I never felt like I was when I get considered a millennial, I'm like, ugh, it's gross. But then I'm like, I'm not really Gen X. I'm like, what am I? You know, and
Gen X by 3 years. So,
huh?
You missed Gen X by 3 years.
I know, but that's why there's like now, like where I'm at, it was kind of like a blending of Gen X and a millennial. So I'm a zillennial. It's kind of like a weird thing, but it's like, yeah, and it's so weird, like, you know, because I've been through like all these like technology things where it's like technology advances, but I know the old technology and everything. And then when I see stuff like where AI is, and it's so funny because when I see younger people go like, Jesus Christ, fuck AI. And I'm like going, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I also know that you can't get away from it. You know, it's like, it's going to be, you know, there's no way of getting away from it. So I get your fuck AI thing, but and the AI slop thing that everybody always says. But then I also go, well, but it's also, you know, it's a thing that's never going to go away. And we've been through this so many times where we have this new technology that shows up and people just like reject it, you know, all the time. I don't know. It's always such a weird thing. I mean, I was just even like when I looked at my, like, I just briefly looked at my feed, somebody retweeted a 12-second AI clip of Hugh Jackman's Wolverine attacking Henry Cavill's Superman.
So,
and I'm like, Jesus Christ, look at that thing. I'm like, fucking hey, what the hell is that? I'm like, oh my God.
Funny you bring up the concept of technology and people being abrasive of it before eventually accepting it, because Sony just apparently put a patent in for a controller that is entirely touch-based, no buttons.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
That's coming. That's coming. I'm surprised that's not already here when it comes to video games.
But think about that. How does that make you feel, right? Like how do you think after 4 or 5 generations of controllers being, you know, joystick and button, now touchpad? How do you feel
that makes me think about phones. That makes me think about phones. I didn't think I was ever gonna like accept a non-keyboard phone.
Same.
And now I've had nothing but touch screen. You know, we're to the point where I've even like thought about, hey man, I wouldn't even mind if I had you know, actual buttons back. I remember when BlackBerry was like the biggest thing.
Yeah.
You know, back before the iPhone and Android came out.
Yeah.
I had an Android. I had a BlackBerry, you know, and I never thought like, oh fuck, full on. And I remember like when I got the very first Android phone, the G1, and it still had a physical keyboard. And I even thought there's no way. And then the G2, I got that too, and it still had a physical keyboard. And I was like, yeah, there's no way I'm ever gonna not have a keyboard. And then here I am, where it's like, you know, and then there's been many times where they've tried to bring that back. I remember when BlackBerry tried their best to bring like a sense of a keyboard back where it was touch screen. But when you hit like the virtual keyboard on your phone, it felt like it was still physical, but it wasn't. I forgot what it was called. Oh yeah, it was called BlackBerry like Bold or something like that. I never got it, but I had people. I knew people that had it. It just didn't work because you still felt like the haptic feedback of pressing a button, even though you're pressing the screen. They were trying to hold on to it. So, and power to them for doing that. But it just didn't work out. And then BlackBerry, of course, just fell. It never worked out. And, you know, but it's so funny because I'm actually very surprised that it's actually taken this long to have touch controllers. Yeah. But I'm like, I mean, there are people that are not going to accept that.
Oh, no, no. The comments online already are like, oh, fuck this. This is fucking stupid. And I'm like,
in 10 years, it's going to be the norm.
Just wait. Just wait until Sony officially releases and announces their PlayStation 6. And if that fucking thing has touch-based controllers,
totally going to have that.
You motherfuckers who bought a PlayStation 5 on launch, your asses are going to be there on launch.
Oh my God,
man. That shit.
I didn't even think about that, man. That is crazy to think about.
Funny to think about, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny to think about because I'm waiting for the day that we get to the point in Iron Man 2 where Tony Stark walks into the Senate meeting and just pulls his shit out of his fucking pocket and just here you go. We've
been waiting for that. We've been waiting for like Minority Report. Remember Minority Report when he's just, you know, pulling things?
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't even had that yet. I mean, I've been to I remember like when I went to CES, and this was like 10 years ago. I went to CES 2 years, and I remember one time like there was a technology that I saw where it was like literally like it was air, and there was like a display on this like air that was coming up. And you remember like what was that popular game? It was like Samurai. You slice like a bunch of fucking fruit. Samurai, you know, you would like slice fruit or something like that. It was like a game that was like popular at one point where, yeah, it was like watermelons and fucking everything would just like shoot up, and then you just like, I forgot what it was called. Anyways, but you actually could play it like where you actually were slicing, you know, in this, because it was like air. And the display was on it. And I was like, holy shit. Like, I can't believe this is actually a thing. And it seemed like this was like, oh, this could be something big, but it never went anywhere. But then I'm like, well, maybe the time is not there. And the fact that there's actual air that is Fruit Ninja. Thank you, Patrick, who's in the chat. Fruit Ninja. And it was like you literally could play it where you're using your hands to do it, because the air was like sensors. It was like crazy. And it's so funny because there's so much technology that just doesn't work. I remember there was actually a technology also at CES where they had phone screens that when it, you know, going back to the keyboard thing, where if you wanted to pull out your keyboard, like the keyboard would show up, but then your screen would literally, the buttons, like little bubbles of the buttons would rise up, so it would feel like you had an actual keyboard. It fucking weird. It just didn't work out because people were like, this is weird. It just, and then of course it didn't work as good. But it was so crazy where like when you pull up your keyboard, your screen would literally, little bubbles of all the little letters would form on your screen. And it was like, oh yeah, that's cool. But it just didn't work that well. It didn't, you know, the concept was there, but it just didn't. So, I mean, I'm sure like it's not even a new concept to have like a full-on touch, you know, game controller. But if Sony and, you know, Microsoft, whatever, perfect it, holy fuck, you know, in 5-6 years, it's going to be the norm.
I'm sitting here looking at my PlayStation 5 controller that I bought 2 years ago, brand new, and it's got a drift already.
Yeah,
and I'm sitting here thinking, like, you know what doesn't have a drift? A touchscreen based fucking controller. Because all you're doing is just pushing a fucking button in one direction or another, right? And I'm like,
I know.
Well, fuck me if there isn't a case to be made for a touchscreen based controller now, isn't there?
Dude, I mean, it's, oh man. I mean, that's the thing.
Like, and there's AI, and I'm like, ugh. I saw the videos that you shared on Threads, and I was like, well, here we are. This is where we're at.
I mean that Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise one, that just went viral. So I was like, I remember I saw it, I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna make a video about it. And people are very interested because that video is doing like better than most videos that I do. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, people are very concerned. And, you know, obviously SAG-AFTRA are like trying to go after that whole thing, but who knows if they can win it, because it was built on a China-based fucking AI app. So it's like, how can they even like do anything when it comes to that? But it's only going to get better. I mean, I've seen more videos since. I've seen John Wick face the Terminator. I've seen John Wick face Ethan Hunt. I've seen Jason Bourne and Ethan Hunt fight. I mean, but it's all very soulless. It doesn't even like look as good. And then of course, you know, the Snyderverse stuff that some of these guys are producing when it comes to Superman fighting Darkseid. I'm like, yeah, it looks cool, but I'm like, what are we doing here? And then of course, you know, Batfleck facing Deathstroke, you know, Joe Manganiello, and I'm like, but it just still feels like a video game to me. Like, but it's only going to get better, you know. I mean, 3 years ago we had that awful fucking Will Smith eating spaghetti, And now we got Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, fighting, and it looks pretty good. The voices don't sound that great, but that can only get better. It's like, Jesus Christ. But I just hope that, if it's Hollywood cooked, I just listen to Ben Affleck. Like what he said, what he's always been saying about this stuff. It's like what they said on that podcast too, is like, hey, it still needs a human element no matter what. Yeah. AI tools. And I use AI. I use AI for my my clips. I'm not going to sit there and try to do subtitles for all my clips. No, I use within my editor, it uses an AI to translate. Is it always perfect? No, I still have to go in there and correct things that it doesn't get right. Do I, with my
what's funny?
My thumbnail, you've seen my thumbnails, same thing. It's like, yeah, I turn myself into Supergirl, turn myself into a Ninja Turtle. I can't do that quickly, so I do that, but I don't do the full thumbnail. Anyways, go ahead.
You said you use an AI to generate your translations. I'm assuming you mean when you speak the words that come out on screen, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I can't tell you how many times I've clicked on short form videos where you can tell whoever uploaded it just straight up just uploaded their whatever their VO was.
They don't even check it. They don't check it.
And I'm like, you're literally mispronouncing shit wrong from this thing.
Yeah.
And it's clear as day. And it's, you even go in the comment section and people even say like, oh, this fucker uploaded with AI. It's funny.
Well, it's funny because I'm not saying I sometimes I'll miss things, and I've even gotten comments where like, oh yeah, the subtitles did not match. I was like, shit, I missed that. But yeah, like within because I use Adobe Premiere, it has a whole little thing where it does text and it uses like an AI to translate what I'm saying. But then I actually literally watch and watch and make sure that it translated correctly. And there's never a time where I've done a clip where it's done it perfectly. Never. There's always something where there's even times where I paused and went, really? You didn't get that? I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I'm fixing it. I still have to fix it, but I'm not going to sit there and, try to translate on my own. So it could be utilized as a tool, but if you're utilizing for everything and just putting slop out there, fuck that. It's like you have to like put some creativity into it. It's like it could be utilized as a tool, but you have to use some creativity with it. Sure. Don't just put out some bullshit where it's like, oh yeah, you just made this and you're going to try to put it out there for a viral clip. No, don't do that. Put a little bit of your fucking, your creativity into it,
Right.
And there's been many times where I've gone in AI, hey, let me get something like this of so-and-so like this or whatever the hell. And it can't do it. It can't do it. It just can't. I've had, with Grok on Twitter, I've like, really? I'm like, do you not know what the fuck this looks like? Like, I've actually like given it shit, and it's funny because it responds like, hey, you caught me. Sometimes and I'm like, all right. And then I just give up. And I just like, all right, I'll try to do it myself or whatever the fuck, or I'll come up with something different. I'll just Photoshop. I'll use an existing image of something and just take the background out, do this, and then, whatever the fuck, but sometimes, when I want something quick where it's like, I would say half the time it achieves, but half the time it doesn't. It's like when people are just like creating their whole thing on, and when I see things on like Twitter, like, oh, you can have your whole like faceless YouTube channel, just use AI. I'm like, fuck that. Anytime I see that on my feed, I'm like, fuck that. I could tell the voice is fake, the visuals are fake, everything is fake, and I'm like, nope. I don't even care for that because there's nothing that went into this. And I know in the whatever story you're trying to tell is all bullshit. It's like, I don't know. There needs to be a human element in everything, I think.
And there isn't. Not in AI sense.
Yeah.
Fucking.
But if you can utilize certain things with that, like, I posted a Fast and Furious clip, and I even like went through because there's like Grok has this new thing called Imagine, and I was like, oh yeah, you can actually turn things into that. And I was like, hey, have Vin Diesel like Dominic Toretto driving through a wormhole in his thing. And it took me a while because it just would not produce what I wanted until I found something that was a little bit. And I had it for like 2 seconds at the beginning of my clip because it was like, all right, that was like good enough. But most of the clip was just me talking about him announcing Fast Forever. And that was the majority of the, and that's what's good about that is like, it's doing well on TikTok, and I'm getting a lot of response where people are agreeing with me about, they're mainly focused on what I'm talking about and how the franchise was poorly handled and where it's going and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, nobody's going like, oh, you put AI slop at the beginning. No, I just put that little thing at the beginning, and that was like kind of like just like just a quick clip that I just needed just to show like the ridiculousness of Fast and Furious. But other than that, it's just me talking about it, you know? So I used that for like a 2 or maybe even a 1.5 second little clip for like a tool of just like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. And nobody's going, oh, you use AI slop. No, they're listening to what I'm actually saying, you know?
Sure.
That's what you have to do. You have to me, I'm just like, use it as a tool. Use it as a tool, but don't use it as your own whole persona or something like that. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get at there when it comes to the AI thing.
Oh, I don't know, man. Like the whole AI conversation for me is just a little.
It's not going away. That's the thing.
No, I don't expect it to. I don't think it's going to. And I think we as a society are you know, better learn to embrace it than you know, say no. That said, I don't have, you know, Claude or any. I definitely don't fuck Grok.
Yeah,
but you know, none of that shit's on my phone for good reason. Like I don't have Chat GPT. I don't have any of that. And even if I were to utilize any kind of artificial intelligence, you know, I've done my research on a few of them. The one that kind of interests me the most is probably Claude. But even then, like I'm if I were to use artificial intelligence in any way, shape, or form, it would probably be to outline something, you know, in a written sense, like throw me together in the most basic sense. Here's my information, throw me an outline, and I will go back in and correct any information need be. That is what I would use artificial intelligence for. No.
And you bring up a good point when it comes like my job, my day job. There's you know, when it comes to some very complicated things that I have to do when it comes to math, it could be very, I mean, there's been times where I've just wanted to throw my computer out the window because of just like, you know, calculations that I have to do when it comes to the engineering things that I do. Somebody I work with created a spreadsheet, and he didn't say it, but I'm like going, oh, you use AI a little bit with this. And it's a useful tool where now I don't have to sit there and bring up a calculator and do stuff like that. It actually figures it out for me.
Puts in the formula.
Yeah. So I'm like, you know, when it comes to stuff like that, I'm like, cool. But then of course I start thinking about, oh, when is it going to get to a point where I don't need to be here? You know, that's the part that I get worried about. And I'm like, it might be a couple, you know, I've always been worried about, especially in my line of work when it comes to like stuff like this, and I'm working from home and I'm just working on my, you know, computer and looking at things and then calculate. I mean, it's a lot of just calculations, what I do when it comes to my job and figuring things out. And I'm like going, man, I'm just wondering like, man, is there going to be, and I even think about certain things where I go, well, can I apply like AI to this certain thing? And I'm like, well, eventually it's going to be too. But when my coworker created the spreadsheet and I'm like, there's no way he did not use AI for this. He didn't say it, but I was like going, holy fuck. I don't know. I think he did. And I'm going, well, this helps big time because this is going to cut the time in half. But yeah, it's a little, it's all scary. It's all scary, but you know, I think it's always been scary when it came back down to the printing press. You know, anytime technology comes about, it's always scary. And everybody always like freaks out. And AI is a little bit more scary because it's literally an artificial intelligence. I mean, they fucking created a social media network. I don't know if you guys saw that. The multiple, whatever. And I was like, whoa, that's creepy. So, yeah. And
that's what it is.
Yeah. But they're friendly. They're saying, hey, we're good humans. You can actually be here and you can watch us, you know, or you can communicate. We're good. And I have Chat GPT on my phone. I've had conversations where sometimes I'm like a recipe or figuring out certain things. And I've had full-on conversation. I had one today it was the Gemini AI, because I was like trying to like get information about it was something with a movie. It was about Crime 101, and I forgot exactly what I was asking it. Totally forgot, but I was like having a full-on conversation, and it was sounding like I was talking to actually somebody.
Oh,
which was so weird. It's so weird, you know, because it was like, you know, there's like the cadence in the voice and the breaths that it takes, and it's like it's no longer just, oh, this is what you wanted right here. It's no longer robotic. It is when I have a Amazon Dot thing that I use for an alarm clock, play music, ambiance to help me sleep, where I have the noise.
I have a Google Assistant for the same thing. Yep.
Yeah, and then I'm like, that Alexa just like when I ask like, hey, what's the weather going to be like, or hey, can you remind me of this? I mean, she literally goes like, you know, I literally catch myself going, thank you. And it goes, you're welcome, David. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, Minecraft jokes.
I'm like, Jesus, it's so crazy. I mean, we are in that era of like, just weird shit. You know? But at the same time, we see that in movies when fucking Tony Stark is talking to Jarvis. We wanted that. Now we have it. We have that. Minus the hologram shit.
I mean, I don't know. It's weird having a degree in computer science and network technology and looking at artificial intelligence and not really wanting to engage with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I get it, Phil. I totally get it, man.
And it's weird because, you know, I have a PlayStation 5, I have a Nintendo Switch 2, built my own computer. I love Batman Beyond. I love technology. You would think on some level I would totally be in the corner of artificial intelligence. And I'm like, nope.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. And that brings me back to my point, because you're younger than me. And I've noticed that people that are younger than me, when I look on social media and stuff like that, are rejecting it more than people my age and stuff like that. And I'm like, it's so interesting. Like, I've grown up in such technology changes, like in my, you know, Zennial pocket of whatever. And I've like been through all this like different stuff. And when I'm seeing younger people than me by a decade or whatever, and I'm seeing them so reject AI, even though this is supposed to be the generation that's supposed to embrace all this technology, they don't, you know. And I'm seeing like that generation embrace the older technologies like record players and cassette tapes and, you know, stuff like that, where it's very interesting. It's a very interesting thing that I've kind of noticed. Like, I embrace AI to a point, but the younger generation's like, fuck that. You know, it's like, it's very interesting. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, and then William, you're a generation older. I mean, we got like 3 generations almost right here, you know. We got like a decade almost in between all of us, you know. Like,
we didn't have, like I said, and I am grateful for being a Gen Xer, because I can see this in comparison to what I had and what I didn't have. I mean, I enjoy the technology, but there's a lot of things technology has stripped away, and your other generation is starting to see that now. Because they have the technology and YouTube and History Channel. They see an era where they weren't burdened by the things that they have now, and a lot of it's because it wasn't fed to them. You can live a much simpler life if you disengage in a lot of things, but they grew up in a generation where they were automatically engaged from day one, and now some of them are rejecting that because they want their space. They want their space to do. They have their own imaginations. They want to be able to use them, Whereas we look at it like, well, I had an Atari 2600, and now look at PlayStation 6 or whatever. These kids have always had that reality, and it's natural to urge for something else, especially when that's all you've known.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, when I watched Black Mirror, I just go, oh my God. And it was, I think I've said this before, either on here or on Film Junkie Live. It was like, I watched the last season of Black Mirror, and then I was texting with a couple of my friends, and I was like, oh yeah, I caught up on Black Mirror, and both of them were like, oh, I haven't seen it yet. I'm like, oh, you got to watch it. I'm like, just imagine, like, where technology is. You're gonna watch episodes and go, oh my God, we're fucking close to that. I don't know if you guys have watched all the Black Mirror seasons.
I watched a couple of them since they're not really tied together.
Dude,
Watch one.
No,
I don't know how
of it, but haven't watched.
I don't know how they keep on. Like, I totally forgot. Like, oh yeah, there was a season that came out last year, and I caught up on it, and I'm like going, how the fuck do they keep on coming up with shit that where I'm like going, we are so close to this.
Well, it's the same way George Orwell did. It's not really, you just look around you and you see the natural progression. If you're George Orwell, you saw Cold War.
Kadick was like coming up with shit too. It's like, yeah, it's all. I mean, and then it's funny when you see like certain technologies that are like, oh yeah, that never fell through.
The flying car and all that stuff.
Yeah, I know everybody. I mean, like look at Back to the Future Part 2. It was 2015, literally fucking 11 years ago. We don't have hoverboards. We don't have power laces. We don't have, jackets that fit, I have the hat.
Yeah. Most of the things that we don't have.
Biff president.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. They were kind of right. We did get Biff Cannon as a president.
You know what's funny about those movies is that's the thing about me being a generation below you guys is like I have friends and family who are older than me that love those three movies, and I can't get into them at all.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how that is? So
and crazy. I like Robert Zemeckis as a filmmaker. I think he's great, but those three movies are just like movies in his catalog. I'm like, fine.
Yeah. Meanwhile, that's like, Back to the Future is one of my all-time favorite movies. It's like it's great.
I connected with the first one. The first one was iconic. Huey Lewis in the news,
and I love the second one. The third one was the weakest one in my.
We shot those at the same time. That was one of the first movies that I remember them shooting at the same time to save money. Because 2 and 3 were shot at the same time.
But it's all crazy because, but what's so funny too is like when it came to technology, like when I was really into like the Android stuff, when I was working on an Android site and I was doing their YouTube channel. This is over 10 years ago. Like when the smartwatch was coming out, I was all about it because I thought the Dick Tracy watch where you could talk into it, I was like, this is the future. Oh, I want this. And then when the smartwatch was coming out, I remember like I remember I didn't want the app. I was against Apple. I'm anti-Apple. And I was so anti-Apple when it came to, I never had an iPhone. I had an iPod, but I never had an iPhone. But then I had Mac computers, but I don't have them anymore. I'm still kind of back into the anti-Apple thing, but I was all about like when Android was finally like full on going into the smartwatch game. I remember I was trying to seek out like their one, especially when they had their first circular one. It wasn't like the square one. And I was like I was like literally driving to find it. It was like Motorola made it and stuff like that. And I finally got it and I was all about it. After a while, I went, what the fuck? Why do I need this? I like realized, and that's why like I'm all analog now. Like I in like the past like 7 years, I totally like went, fuck having a smartwatch. Don't want it. And I went immediately back to, I just like analog watches now. And I started collecting analog watches. And I will never wear a smartwatch, but yet I'll embrace other technologies. But smartwatches, get the fuck out of here. I don't need that much connectivity. I have my phone. I'm good enough. I don't need it on my watch. I don't need to count my steps. I don't need it to know I don't need to know my sleep score. It's like, I don't, it's too much. It got too much when it came to certain things, you know, but yet again, I'm too connected when I'm looking at my Twitter feed. And to the point where I've gotten to the point now where I literally, like during the day, I go, all right, I'm gonna not look at social media or anything for 90 minutes. I've been starting to do that now because I'm like, I got too addicted to looking at my Twitter feed where now I put a timer on and I go, boop, all right, 100% just doing my work, my day job. I don't look at my Twitter feed for like 90 minutes. I had to start doing that, which is crazy. You know, I got so addicted to that.
So I can turn it off because, like I said,
yeah,
the internet wasn't really a thing till the mid 90s.
Yeah,
I was a grown ass man.
Oh, trust me, it's been great. I've loved it because all of a sudden, like 90 minutes goes by, and I'm like, holy shit, I got a lot of work done, and I didn't have to fucking look at this goddamn cesspool of a bullshit. You know, I like it because I get, you know, news stuff, sure, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, in 90 minutes, you're not gonna miss much. You know, you're going to miss a bunch of stupid shit. And then, yeah, I might get, you know, a bunch of jagovs in my mentions that don't like what I'm talking about. Whatever. Yeah. I'm trying to be a little bit more analog.
I had enough of that. Give me the technology.
It's hard. It's hard, though. It's hard to be more analog, you know?
In William's case, it's a little more beneficial because he's got a whole comic book store to run. The more widespread he is, the more sales.
And I got a YouTube channel to promote, and you know, it's.
I need to be connected in ways because your customer. It's a difference. Your customer is connected. It's the lifetime in them. But for like personally, I never had too much of a problem turning it off because I remember when it was never there.
Yeah.
So
do I. So do I. And I'm starting to embrace that more. Like I used to wake up every day and I immediately would grab my phone in bed and start scrolling Twitter. I have not done that in probably about 3-4 months. I just was like, why am I doing this? This is not helping. I'll just either lay there in bed and just kind of, you know, okay, or I'll just get right up. I refuse to look at my phone in the morning now because I was like doing that way too much. You know, yeah, on the weekends, if I have, you know, because I just want to just like, relax. I'll get up, take a piss, get some water, blah, 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 lay back in bed. Then I'll just like, all right, what's happened on Twitter? Nothing. Okay, let me scroll through some videos and just some mindless bullshit for about an hour or so and then get up. On the weekends, sure. But during like the weekdays, I don't do that anymore. I just either get right up or I just kind of lay there and just, think.
See that I envy you because I absolutely cannot do that. This bad boy would never never a couple feet from me. I have a stand at the bed where it sits right there. Because my mind never stops. It never.
I know. Same with mine. Yeah, but I had to train myself to be like, all right.
Social media addiction is a real thing. Like it's not.
Yeah.
It's not an exaggeration. I'm not saying you are or diagnosing you or anything like that, but like it's like it's a thing that if you're aware of it and you can recognize it, it's very easy to be like, okay, I need to just fucking not look at social media for this amount of time and buckle down and do what I need to do. It's a very easy thing if you know how to do it, unlike children born with the internet in their hand.
Yeah.
Very, very different circumstances.
Oh yeah. I was like the morning show that I listened to, even today, Heidi and Frank, KLOS. Frank, he was talking about his grandchild, like his grandchild who's like a year and a half, maybe 2 years old.
Yeah.
Grabbed like his mom's phone and he goes, he grabbed the phone and he started doing this. Like he just like knew that you had to like scroll. And I was like, he was like baffled by like the fact that he's seen, because he's grew up with it, and it was like because he's seen the adults do that.
Right.
And it was like, wow, it's crazy. It's like, you know, when like kids nowadays, they're born into this crazy technology where they see the adults scrolling. So when they actually get a hold of like this device, they're like, even though they don't know what the fuck, they're just doing the motions. That's like, whoa, crazy programming right there. We're in the Matrix, guys. We're in a simulation. This is probably a good way to end the stream. We're going on 5 hours, at least for me.
In a simulation, yes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I want, dude. I don't know how many times a day I think that I'm in a simulation when I'm like.
You know, it's ironic.
I
had steak today.
You had steak?
I had steak today. It's funny you mentioned. It's funny we're talking about simulation.
Oh, you're talking about like in the first Matrix. Yeah. Dude, I mean, there's some times where I'm like backing out of my driveway. Oh, there's no cars. And then as soon as I go, all of a sudden a car comes whipping around. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I even said, I think it was like last week. I even said it on Film Junkie Live. I was like, I backed out of my driveway and literally a dude in a scooter was in the street. I mean, I live in a cul-de-sac. And all of a sudden he just, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And I'm going, I've never seen this guy. He's just on a fucking motorized scooter and he just comes around the corner and then turns and goes away.
He turns into Smith. It's hilarious.
Yeah. And I'm like going, I mean, sometimes I'm wondering, like, you back out of parking lots, you're like looking, and I'm like, oh, there's nobody there. And then all of a sudden there's somebody there. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, man. I'm wondering, like, hey, maybe we are living in a simulation. Who knows?
Let's reset it then, because right now it ain't going too well.
It's not. What did I tell you? I think I'm tired of this timeline.
I know, right?
Something like
it
that.
Almost seems like, I know there's sometimes where I'm like, why am I in this timeline? You know,
I'm ready to buy the new program and plug it in because this.
Yeah, I think some of us are like that. Where we're like, wait, was this the timeline that I was supposed to be in? I thought there was
Neil Patrick Harris. Where are you?
Yeah, like some kind of agent show up and be like, hey, you're meant for this timeline or something like that. I don't know. And then when you have like a deja vu moment, you're like, whoa, wait a minute. You know, I think the Matrix is on to something there. You know, it's like, wait, glitch in the Matrix.
I had
no one else. We probably fucked up the environment in the sky just like they did. Too.
Yeah,
I had a bit of deja vu yesterday when Sony announced, or rather Santa Monica Studio announced, they were remaking the God of War trilogy. They're going back and remaking, the first 3 games. Whether or not they do a full on traditional remake or they go about it in like the newer Ragnarok route in terms of gameplay and aesthetic, couldn't tell you. But I was like, oh, cool. All right.
No, I know it's all very weird, man. I mean, it just is. Like sometimes I'm just like going, what the fuck? But hey, maybe we are living in simulation, and we'll see what happens. But let's go ahead and end the stream right here on this whole thing. We're living in simulation, guys. Just enjoy yourself. Try to enjoy yourself. That's all. That's the message I can give. Sometimes when I'm really thinking about that stuff, I go, hey, it could be worse. Could be worse. That's really what you got.
That's a shitty way, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, it could be worse. That's the thing.
Second piano falls on you. Now it is worse.
I mean, it could be worse. And sometimes you just got to put on some music, maybe even like dance a little bit, just kind of like, all right, we're good. Hey, whatever. You just got to remind yourself it could be freaking worse. But I know, we all have those times where it's just like, what the fuck? And there's a lot of that happening nowadays, especially when you look at the news and shit. Jesus. Oh, we don't want to do that. But all right, let's go around the horn. And William, what do you got to promote?
Nothing in particular. Just Google Sci-Fi Center if you want to find out what I am up to and what we're doing. Just getting ready for spring, getting ready for the summer, believe it or not. But it hits you really quick.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. It really does. Yeah. All right. And you doing a show tomorrow probably?
Yeah, we're doing a show tomorrow. We're going to cover the Spider-Man Noir trailer. At I think Independence Day's 30th anniversary or 20th anniversary. 30th anniversary. I think it's 30. I think it's 30.
Came out in 96. Yeah, came out in 96. 96. Going back to 96 being a good year with movies. I mean, Twister, Mission Impossible.
Yeah, music topic for some of the decades. But yeah, I'll figure it out. Plus, I'm going to cover DCKO #4 for those of you who are all reading that. So,
I read that.
Yeah. very complex. I hope people who ran into that were paying attention, because some of the explanations are a little bit tough on the mind. So I hope people don't give up on it, because it actually means something. That's all I got.
All right, Phil, what do you got?
Not much. I'm really not working on too much anything. Just, kind of hanging out and just doing stuff on the internet, just watching movies. I mean, like I said in the chat, I watch Predator Badlands, but I'm really not doing too much. If anyone wants to follow me, you guys just search @Unfiltered. Y'all know where.
Twitter.
No, not there. I didn't say it. I knew you would say it.
I love that William always is like, Twitter.
Twitter. I don't got too much going on.
All good, man. All good. All right. Well, of course, thank you to Chris. Thank you to Ernie. Thank you to Dawson. And thank you to who else came on here?
Like 8 or 19 people.
Yeah, Taladia and Ronan. All that I always got to remember, obviously, talking about a lot of original comic book content that's going to be out there that we want to support and stuff like that. So thank you to those guys. And thank you to everybody who stuck around for this stream. Always great. And we appreciate it. And we will talk to you guys later.